America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 776, The Joker Returns. Since he had decided to launch a massive audition for the Holy Maidens, Martin also used certain resources. Through the relationship with David's studio, he recruited an assistant director and an assistant producer. The two had participated in the preparation and hosting of 3 Miss Universes and 4 American Idols respectively. More than a dozen other staff members who had participated in the co-organization were also recruited. Martin asked Alexandrovich to communicate with them in Los Angeles, and the suitable ones would be retained, and the unsuitable ones would be eliminated. What Hollywood lacks the least is such talents who are waiting for opportunities to come to the fore. As long as the salary is appropriate and there are development prospects, let alone Ukraine, they dare to try their luck in Afghanistan and Iraq. Boss, I have confirmed the time of the finals, and will notify you as soon as possible. Alexandrovich was like a loyal younger brother who was considering the sexual happiness of the big boss. If your schedule is suitable, please come to Kiev to serve as a judge for the finals. Martin nodded. I'll wait for your schedule. Alexandrovich said, the earliest will be next year. This kind of program planning and organization will take at least half a year, and it will be the coldest season in Ukraine, which is not suitable for holding such a large-scale event. It is best to wait until the beginning of next spring. Martin was somewhat looking forward to the Saint Girls group audition. When he came to Los Angeles, Alexandrovich was alone. When he returned to Kiev, he left with a professional team of more than a dozen people. After seeing Alexandrovich off, Jessica took an invitation letter to Martin's office. She put the invitation letter on the desk and said, "This is the invitation letter for the world premiere sent by the crew of The Dark Knight Rises." Martin picked it up and took a look. The time and location of the premiere were marked on it. The time was next week, and the premiere theater was the Dolby Theater. That is, the Kodak Theater, where the Oscars were held in recent years. In the invitation column, Charles Roven, Christopher Nolan and Emma Thomas signed together. Martin had just put down the invitation letter when he received a call from Nolan. Nolan said, "Don't forget the premiere next week." After John Berg stepped down, the readjusted Nolan cut used a short clip of the Joker shot by the crew of The Dark Knight. Warner Bros. Signed an additional agreement with Martin and paid him a sum of money. The corresponding condition was that Martin would appear at the premiere of The Dark Knight Rises. Martin said, "Of course I won't forget. You should think about one thing. Don't let Bale and I walk the red carpet at the same time. He will go crazy when he sees me, and we can really fight." Nolan couldn't help laughing and said, "Bale is a man of average ability, but he has a bad temper. This is the last time I will work with him. Don't worry, Martin. I will tell the person in charge of the red carpet to arrange Bale to enter first, so that you don't have to meet each other." Martin also laughed. "In order to avoid trouble, I will avoid him." This time, Warner and DC invited many actors who have starred in old Batman movies to attend the premiere. Nolan said, Michael Keaton, Val Kilmer, Nicole Kidman. By the way, Jack was also invited. Jack may not go. Martin knew he was talking about Jack Nicholson, the old bastard who played the Joker. But Nicholson has completely retired and rarely attends public events. Nolan talked about other things. "Do you have time to come to Warner Studios tomorrow? Let's discuss Interstellar." Martin thought for a moment and said, "In the morning. In the afternoon I have to practice piano and rehearse dance." The two agreed to meet in the morning. Martin hung up the phone, called Nicholson's number, and asked directly, "Jack, are you going to the premiere of The Dark Knight Rises?" "I didn't want to go, but Warner Brothers is very sincere this time, saying that the new and old generations of clowns will gather together." Nicholson imitated Martin and laughed weirdly. "Ha ha ha, let's walk the red carpet together, and let those bastard media see who is more perverted." Martin said directly, "You are so boring." Nicholson still laughed. "Walking the red carpet is so boring. Of course you have to find some fun." He turned to ask, "Will this movie sell as well as The Dark Knight?" "I see that Warner's publicity is very strong, and it is estimated that at least $200 million have been invested." Martin said, "It shouldn't be bad." After get off work in the afternoon, Martin took a car back to Beverly Hills. Along the way, he could see posters and advertisements of The Dark Knight Rises everywhere. The largest billboard on Sunset Boulevard was painted with a blue-black background 2 months ago. The Batman on the poster stood on a police car on Wall Street, ready to face countless thugs. Bruce in the driver's seat said, "I watched the trailer. It's still a two-hero showdown mode." Director Nolan seems to have adapted the background of Occupy Wall Street into it. He asked, "Will there be a fourth part?" Robin has appeared. No. Martin had discussed this with Nolan a long time ago. In the short term, Nolan will not touch the superhero theme again. This trilogy has reached a peak, and the Justice League cannot be dragged into it. In fact, Warner Brothers' mind is not on Nolan's Batman trilogy. What they want is a movie universe like Marvel, not a real-life Batman that cannot be linked with other DC superheroes. The martial arts value of this Master Wayne is too low. Passing by Century City, Martin looked through the car window at the largest billboards and LED screens in Century City. Unsurprisingly, they were all advertisements for Batman movies. He took out his mobile phone and checked Twitter. There were too many contents about Batman. However, in addition to Batman, the Joker was also a hot topic on Twitter. "I heard that the Joker will appear in the film. I wonder how many scenes he will have. Without Martin's Joker, this series has no soul." I agree. Although the leading actor of the trilogy is Batman, Martin's Joker is the most outstanding. Someone inside Warner Brothers revealed that Christian Bale is very dissatisfied with the Joker appearing in the third film. It is said that he has had many arguments with DC. Bale publicly expressed his dissatisfaction with Martin in an interview a few days ago. There are many similar messages on Twitter. Warner Brothers is also adding fuel to the flames, creating topics for the film, and attracting the attention of the media and fans. Century City, the Death Star building where CAA is located. Christian Bale unbuttoned his suit jacket, walked around the office, looked at Brian Lord, the most powerful of his co-managing agents, and said, "I've got accurate information that Nolan and Warner Brothers have invited that disgusting bastard Martin Davis to attend the premiere." Brian Lord reminded Bale, "Keep calm, you have to face Martin Davis with a calm mind. Only in this way can you possibly step on him." Bale's face was full of anger. "We can't think of a way. Your idea is very dangerous." Brian Lord said, "WMA and CAA are now the two largest brokerage companies in Hollywood. If we use abnormal competition methods to get WMA's clients, will they bear it?" He shook his head. "Don't forget, Martin Davis has a net worth of at least $2 billion US. His net worth alone is equivalent to the actual value of the entire CAA. Do you know how terrible it will be if so much money breaks out of the cage? If Bale wants to do this kind of thing, he can do it himself, and CAA will not accompany him to go crazy." Brian just tried his best to persuade him. "The problem between you and Martin originated from conflicts on the set, which is very common in Hollywood. Once you leave the set, all of these are in the past. There is no point in arguing about it. When your career surpasses Martin one day, everyone in the industry and the media will praise you and step on Martin." But Bell said, "The relationship between him and me is no longer limited to the set. His actions caused Sybil Blachik to divorce me and leave me with her daughter." Brian Lord frowned and asked, "What do you want to do?" "He won't be where I am." Bell started out high, but then he withered halfway. "I won't have any cooperation with Martin Davis. I won't be on the same stage with him, and I won't attend the same event with him." Brian Lord said, "I can't do it at the premiere of The Dark Knight Rises." Bell stared at him. "You are CAA." Brian Lord shook his head. "You overestimate CAA. We make a maximum of $300 million in profit each year. What can we use to threaten Warner Brothers?" Bell completely understood that beyond the scope of the agency business, CAA would never accompany him to take risks. "This premiere is the last one," Bale said angrily. Brian nodded casually, not taking it to heart at all. "It's easy to say, Martin Davis attends the Oscars every year, and you, Christian Bale, won't attend in the future?" Bale left CAA with a little disappointment. On the way back, he was very depressed, so he made a phone call and asked someone to come out for a chat and relax. Passing by Sunset Boulevard, Bale saw the huge poster with him as the absolute center and suddenly felt that the whole Hollywood was crazy. Everyone was biased towards Martin Davis and thought he should be more generous and let go of the past grudges with Martin. He didn't want to let go. Bale saw the attitude of CAA and knew that there was no way for the time being, but he was very patient and would wait for the day when he could surpass Martin Davis. The next morning, Martin came to Warner Studios early. In addition to the shooting area, this place is also a famous tourist area in Los Angeles. Recently, Warner Brothers has been promoting The Dark Knight Rises on a large scale. There are many street painters near the studio. Many tourists can dress themselves up as the Joker or Batman through them. Similar to when The Dark Knight was released, there are far more clowns wandering the streets than Batman. Given that there were many cases of clowns buying and robberies when the movie was released, the LAPD had to increase patrols on the streets of Los Angeles. The last time a Batman movie was released, clowns all over the United States seemed to be in chaos, imitating the clowns in the movie and causing too many cases. When Martin got out of the car in the studio parking lot, many clowns outside waved at him through the guardrail. Someone else shouted, "Martin, why are you so serious?" Chapter 777 Chaos Brings Fairness. Hearing the fans' shouts, Martin waved to the guardrail of the parking lot, where at least dozens of clowns gathered. Their faces were defeated, their mouths were blood red, like the devils of hell. Martin always loved his fans and immediately raised his mobile phone to take pictures. In the crowd, there were two clowns holding long plastic tubes. They quickly hung up a banner and pulled it open with a salute slogan written on it. "We are the agents of chaos." On the banner with a white cloth as the background, a row of blood red letters was particularly conspicuous. Martin took several photos across the guardrail and waved to them goodbye. Outside, a clown closest to the guardrail suddenly put his hand into his mouth and pulled the blood red corners of his mouth to the sides of his ears. His mouth was scary and his whole expression was abnormally weird. He laughed at Martin and said a line of the clown, "This world is ridiculous." These crazy clown worshippers seemed to regard the clown's words and deeds as the Bible. Martin just felt weird, waved at him, and walked towards the Battery car parking area. After getting on the electric car, Bruce said as he drove, "Fortunately, the Joker has very few scenes, otherwise the whole United States will be in chaos again. Our purpose is to create happiness for America." Martin opened Twitter, called up the photo he had just taken, and prepared to tweet, "Happy America." He remembered a line from the Joker and used the photo as the background as the title. "This scene seems familiar." A tweet was sent out. Before the electric car arrived at the door of the Interstellar studio, the tweet was crazily liked and reposted by countless people. Outside the parking lot, the clown Hubble saw Martin going away, put down his hand that was holding up the corner of his mouth, and slowly dispersed like other clowns. He turned around and came to the alley near a fast food restaurant, quickly walked to the trash can tray, opened the lid, and looked for the remaining junk food. After turning out a nearly complete hamburger, Hubble had no time to be happy and found that the homeless people in the alley rushed over. This kind of behavior of grabbing territory and crossing the boundary is a taboo among homeless people. Hubble wrapped up the burger and turned around to run. As he had not been wandering for long, his physical condition was much better than those old homeless people, and he quickly got rid of them. When he came to the Warner Studios tourist area where patrol cars frequently passed by, he found a place near the street painters to sit down, took out a cloth hat from his pocket, opened it and pressed it with a piece of gravel. People sat on the ground and ate burgers. Tourists and pedestrians coming and going, or other clowns. A few would throw coins or small denomination dollars into the hat. Hubble didn't care about the eyes of these people from the moment he failed in stock investment and went bankrupt. He took out a worn-out BlackBerry phone, with a small piece of the upper left corner of the screen broken, and the cracked back cover was glued together with tape. As a member of the fanatical clowns, Hubble is an organized person. He logged onto Twitter and saw that Martin, who he followed, had posted a tweet. He couldn't help laughing, and forwarded it to the leader of the small team, and then sent it to the team group. Hubble typed a message, "The world we live in is really ridiculous." The group was very quiet, and no one spoke for the time being. Aurora, Colorado. After taking a shower, Dr. James Holmes, a neuroscientist, came out of the bathroom, put on a bathrobe with a clown head, and walked into the living room. On the walls of the living room of the wooden house, there are many photo frames and some movie posters. All of these protagonists are the same character, the Joker. The Joker played by Martin in the Dark Knight version. In addition, the TV cabinet, shelf, and glass display cabinet are full of various clown peripherals. Especially in the glass display cabinet, there are all kinds of handmade clown carvings. James picked up the Apple phone on the shelf. The back cover of the phone has been changed. Now it is a customized version of the Joker's back cover. The Joker took a blood red pen and wrote a line of blood red words, "I'm the agent of chaos." James found that there was a prompt on his phone, and he opened Twitter to see the message forwarded by his teammate. It was a tweet sent by Martin. James then opened the group and looked at the message sent by Hubble and replied, "We will change the world forever." Another person in the group said, "Let's do what the Joker does best." James didn't reply. He took off his bathrobe and put on a dark suit, the same costume as Martin's character. Then he sat in front of the dressing table and stared at the poster on the mirror. He opened his Mac box, took out the paint, and painted his face pale white, drew a bloody mouth, and messed up his hair. Except for the facial contour, everything else was almost the same as Martin's Joker. "I'm the real Joker." James grinned. "I can bring the Joker into the real world." He opened the drawer of the dressing table and took out a small revolver, the same model used by the Joker in the movie. With the muzzle against his forehead, James pulled the trigger. There was a click, but no bullet was fired. The phone beeped. James opened the group and replied, "Wait for me." The other two replied one after another, "Wait for you." The three met on a forum set up by Joker fans on the internet. The forum style was antisocial, but most of the Joker fans just talk nonsense online. A few will dress up as the Joker to do $0 shopping or robbery, and only a very small number will become like James and others. James took out the bullet box, pulled out a yellow-orange bullet, stuffed it into the cylinder, and turned the revolver frantically after loading. The revolver turned more than 10 times and stopped. James grinned and laughed, raised the gun to his temple, and pulled the trigger. With a click, the bolt did not hit the bullet. Ha. Ha ha ha. James put down the gun, laughed loudly, and said, "What doesn't kill me will make me more crazy." The laughter continued for several minutes. James picked up his phone and sent a message in the group, "Bob, Kevin, can you go back to the past?" Bob replied first, "I went bankrupt. Everything was taken away by the bank. If it weren't for you, my phone would have been shut down." The man named Kevin said, "The convenience store I opened with alone suffered from $0 purchases by black people every day, and finally had to go bankrupt. It's not that I didn't work hard, but that this world is too crazy. I want to give back to this world with chaos." James sent a message, "Disrupt all order, and everything will return to chaos. Chaos can bring fairness." Kevin replied, "Do what the clown is best at." James asked, "Bob, are you sure you have a channel to get the goods?" "Sure." Bob replied with a crazy clown expression, "As long as you have money, you can get ordinary weapons." James gave an order, "Kevin, you go to Los Angeles to meet Bob now, and wait for me to come over." "Okay, boss." Kevin replied with an excited clown laughing expression. Now, I'm shaking with excitement. James is different from his two companions. He has a high degree of education and is a doctor of neurology from the University of Colorado. He earns a lot of money, but he thinks this world is rotten and disgusting. When James first worshipped the Joker, he didn't think much of it. In recent years, he found that society has become more and more strange and weird. All kinds of monsters and demons have jumped out. It's okay for him to be a monster, but others can't say anything. Saying anything is a sin. The whole country and society are filled with a rotten smell. James intends to change all this in his own way, and the way he chooses is a Joker. Madness is spreading, just like the Earth's gravity. As long as we push it from behind, the chaotic justice we pursue will come. James sent the last message of the day, "Wait for me, I will rush over to meet you." "Okay." The other two replied with the same message. James immediately opened the Joker group in the same city. Many people in the group were organizing a self-driving tour to Los Angeles to attend the world premiere of The Dark Knight Rises. He also signed up to participate. Soon a call came to confirm. James confirmed the time and place of the meeting, loaded the revolver with bullets, stuffed it into his pocket, went into the basement through the storage room, and found 2 black suitcases from the cushions of the abandoned sofa. This was the cash he had exchanged a few months ago, and most of the denominations were $20, which was the favorite of gang members. In the afternoon, James drove a car painted with a clown portrait, kept the clown costume, joined others, and rushed to Los Angeles. Warner Studios, Interstellar Studio. The film can only start shooting next year. Nolan told Martin about some work matters. I plan to start shooting after the Oscars next year, and you can adjust the schedule. Martin replied, the schedule is not a problem. I can join the crew at any time next year. Nolan smiled and said, it has always been worry-free and labor-saving to work with you. Martin also smiled, because I don't like to mess things up like some people. By the way, if you have the right time, you can join the crew earlier. Nolan suggested, you have experienced a trip to Mars, and you can teach other actors about space survival experience. Martin asked, have the other actors been confirmed? Nolan said directly, the heroine has been confirmed to be Jessica Chastain, who worked with you on The Martian. The two chatted for a while, and Martin took the initiative to say goodbye. When he left Nolan's office, he met Daniel from Warner Brothers. The latter took the initiative to shake hands with him and walked out together. He chatted for a while about the friendship between so-called old friends and said, I'm promoting a new film project at Warner Brothers, and there should be a role suitable for you. Martin thought for a moment and said, you can send the script and project directly to Thomas or Jessica. I will take some time to take a look and give you a clear answer. Daniel said, I'll have someone send it over later. He asked, are you and Jack satisfied with the arrangements for the premiere of The Dark Knight Rises? Martin nodded. It's no problem for the new and old generations of Jokers to walk on the red carpet together. Chapter 778, a crazy episode. The newly renamed Dolby Theatre, located at the intersection of Hollywood Boulevard and Highland Street, is also the most famous of a series of commercial buildings in the Hollywood Highland Center. The sun at noon was high in the sky, and the golden sunlight fell on the poster at the main entrance of the Dolby Theatre, but it could not illuminate the darkness on the background of Batman. At this time, movie fans had already gathered at the Highland Center. There were many more Batmans and Jokers wandering on this section of the Avenue of Stars. An old warehouse on Highland Street was brightly lit, and 3 young men in their 20s were busy putting on makeup. They painted their faces pale white and drew a bloody mouth, which was hideous and terrifying. 3 black peripheral jackets of the Joker were worn on them. The leading clown James Holmes came to the map. The map was a distribution map of the Highland Center, and both sides were covered with photos, all of which were taken by them these days around the Dolby Theatre. Bob and Kevin followed and looked at the map without saying a word. James lifted a large canvas, revealing a large brown suitcase underneath. These were the weapons and equipment that James had obtained from Chula Vista, a small town near the Mexican border. After arriving in Los Angeles, James was not a wealthy man and had limited funds, so he could only get some weapons that he thought were suitable through the channels of Bob's friends. Bob and Kevin both came to the side of the box. Open it, James said. The two opened the 2 boxes on the ground. James picked up one of the M76 submachine guns and hung it under his long black suit jacket. He also put several extended magazines on the other side of the jacket to cover it. The revolver brought from Colorado was inserted into the holster on the side of his waist. He glanced at his 2 companions and said, why are you so serious? What we have to do is to help the world return to its essence. Kevin was a sturdy young man who also wore a similar jacket. He picked up the M76 and the magazine and hung them inside his clothes, saying, things will get worse before they get better. We are just pushing this step. Bob also chose the M76. This submachine gun is short and compact and easy to carry. Under the gun, there are 3 cylinders that look like grenades at first glance. James picked up one and put it in his coat pocket, saying, you all know how to use it. Remember to throw it farther when you need it. Bob picked up one and put it in his coat pocket as well. It's a pity that I didn't get a grenade. Kevin patted the submachine gun covered under his coat. These are enough. James wanted to buy grenades or stun grenades, but the other party claimed that they were out of stock, so he only bought a few tear gas bombs. The three checked their equipment for the last time and prepared to leave. Bob turned his head and saw the Joker poster hanging on the wall. It was one of the main posters of The Dark Knight, Martin's poster. He asked, "Boss, Martin will also appear at the premiere." Kevin stopped, staring at Martin's poster with a pair of grey eyes in the pale white. James walked quickly to the poster, took out a knife from his pocket, and waved his hand to insert it in the center of the Joker poster. The blade pierced Martin's bright red mouth, as if nailing him to the wall. Bob and Kevin were stunned. James seemed to have seen through the whole world. His distorted face became slightly normal, and even his blood-red mouth returned to its normal appearance. "We used to worship Martin crazily. We thought Martin was completely different from other Hollywood stars. We thought he was the real sunshine of the world, able to illuminate the darkest places in our lives." His expression was very calm, but his eyes revealed madness. "At that time, I thought Martin was the Joker, the key to change my life and the world, at least to get out of this rotten world." Kevin and Bob are different from James. Their families are ruined, their lives are ruined, and they are deeply influenced by the Joker. They want to be as crazy and reckless as the Joker. Without waiting for the two to speak, James said again, "Do you think Martin is the same as the Joker?" "No, Martin is not a Joker. Absolutely not." He stabbed the knife in his hand hard, and the wound on Martin on the poster became bigger and bigger, and his face was almost torn apart. "Martin is not a Joker. He has become a member of this rotten world. Haven't you noticed? What's the difference between him and those scum in Hollywood? He only has money and women in his eyes. He has made hundreds of millions of dollars, slept with dozens of women, but he doesn't care about this fast deteriorating world." "Yes, he is." Kevin thought of the black people who frequently went to his convenience store to buy things for free. "He is friends with a brother in I," which is an insult to the Joker. The knife in James' hand stabbed deeply into the wall behind the poster. He let go and said, "This wave of making the world rotten started from Hollywood. We must teach Hollywood a profound lesson and stop the world from sliding into the abyss. If any scum dares to stand in front of us, we will send him to hell." Bob thought of the drunkenness and all kinds of correctness of Hollywood stars and shouted, "Hollywood now is full of monsters and demons. Kill them. Kill them. Let's go." James was the first to go out of the warehouse. The three of them walked through the alley and onto Highland Street. The weather in July was a bit hot. If they were dressed like this at other times, they would definitely attract other people's attention. But today was the day of the world premiere of The Dark Knight Rises, and there were countless clowns wandering the streets of Los Angeles. As we approached the Hollywood Highland Center, clowns could be seen everywhere on the street, and many of them were wearing suit jackets. Next to the stalls of those street painters, some people were waiting to be made up as clowns or badmen. In front of them, the Dolby Theater was in sight. Bob and Kevin were not sure whether they were excited or nervous, and their bodies trembled slightly. James stopped and said, "Don't panic. There are people like us everywhere." When the two of them calmed down, he said, "Let's split up." Bob and Kevin turned and walked towards the two opposite forks. James came to the intersection where Highland Street and Hollywood Boulevard intersected. After waiting for a while, a large group of clowns came to wait to cross the intersection, and he mixed in. There were many LAPDs maintaining order at the intersection, but no one paid attention to these clowns. James mixed in with them and crossed Hollywood Boulevard. But there were too many fans today, so he was squeezed to the outside. There was still some time before the premiere red carpet began, and James was no different from those crazy fans, patiently waiting for the Hollywood bastards to appear. Along Sunset Boulevard, a black Escalade drove into Nicholson's mansion. The bodyguard parked the car. Martin got out of the car and walked quickly into the gate of the villa. Lorraine, who was waiting at the door, greeted Martin first, and then greeted Bruce, who got out of the driver's seat. In the villa, Jack Nicholson stood in front of the dressing mirror, adjusting his black bow tie. The old man was old and his figure was seriously out of shape, but he still exuded the temperament of a bastard. He grabbed a cane, walked back and forth a few steps, and asked, "I haven't walked the red carpet for a long time. How do you like this look?" Martin looked at him for a while and said, "Very good, like an old pervert." Nicholson turned back and said, "Wait until we walk on the red carpet for the premiere. I will let you know what it means to have a full aura and suppress people." Martin admitted, "In terms of perversion, I'm indeed not 1/10 as perverted as you." Jennifer Lawrence came out of the cloakroom with a black suit jacket, greeted Martin with a smile, helped Nicholson put it on, and said, "Your blood pressure has been a little high recently. Don't get too excited." Lorraine on the other side of the hall curled her lips. The girlfriend her old father found was about the same age as her, and she was really uncomfortable to see. She just hoped that her father would not find another 18-year-old. Martin looked at the wall clock and said, "It's about time. Let's go." Nicholson slightly adjusted his coat, leaned on the cane, and followed Martin out of the villa. His old driver with almost all white hair replaced Bruce and sat in the driver's seat. One car, 4 people, rushing to the Dolby Theatre. The old and new generations of Jokers will walk together on the red carpet of the premiere of The Dark Knight Rises tonight. When the sun turned to the west, the red carpet in front of the Dolby Theatre issued the first cheer of the night. Michelle Pfeiffer and Anne Hathaway, 2 actresses who played Catwoman, walked on the red carpet together. Warner Brothers and DC Films had originally invited Halle Berry, but the latter refused the invitation without hesitation. Just like George Clooney refused to attend the premiere as a Batman actor. These roles may be the pain points that they will never forget in their acting careers. One after another, luxury cars slowly drove along Hollywood Boulevard and stopped in an orderly manner at the entrance of the premiere. Every time a star got off the car, it would cause a commotion among many photographers. The avenue of stars was crowded with vehicles like people. Soon, director Nolan and producer Emma Thomas and his wife walked across the red carpet and arrived at the theater in trance. The old generation of Batman also appeared one after another in the flashing lights. Michael Keaton and Val Kilmer were almost forgotten by the media and fans. A roar of engines sounded at this time, and the huge Batmobile drove to the premiere. This generation of Batman Christian Bale jumped out of the car, waved to the surroundings, and walked onto the red carpet. Then, Vin Diesel, with a shining bald head, also got out of the car. Tom Hardy had long been disliked by Nolan because of the shooting incident on the set of Inception and the stalking incident in Paris, so naturally he could not get the role of the poisonous Bane. Bane in the film is a strong character who can suppress Batman from the body to the fighting. Nolan persuaded the crew and the producers to invite the leader of the family to play this role at a high salary. The Dark Knight Rises still adopts the mode of 2 heroes duel. Although Vin Diesel plays the villain, his personal momentum is amazing. He wears a white suit with a completely opposite color to Bale, strides with his head held high, and has an aura of being the best in the world. Fans on both sides of the red carpet were in high spirits, shouting the names of their favorite stars. James finally squeezed to the front and his eyes fell on Vin Diesel, a top star in Hollywood. Chapter 779 Gunshots at the premiere. The 2 cars drove to the edge of the red carpet. Vin Diesel, wearing a white suit, got out of the Bentley in front. The Bentley drove away, and the Escalade behind slowly moved forward. The line of cars was too long, and the Bentley had to move a parking space and stop. The Escalade behind stopped in front of the red carpet. Nicholson looked at the carpet through the car window. This guy seems to have done well in recent years. He brought a lot of people and made a very successful series of movies. In Martin's impression, Dom and Captain Sparrow are somewhat similar. They were originally supporting roles, but later they all became absolute protagonists. Originally, the media reporters' cameras were focused on Vin Diesel, but the Escalade stopped at the edge of the red carpet. The reporters recognized Martin's car, and the cameras and video cameras all turned around. Vin Diesel subconsciously slowed down and looked back. Just in time, he saw Bruce and Nicholson open the car door and get out from the co-pilot and back seats respectively. Martin, who got out of the car from the other side, turned around from the front seat. The red carpet exploded on both sides, and the sound was several times louder than when Christian Bale walked by. Martin, Master, look over here, I'm your believer. Forever Coke God Cult. Forever Clown. Flashes of light kept flashing around Martin and Nicholson, and almost all the cameras of the media reporters were focused on this side. Although Vin Diesel had a wooden face, he felt a little uncomfortable. Dom was used to being the center of the world. Just across the street, a clown's eyes turned from Martin to Vin Diesel's unusually conspicuous bald head and white suit. Originally, James' first choice was Martin, but the distance over there was a little far, and it was still a flash of light that made it difficult to see the person clearly. He flipped his coat, took out the M79 submachine gun, opened the safety, aimed at Vin Diesel, who was at most 10 meters away, and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da, the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out, overwhelming the various noisy sounds at the premiere, as if it could pierce people's eardrums. At this moment, Vin Diesel seemed to have sensed something, turned his head, and looked over there, and felt the flames gushing out. At the same time, he felt something drilling into his body, and something else rushed out of his body. Then, he saw darkness in front of his eyes, and fell down with a thump. Blood stained the white suit red, and blood flowed out along 4 or 5 bullet holes. Martin caught the first gunshot, and he immediately recognized it as a gunshot. He grabbed Nicholson, who wanted to move forward, and pushed him hard to the back seat of the car, which had not yet closed the door, and shouted loudly, "Shooting, hide." The old bastard trusted Martin, and rolled and crawled with Martin's push. He got into the car, and didn't understand what was going on. He realized it when the door slammed shut. Bruce had already blocked Martin's way and took out a pistol with his right hand, but his eyes, which had just been baptized by the flash, couldn't see clearly in the distance for a while. Martin was shouting, and he was also shouting, "Get in the car! Get in the car!" The back door closed, and Bruce pushed Martin into the passenger seat without saying anything. Then he rushed to the front of the car. This Escalade is a bulletproof car. The premiere scene exploded, screaming. Fans around James fled frantically, and people around him also ran out. Beside the Escalade, many people heard Martin's shouts, and saw Martin's actions. Some immediately lay on the ground, and some quickly hid behind the car. But some reporters are the kind of people who want to take pictures of the bullets flying towards them even when facing life-threatening situations or even being shot. After a few shots knocked down Vin Diesel, James immediately turned the muzzle of the gun and pointed it at the Escalade. Without aiming carefully, he pulled the trigger again. Da-da-da-da, flames spewed out of the muzzle of the M79 submachine gun. Martin had just closed the passenger door when he heard a series of ping-pong noises. I don't know how many bullets hit the Escalade. A bullet hit the passenger window glass, leaving a large white spot on the bulletproof glass. Martin leaned back and reached into the armrest box. He saw Bruce passing over the front of the car, and a stream of blood flew out of his body, staining the front windshield red. He lost his balance and fell near the front wheel on the other side. Old Bruce. Martin's eyes were filled with blood, and veins on his forehead were throbbing. He took out a Beretta from the armrest and turned on the safety. Next to him, Nicholson's old driver lowered the driver's window slightly, and Martin's voice came out of the window. "Old Bruce, are you still alive? Not dead?" Bruce's voice was obviously abnormal. "My right arm was bitten." There was a gunshot from the rear of the car, and Martin said, "Get in the car. Get in the car quickly." Bruce hung his arms and got into the back seat. Blood kept flowing from his right upper arm, and beads of sweat were all over his forehead. Nicholson already knew that he had been shot. Seeing that old Bruce was injured, he quickly pulled out the belt from his waist and tied it above the wound. The old driver has been with Nicholson for many years and has seen many big scenes. Although he was panicked, he still trembled with his hands and picked up the phone to call 911. Martin turned his head to look at Bruce, and after confirming that he was not in danger of life, he felt relieved and immediately turned to look at the gunman more than 20 meters away. The gunman had a pale face, a bloody mouth, and wore a long black coat, a standard clown costume. Even the submachine gun he held was the M79 used by the clown in the movie. The premiere was in chaos, with people lying on the ground, people fleeing in panic, and people bleeding from being shot. But Martin only had eyes for the gunman. If the bullet had been a little off, his life and death brother might have been gone. Martin calmed down, holding the Beretta tightly with one hand and pressing the window lift button with the other. There were cars in front and behind the Escalade, and it was impossible to move. Too many guests were invited to the premiere, and a long line of luxury cars stretched out for an unknown distance. The reporters hiding by the car felt a little safer and immediately set up their cameras to shoot. How could such big news be missed? Gunshots rang out again behind the car, mixed with the roar of off-road motorcycle engines. The crowd that was originally running in all directions became even more chaotic. James Holmes emptied an extended magazine, immediately took out a tear gas bomb from his pocket, and threw it at the Escalade. The tear gas came out, and the people who were lying on the ground fled in panic, blocking Martin's view. Martin just lowered the window a little, quickly raised it, and reached behind him. Water. Nicholson tied Bruce's belt, opened the small refrigerator in the car, and casually took out a bottle of Coca-Cola, and threw it over. Martin took it, and bit off the bottle cap, poured it on the door storage, took out a wet towel, covered his mouth and nose, and tied it to the back of his head. Nicholson was worried that Martin would need it again, so he took out a few more bottles of Coke, and put them on the armrest box. At the same time, James loaded a new magazine, turned the gun, and pointed it at the entrance of the theater, and no matter who it was, he fired wildly at the place, where the most dresses were worn. The people at the entrance of the Dolby Theater ran into the theater as soon as the gunshots sounded. People like the Nolan couple and Anne Hathaway ran to the back after entering the Dolby Theater. But those who were walking on the red carpet were not so lucky. The boss of Family Man, Vin Diesel, died on the spot. Christian Bale, who was still on the red carpet, was hit by the panicked crowd and had just run to the steps in front of the theater. Da-da-da, gunshots rang out behind him. Bale felt a huge force hitting his buttocks, causing him to fall forward. His nose just hit the stone of the steps, and his high nose bridge collapsed immediately. There was a piercing pain behind him, just like being hit by an electric drill. He wiped his sticky hands back, and when he took them back, they were all covered with blood. Screams rang in his ears, and a man with a hole in his head fell in front of Bale. Bale didn't dare to get up, and he didn't have the strength to get up, so he could only lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. The sound of submachine guns kept ringing, from the first one to the next two. At this time, there were already 3 submachine guns. One was in front of the Dolby Theater, and the other 2 were on both sides of Hollywood Boulevard. The gunman disguised as a clown fired crazily, and screams and cries accompanied by gunshots continued to ring out in the Hollywood Highland Center. From the incident to now, in a short period of time, no one knows how many people have fallen. Next to the Escalade, which was hit by more than a dozen bullet holes from the submachine gun, tear gas dispersed the crowd, and the evening breeze dispersed the tear gas. Martin finally saw the gunman more than 20 meters away. "This bastard almost killed Old Bull. Lie down," Martin shouted. The old driver in the driver's seat quickly laid down the seat and lay in the car. Martin lowered the window glass this time, and the choking smell immediately floated over. Even if he covered his mouth and nose with a wet towel, he still felt uncomfortable, especially his eyes. But he held the gun with both hands and raised the Beretta. Martin's hands were very steady, even if his eyes seemed to be pierced by something. More than 20 meters away, the gunman who was shooting at the door of the Dolby Theater was no different from the fixed target of the Angel Club in his eyes. Martin pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, 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 the Beretta roared, and bullets flew out one after another, hitting the broad back of the black-clad gunman with incredible accuracy. James was shot in the back, and wanted to turn around and shoot. But Martin would not give the gunman any chance to fight back. The crackling sound of gunfire was like setting off firecrackers, and the freedom of America was undoubtedly reflected at this moment. Martin emptied the magazine of the Beretta. James fell to the ground with a pale face facing the dark sky, and his blood-red mouth suddenly curved up, as if he was laughing at the moment of death. His last consciousness, he was finally freed from this world of worse than hell. Martin emptied the magazine, determined that the gunman could not stand up again, and immediately raised the car window and coughed several times in succession. Even if the night wind blew away the gas, the irritating gas of the tear gas was still choking. Da-da-da, the sound of submachine gun shooting sounded again from behind the car, and the roaring motorcycle and gunshots were already close at hand. Another bullet hit the Escalade, and 2 white spots appeared on the rear window. Martin looked back and saw a gunman dressed as a clown, riding an off-road motorcycle, rushing through the gap between 2 rows of cars. He held the handlebars with one hand and raised his submachine gun with the other hand, shooting everywhere. There was no specific target, just crazy shooting. Chapter 780 Coke. Coke again. The roar of the off-road motorcycle reminded Martin of the ghost fireboys he had seen in his previous life. They were so cool when they played, but they were so miserable when they fell. Amid the gunfire, another bullet hit the Escalade. The speeding off-road motorcycle passed between two rows of cars. Bob on it was really like a clown, with no target or plan. The muzzle of the gun was turned specifically towards crowded places, and bullets were fired everywhere. He just wanted to cause chaos and take revenge on this society that made him bankrupt and looked down upon. Bob saw some reporters who didn't know whether to live or die set up cameras to shoot and fired a burst of bullets at that side. Two reporters fell in a pool of blood. The off-road motorcycle rushed to the back of the Escalade. Martin had been staring at the motorcycle and shouted loudly, "Open the door." The old driver opened the driver's door and kicked it. The door of the Escalade suddenly opened. Bob found that the door in front suddenly opened and subconsciously stepped on the brakes. But the distance between the two sides was too close, and Bob didn't focus on driving, so he reacted 2 beats slower. The motorcycle, with a sharp brakes sound, crashed into the door of the Escalade with Bob on it. Bob's head hit the door, and he fell to the side of the car on the other side with the off-road motorcycle. In the car, Martin had already thrown away the empty Beretta pistol, picked up the empty Coke bottle, and threw it at the fallen gunman. This is a Coca-Cola glass bottle, Martin's most familiar weapon. This is also the Coca-Cola glass bottle thrown by the leader of the Coke God cult, which has its own buff bonus. Bob fell down and immediately looked up, grabbed the M79 submachine gun, and wanted to shoot into the car and send those bastards who dared to fight back to hell. Something flew in front of him, and Bob didn't have time to react. The heavy glass bottle was like a grenade without a string, and it hit his head with a thud. The Coke bottle flew out. Bob's eyes went black and his head was dizzy. The M79 in his hand seemed to weigh 10,000 tons and he couldn't lift it. Without any pause, Martin picked up another bottle of Coke that Nicholson had placed on the armrest and threw it out again. With a dull bang, the glass bottle filled with Coke hit the clown gunman's forehead. Blood flowed from Bob's head, and he was in a trance. Where am I? What am I doing? Who the hell am I? The third bottle of Coke was thrown out by Martin at this time. The Coke bottle spun and hit Bob's nose. Nosebleed flew, and the bridge of the nose was broken. Blood, tears, and snot all flew out. Martin reached out again, and Nicholson had taken out another bottle of Coke from the car refrigerator and stuffed it into his palm. The Coke bottle flew out of the open driver's door and hit Bob's head accurately. Bob kicked his legs twice, his hands automatically loosened, and the M79 submachine gun fell to the ground. The pale oil paint on the clown's face was almost completely covered with blood red, and the man fainted. Martin put his hands on the steering wheel and kicked his legs hard, passing over the old driver, passing through the driver's door, and landing on the ground. He kicked the M79 submachine gun under the car and picked up Bruce's dropped pistol from in front of the wheel. Bruce's right arm was injured, and the gun fell on the front hood and slid to the ground. Martin heard the noise and pointed his gun at him. Two reporters with tags on their chests emerged from behind another row of vehicles, raised their hands, and shouted, "We are reporters, Martin. We have interviewed you before." Martin saw that they looked familiar and immediately reminded, "There is a gunman, be careful." The two reporters immediately slipped over from the back of the car, and the camera lenses in their hands were aimed at the ground. The gunman's face was covered with blood and looked extremely miserable. There were also a few unbroken Coca-Cola bottles next to him. The bottles were stained with blood. The camera just captured it, and the two reporters looked at each other and had the same idea. It is indeed the Coke God of War. Ordinary bottled Coke, in the hands of the leader of the Coke cult, is a terrifying weapon comparable to a gun. Martin pulled out the clown's belt, tied his hands behind his back, untied his 2 shoelaces, and tied his thumbs and ankles. While doing this, more reporters came over. 7 or 8 reporters kept getting close to take pictures. After Martin finished doing this, he heard the sound of a submachine gun firing again. He reminded them from a distance, "Find a place to hide, life is important." The reporters subconsciously looked at the place where the gunshots were. A few crazy people ran over there. The sirens sounded wildly at this time. Martin didn't care about it. He asked the old driver, to go to the co-pilot, got on the driver's seat of the Escalade, and closed the door. As long as the gunman didn't use rockets or large caliber armor-piercing bullets, the car would be safe. Martin turned his head and looked back. Bruce's injured arm had been torn off the sleeve, and Nicholson assisted in bandaging the wound with the bandage in the car. "How is it?" Martin asked. Bruce said, "It's just a flesh wound, a bullet bite, nothing but pain." Martin looked at his right arm again to make sure there was no problem, and joked, "Old Bruce, you're old." Bruce said, "I was too tired last night." Seeing that no one was in trouble, Nicholson's troublemaker nature returned and asked, "Old Bruce, how many did you do last night?" Bruce shook his head and sighed, "2 sisters." Nicholson patted his good shoulder. "Your injury is not unfair." The sirens and the sirens of the ambulance were getting louder and louder. Suddenly, gunshots rang out again. In addition to the gunshots of the submachine gun, Martin also heard other gunshots. With his familiarity with guns, it was not difficult to distinguish that there were M4 and Glock 17 shootings. The gunshots were rapid, like a bunch of people couldn't wait to empty the magazines. In less than half a minute, the gunshots stopped completely. Martin couldn't help but guess that the gunman with the submachine gun had probably become a hornet's nest. Many media reporters ran over there. Martin finally had time to look around the Dolby Theater. The theater entrance was in a mess, with many people lying on the ground, groaning and howling in pain, and God knows how many people were injured. Among them, the white on the red carpet was so eye-catching. The blood-red flowers blooming on the white suit would be hard not to attract attention. Martin's cell phone rang at this time, and it was Nolan calling. As soon as he answered the phone, he heard Nolan anxiously ask, "Martin, is that you?" Martin said, "It's me, don't worry, I'm fine." Nolan was obviously relieved. "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Hurry up and find a safe place to hide." "I'm hiding in the car. The car is bulletproof." Martin asked again, "What's the situation over there?" Nolan looked around and said, "Most people are here. Only Christian Bale and Vin Diesel are missing for the time being." Martin reminded, "I didn't see Bale, Vin Diesel." "Chris, you and Emma should be mentally prepared. Vin Diesel was shot just 30 meters away from me. There is no movement. The situation is unclear now. I dare not get out of the car." Nolan was shocked at first, and then said, "Don't get out of the car. Safety is important." The two hung up the phone, and Martin received a call from Lily and Elizabeth. Nicholson, who was behind, also received a call from Leonardo. Martin said a few words, and quickly sent a tweet, "It's safe for now, waiting for rescuers to come." The premiere of The Dark Knight Rises turned into a disaster scene. There was no more gunshots. The LAPD of the brigade drove in one after another to control the situation at the scene and search for the murderer who might have escaped. Martin saw an acquaintance jumping out of the car and shouted, "Lynch." The police inspector also saw Martin and rushed over immediately. Seeing the blood on Martin's hands and body, as well as the bullet marks on the Escalade behind Martin, he quickly asked, "Martin, are you okay?" Martin glanced at the blood on his body and said, "It's just a superficial injury at most, but my manager Bruce was shot. Please help arrange an ambulance as soon as possible." Lynch immediately pressed the intercom and asked the rescuers to rush over. Martin pointed to the other side of the Escalade and said, "There was a gunman who passed by the car and was knocked unconscious by me. The person should not be dead. Please ask someone to find the reporters at the scene for the specific situation." Many people took pictures. Lynch finally heard a good news among a series of bad news. He quickly notified his superiors and followed Martin. Going around the front of the car, Lynch found the tied gunman with blood all over his head and Coca-Cola bottles scattered around. It was obvious that Martin had used the special weapon of the Coca-Cola cult leader to knock down the gunman. Lynch was not surprised at this. Several police officers followed and dealt with the surviving gunman. Martin pointed to the bottom of the car, where the M79 submachine gun was still. LAPD's top boss McClane rushed to the scene and rushed over as soon as he got the news from Martin. Lynch was leading people to deal with the scene. Martin and McClane have always had a good personal relationship. Standing by the car, he pointed to a place more than 20 meters away. The first gunman who fired the gun should be nearby. The flash of the reporter affected my vision at the time, and I couldn't see it clearly. Later, he pulled out a gun and shot, shooting down many fans and Vin Diesel, who was walking on the red carpet. Vin Diesel? When McClane heard this, he knew that there was an even bigger trouble in this extremely troublesome incident. There were too many people who fell at the scene. The first paramedics who arrived were helping Bruce with his injuries. There were not enough people to deal with other people for the time being. Martin pointed to the eye-catching white on the red carpet. There, he added. The gunman later shot at me, and old Bruce was shot. I got in the car, found an opportunity to fight back, and shot him dead. There were many reporters at the scene, and someone might have taken pictures. Well done. McClane looked at Martin's Escalade. The potholes and bullet holes were shocking. If this was an ordinary car, the people in the car would be seriously injured if not dead. He said to Martin, "Go to the hospital first, and the rest will be discussed after you check it out." Martin didn't hesitate to nod and said, "Just call me if you need me." A large number of paramedics rushed over, and Martin, Bruce and Nicholson followed them to walk out of the traffic jam and got on the ambulance. Chapter 781. Others stockpile food. I stockpile guns. In the hospital ward, Bruce was placed on the bed. Martin, who had changed his clothes, sat on a chair and looked at a purple scar on his hand. "When did you get hurt?" Nicholson asked after changing his shirt. Martin shook his head. "I don't know either." He sighed again. "Fortunately, I came to the hospital quickly. The injury examination showed that I was injured. If it was slower, the scar would have disappeared." Bruce raised his left hand and gave Martin a middle finger. "You bastard are laughing at me." Martin said confidently, "I'm stating a fact." Bruce's injury was not serious. The bullet did not hurt the bone. He only had 6 stitches. He will be fine after resting for a while. Nicholson turned on the TV in the ward and switched to CNN News. As expected, CNN, which is known for reporting news in a timely manner, has driven the TV live broadcast car to the Dolby Theater. According to the latest information we have learned, a gunman disguised himself as a fan and sneaked into the premiere. He suddenly opened fire at the end of the red carpet. From what we have seen so far, at least 10 people were killed and dozens were injured. The female reporter held the headset and listened for a while, then said, "Now let me interrupt for the latest news. There were 3 gunmen, 2 of whom were shot dead, and 1 was captured after being injured. A photographer captured the scene and we are coordinating the broadcast." While CNN, which is known for its speed and accuracy, was still urgently discussing related video news, the homepage of TMZ, the internet's top entertainment gossip website, had already posted more than a dozen videos shot on the spot. Without any editing, Jody directly posted the videos shot by his subordinates and the videos he bought on the homepage of the website. The number of views of TMZ exploded. Martin didn't pay attention to these for the time being because he heard a mess in the corridor and went to check the situation. As a result, he saw Nolan and Emma Thomas. He quickly opened the door and came out and saw Emma Thomas' arm fell around her neck and asked, "Emma, are you hurt?" Emma Thomas forced a smile. "I fell after running into the Dolby Theater and I fractured some bones." Martin nodded, glanced at Nolan, and seeing that he was not injured, he said, "It was a terrible night." "Yeah, the premiere was messed up." Nolan thought of the movie first. "The Dark Knight Rises will definitely be affected by this incident, and we don't know what will happen later." Martin comforted, "This is not an incident like 9/11. North American movie audiences have always been broad-minded, and the movie won't be affected too much." Nolan and Emma Thomas went in to visit Bruce. After coming out, Nolan asked Emma to rest first and talk to Martin alone. "Maybe there are some things you don't know. Christian Bale is also in this hospital. He was shot, and a big hole opened on his buttocks. When he fell on the steps, he hit his nose and fractured it. He needs to recuperate for a long time." He had a bad impression of Bale, so he didn't have much sympathy. Instead, he said, "The Batman actor was injured at the premiere. Not only will he not be able to participate in the promotion later, but it will also bring a lot of negative news. Bale is almost equivalent to Batman during the release of this movie." Martin understood what this meant. The reality of the actor affects the film, and the film affects the actor himself. Hollywood can't avoid it. Many big-name actors who play positive roles will even write into their contracts how many punches they can get in a movie. Nolan thought of some solutions, but he was not sure. Vin Diesel, who played Bane, has passed away. I think the subsequent publicity can focus more on Vin Diesel, such as holding various memorial activities, and hyping up some of his news, such as how much he has contributed to the role of Bane. I also plan to add a special subtitle to pay tribute and mourn to Vin Diesel at the end of the film. Martin looked at Nolan and suddenly thought of The Dark Knight in his previous life. He was indeed a top movie marketing master. He had no psychological burden about this and said, after such a thing happened, it would be abnormal if the crew did not mourn Vin Diesel. They would definitely be attacked by media opinions. It is natural for the crew to publicly mourn Vin Diesel. Nolan immediately became confident in his idea. You are absolutely right. The crew must mourn Vin Diesel and must vigorously promote Vin Diesel so that fans all over the world know how much effort Vin Diesel has put into this film. He suddenly felt that the dead Vin Diesel might be more useful to the film than the living Vin Diesel. Nolan said something to Martin and left in a hurry. On the way, he called Daniel and asked him to meet as soon as possible. Martin returned to the ward and found that Lily, Elizabeth, Lorraine and Leonardo had all rushed over. Several people talked about the incident that had just happened for a while, and the LAPD came to the door. Martin, Bruce and Nicholson took statements respectively. The Los Angeles police also collected enough videos and pictures and questioned too many people who escaped from the scene, so they had a very clear understanding of the whole incident. Martin said whatever he wanted to say and recounted everything he saw and heard. After finishing the statement, he came out of the separate room and McClane was waiting outside. After such a tragedy, shouldn't the leading figure of the LAPD stay at the scene? McClane shook hands with Martin, went to a deserted place, and said, if you hadn't acted in time, there might have been more casualties. Each of the three gunmen prepared 4 magazines. Martin said, I almost died, and Old Bull was shot. You saw the Escalade, it was riddled with bullets. If the car wasn't bulletproof, my worst case scenario would be lying in a hospital bed. McClane said, what happened today will put the LAPD under tremendous pressure. Can you cooperate with the LAPD? We've been friends for many years. Please tell me if you have anything to say. Martin said vaguely at first. McClane said, keep a low profile. Try not to accept interviews, and don't hype this in the media. I won't do anything, except go to the scene to mourn tomorrow. Martin pondered for a moment and said, on the premise that your public relations should not involve me as much as possible. Of course not. Too many people died in this incident. After McClane received the report on the gunman, he had a plan. The 3 gunmen are all crazy, and they are all typical antisocial personalities. Martin was surprised. Do you understand the situation? According to the captured gunmen, there are 3 of them in total. The organizer is James Holmes, a madman who worships clowns and believes that society is degenerating. McClane briefly described the situation of the 3 people. After listening, Martin felt that he didn't need to say anything because so many reporters took videos and photos, and he didn't need to stand out to hype. There is no harm in keeping a low profile at this time. McClane said again, what about Warner Brothers? Martin told the truth. My relationship with Warner Brothers is very sensitive. If I speak rashly, it's hard to say what direction things will develop. McClane nodded and said, I'll contact you if there's anything. I represent the LAPD. Thank you. Martin said, old friend, you're welcome. I have to go back to the scene now, so I won't say more to you. McClane left in a hurry. This incident put McClane under great pressure. The only good news that can be considered slightly good, apart from Martin's side, is that among the 3 gunmen, only one has been living in Los Angeles for a long time, and the other 2 are all from other states. This news will soon be leaked to the media. Los Angeles can't be embarrassed alone, of course. A few good friends should be dragged along. Bruce and Nicholson's statements were also completed, and the group reunited in Bruce's ward. Leonardo was browsing his phone, watching the video of the shooting, and slapping his thigh. I actually missed it. I actually missed such a dangerous thing. He looked at Martin. I should hand you the gun to load the bullets. Before Martin could say anything, Elizabeth said first, no, I hope you never have to hand Martin the gun to load the bullets. Nicholson said, who could have expected this to happen? Three antisocial lunatics actually started a shooting at the premiere. Lily muttered, "Isn't America always like this?" In recent years, the number of shootings has increased wildly. She grew up in the slums of Atlanta and saw too much. "I grew up in the sound of gunfire. People die of gunshots or drug abuse near the community every day." Martin said, "Living in America, you can never avoid dealing with guns. Everyone protects themselves." Nicholson suddenly asked, "Do you know which aspect is most affected after every large-scale shooting?" Elizabeth replied, calling for a gun ban. No. Nicholson had experienced a lot of bad things in his life after every shooting that shocked the whole United States. Gun sales will skyrocket. Others have guns and you don't. Will you panic? If you meet an unreliable neighbor who still has a gun and you don't have a gun, can you sleep at night? Martin suddenly thought of a sentence he had read on the internet in his previous life and said, "When encountering a social crisis, neighbors hoard food, and I hoard guns." Lily rolled her eyes. "Cheryl Theron and the Stewart family next door should be careful." Leonardo said, "At this time, many people think that the end of the world is coming soon. It seems that I have to hoard a batch of guns." Lily said, "Your shooting skills are very bad, and hoarding guns will also benefit others." She and Elizabeth were deliberately joking to eliminate Martin's possible psychological burden as much as possible. Of course, Martin did not have any psychological burden. The gunman he shot dead used a submachine gun to shoot at them, and Old Bull almost died. Emptying the magazine was just a basic operation. After a few people chatted for a while, people from Warner Brothers and DC Films came again to communicate with Martin and Nicholson about subsequent public relations matters. The shooting caused heavy casualties. At around 10 p.m., preliminary statistics showed that the shooting left 22 people dead and 97 injured. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 782 Hollywood is Innocent. That night, public opinion exploded. TV news broadcast related content 24 hours a day, and the top search on the internet was all about this incident. Because the incident happened at the movie premiere, many reporters kept filming, leaving too many videos and pictures. These have become the focus of the audience, especially the part about Martin. Martin himself doesn't need to come out to do anything or say anything. As the live video was exposed, Cadillac and Coca-Cola also took action, bought videos from relevant reporters, and continued to take action in the media and on the internet. The video content is very clear. Escalade saved Martin's life, and Coca-Cola once again became a key weapon. So, Martin just needs to remain silent. There are enough related parties to let the world know what he did. From traditional media to the internet, public opinion about Martin is almost all positive, and it has been screened on Twitter, YouTube and TMZ. This time, Martin saved countless lives. If Martin had not killed one gunman and knocked down another, the number of casualties would definitely have doubled. In the video, Martin also brushed shoulders with death, but he did not hide in the bulletproof car and tremble, but stood up again. At the same time, another piece of news was also flooding the screen. Family Man leader Vin Diesel died in a shooting. Vin Diesel's agency and family have confirmed this. The whole network is mourning Vin Diesel. Farewell, Dom. Your heroic figure will always live in my heart. I will always love you and miss you. Thank you for bringing us so much joy. May there be no shootings in heaven. A new voice about Vin Diesel soon appeared on the internet. Go watch Vin Diesel's new movie and commemorate him. Vin Diesel is a movie actor, and the best way to commemorate him is to watch his movie. The whole network knows that Vin Diesel's new movie is The Dark Knight Rises. The official website of the film was very quick to change to black and white after the attack, and put a photo of Vin Diesel in a prominent position. This is a tragedy. Our hearts are with Vin Diesel's family. The cleaned entrance of the Dolby Theater was filled with photos of 22 victims, including several security guards and 2 LAPD, but Vin Diesel occupied the most prominent position. At 10:30 in the morning, several black cars stopped at the intersection. Martin, Nicholson and Leonardo, dressed in black, got out of a black Cadillac. each holding a bouquet of flowers, and walked towards the entrance of the Dolby Theatre. In a car behind, Nolan and Emma Thomas got out of the car one after another, also holding flowers, and followed. All the reporters around gathered here. Hundreds of bouquets of flowers have been piled up at the entrance of the Dolby Theatre, and some fans lit candles and placed posters of films that Vin Diesel had starred in the past. Nicholson was not interested in Vin Diesel, so he chose the location where the girl's photo was and put down the flowers in his hand. Martin and Leonardo put the flowers aside. When Nolan and Emma Thomas came over, the 5 people bowed their heads in silence without saying a word. "May God be with you." The 3 bastards walked back first and refused to accept any interviews. Nolan and Emma Thomas fell behind. This was also communicated before coming here. The Nolans will accept interviews. They want to cry for Van Diesel, Mrs. Good Times on the crew, and arouse the longing of American fans for this movie star. But there are also reporters who have been following Martin and his friends. The 3 people are silent, but it does not mean that there is no news. The photos are in the reporters' cameras, the pens are in their hands, the keyboards are clacking, and eye-catching news will naturally appear. Composing based on pictures is the basic skill of reporters. A middle-aged woman accompanied a girl about 15 years old, holding flowers and walking towards the entrance of the Dolby Theatre. The girl looked up and saw Martin and said something to the middle-aged woman and suddenly ran towards Martin. She ran to Martin, touched her red eyes, and asked, "Martin, can I say a few words to you?" Martin nodded with a heavy face. The girl said, "I was here last night, right in front of the Dolby Theatre, when the accident happened. I thought I was dead, but I survived. I saw the news last night and found out that you saved me." Martin opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Instead, he lowered his head. "You have tried your best. You almost lost your life to protect us." The girl stepped forward and said, "Can I hug you?" Martin nodded his chin slightly. The girl hugged Martin hard and said loudly, "Martin Davis, you have contributed the power of an American hero. You are not just a hero in a movie, you are a real hero with flesh and blood. Thank you." Martin said hoarsely, "May God bless us." He obviously didn't want to say more. He lowered his head and followed Nicholson and Leonardo to the parking lot on the side of the road. The girl and her mother kept watching Martin's back. The people around him also saluted Martin's back. After getting in the car, closing the door, and drawing the curtain, Nicholson breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Such a serious occasion is not suitable for me." Leonardo said, "Whether this incident originated from the Joker or not, it will not have a big negative impact on you." Martin said, "As long as the personality does not collapse, it's fine." Nicholson opened the curtain and looked outside. The Noves were still being interviewed. He patted the driver's seat and said, "Let's go." Martin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, checked the time and turned on the car radio. After waiting for a few minutes, the President Guanhe severely condemned the terrorist attack at the White House's regular press conference and announced that the entire United States would fly half-mast to mourn. At noon that day, the Los Angeles police held a press conference on the shooting. The identities of the 3 gunmen and other detailed information were announced at the meeting. It was said that the initiator James Holmes had a serious schizophrenia tendency. The LAPD searched the gunman Bob's house and found information related to Middle Eastern terrorists. It was suspected that this was an attack involving international terrorists. The Los Angeles police are also trying their best to relieve their own pressure. But public opinion on the internet is completely different. Too many photos and videos were taken at the scene, many of which captured the appearance of the gunman. All 3 gunmen were clowns. Voices imitating the clown's crime spread wildly. The clown, who had already been elevated to a certain height, was on the road to true deification. Inevitably, there were voices in the media criticizing The Dark Knight Rises, saying that the film should be delayed. But Warner Bros. Spent a lot of money on publicity and promotion. Once the release is postponed, at least half of the publicity and promotion costs will be wasted. It is impossible to let the movie pay for the violence in American society. As long as this point is touched, all of Hollywood will automatically unite. Naturally, relevant experts serving Hollywood will come out to prove the innocence of Hollywood movies. After conducting relevant tests on the surviving gunman, an authority in psychology and psychiatry accepted an interview with the media and said, "Such a tragedy has a lot to do with the suspect's unhealthy personality. He can't distinguish between virtual and reality." Another sociologist questioned in the media, "If we ban all movies and TV works, will there be similar violent incidents in society?" Looking back at the history before the birth of movies, the answer is obvious. Warner Brothers propaganda has always been focused on Vin Diesel. First, Charles Roven announced in an interview that he would dedicate The Dark Knight Rises to Vin Diesel, and the legend will be immortal. Then Nolan's interview was exposed. "I was devastated when I received the bad news. Vin Diesel is an amazing person. He is funny, easygoing and compassionate." With the financial support of Warner Brothers, various activities to commemorate Vin Diesel have sprung up across the United States. Even from the media to public opinion, everyone has forgotten that the real male lead is Christian Bale. When Fast and Furious 5 was at its peak, Vin Diesel's popularity in the United States was less than half of what it is now. Universal Studios, the headquarters of Universal Pictures. Neil Moritz, the producer of Fast and Furious 6, read several newspapers in a row, and they were all full of reports about Vin Diesel. A troublemaker who was extremely difficult to deal with on the set, has now become a moral role model in Hollywood in the eyes of the media. Those bastards at Warner Brothers are actually trying to steal our resources. Neil Moritz could of course see the commercial operation behind the so-called commemoration, and said to director Justin Lin, "The most important thing to Vin Diesel is the Fast and Furious series. Even if he dies, we should be the ones commemorating him, not Warner Brothers." Justin Lin was also very dissatisfied with Warner Brothers. "Warner Brothers launched a series of commemorative activities without even saying hello to us." Fortunately, Vin Diesel's scenes in The Crew had all been filmed, so Neil Moritz didn't have to worry about the filming problem. He said, "We also want to commemorate Vin Diesel and let the whole world know that Vin Diesel's last movie is Fast and Furious 6. He frowned. "Our film won't be released until next year, and by then it will be a rehash, and the effect won't be as good as it is now." Justin Lin suddenly had an idea and said, "We can make a special, and the entire crew will commemorate Vin Diesel as a family. Don't forget, we have been building the concept of lumberjack in the film. We are a real big family." He had directed MTV before. The crew can also invite someone to create a song that is appropriate and popular, so that even if the movie can only be released next year, the song can awaken the fans' nostalgia for him. Neil Moritz thought for a while and said, "Okay, I'll ask someone to do it right away. A star, or a heavyweight star actor, has countless surplus value to be used, even if he is dead." Warner Pictures' strategy of using the dead as the focus of pre-screening publicity soon showed results. Although a tragedy occurred at the world premiere, The Dark Knight Rises still opened on time in North America as planned. Under the influence of a series of unfavorable conditions, The Dark Knight Rises still earned $176 million in the first 3 days of North America's weekend. It has achieved great commercial success. The reputation of the film has dropped a lot compared to The Dark Knight, and the Joker only has a few insignificant minutes in the film. In the eyes of fans, these few minutes also beat Batman and Poison Bane. Many viewers paid for tickets for The Dark Knight Rises, but those who watched it all missed the Joker. Martin's version of the Joker. Chapter 783, The Clown Becomes a God. If The Dark Knight Rises is evaluated separately, it is also a commercial film with a score of more than 80 points, but many things are afraid of comparison. With The Dark Knight in front, it is difficult for fans and the media not to compare the two films together. The column of Variety directly pointed out, the two films are obviously different, and the biggest difference comes from the characters. Batman is still Batman, but Bane has no villain magic like the Joker. After the release of this new Batman movie, we look back and find that the Joker created by Martin is more than a classic. The Hollywood Reporter bluntly said, "We have no disrespect for Vin Diesel. The role of Bane he created is also excellent, but Bane pales in front of the perfect villain Joker created by Martin." Given that Vin Diesel is gone, the comments in the media are relatively mild and retain basic empathy. But in the mouths of fans of the Batman trilogy, it is different. Fans are sometimes very forgetful. They mourn what should be mourned, and they naturally have to say what they are dissatisfied with. One of them has been widely recognized. Martin's Joker can make the whole United States riot, make people imitate and create chaos, and make people crazy enough to start a massacre. Can Bane do it? In any future Batman movie, Martin's Joker will be a topic that villains cannot avoid. After Martin, there will be no Joker. In the past, we gave Martin's Joker in The Dark Knight a high evaluation, but looking back today, we find that the past praise is far from enough. Martin has created a godlike character. Similar statements are deeply rooted in people's minds on the internet. There are more people dressed up as clowns wandering around on the streets and in theaters across the United States. Cases of clown robberies and $0 purchases have never stopped in recent years. Since the 2008 economic crisis, the economic development of the United States has slowed down, and the upper class has been constantly cutting leaks from the middle and lower classes. The middle and lower classes are getting more and more difficult, and the channels for social advancement are getting tighter and tighter. Not only the three gunmen, many people have fantasized about becoming the Joker. The shooting at the premiere, Vin Diesel's Bane and the two Batman movies, plus the general environment in North America, these messy factors together made Martin's Joker truly a god on the internet. Especially the shooting incident, which really elevated the Joker to the level of faith. It is impossible for a society like America to ban the Joker. If it really does this, Warner and the whole of Hollywood will explode. At Warner Studios, Martin entered the Interstellar studio and went to the reception room to wait for a while. Nolan had something urgent to do and would not come until later. Martin picked up his phone and checked Twitter. Maybe because of the shooting incident, many Twitter accounts of the main actors of Fast and Furious appeared on his side. Among them was Paul Walker. Martin clicked on it and saw that Paul Walker's latest tweet was to commemorate Vin Diesel. The picture was a photo of him and Vin Diesel in Fast and Furious with the text, "There is one more real angel beside God." After reading it, Martin felt a particularly strong sense of contrast. In his previous life, he often saw Vin Diesel commemorating Paul Walker. Maybe he will often see Paul Walker commemorating Vin Diesel in the future. Martin followed Paul Walker's Twitter account. There are also Twitter accounts of several other leading actors, such as Dwayne Johnson, Michelle Rodriguez, Gal Gadot and Jason Statham, etc. Then there is a prompt message, but Dwayne Johnson and Gal Gadot also follow his Twitter. Nolan came back at this time and smiled at Martin. The crew had something urgent to do. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Martin put away his phone. "I just got here." Nolan asked, "Is Bruce recovering well from his injury?" "Nothing serious. Martin came here this time because he got a message. I heard that Warner Brothers intends to let you control the entire DC superhero movie plan." Nolan nodded. "Kevin Tsujihara and DC chairman Hamada did talk to me, but I refused. This job. How should I put it? The Dark Knight Rises may be my last comic book superhero movie, although it is not perfect." He deliberately joked, "I didn't expect that the Joker, who has been deified on the internet and among movie fans, would become the reason for this Batman to be criticized." Martin laughed and said, "It's mainly because you wrote a good script. You used the lens to give the Joker life, making him a character with a complete evil concept and causing great terror. Everyone likes to hear good words, and Nolan is no exception." He said, "I gave the Joker life, but you gave the Joker a soul." Martin deliberately asked, "Are we flattering each other commercially?" Nolan said very seriously, "This is called like-mindedness." They both laughed at the same time. Nolan returned to the previous topic. "I recommended Zack Snyder to Warner, the director of 300 and Watchmen." Martin knew Zack Snyder of course, and asked, "Does DC have any new plans?" Nolan said, "Abandon Green Lantern and start again with Superman." Seeing that Martin was so concerned about the DC series, he guessed and asked, "Do you have any ideas about the DC superhero universe?" Martin said directly, "The popularity of the Joker character is super high. As long as DC movies continue to be made, the popularity of the Joker will not decrease. We can make an independent Joker movie." Nolan understood what Martin meant. In the future, whenever a DC superhero movie is released, the villains in it will inevitably be pulled out by the media and fans for a comprehensive comparison with the Joker. The Joker does have the conditions to be an independent film. Nolan was a little skeptical. The only problem is that he is a supervillain. He laughed. In the current situation, villains are not a problem. Martin agreed. For the Joker, the audience will not care whether he is a villain or not, but the plot must be outstanding, the character must have style, and meet the audience's expectations. This is the key. Nolan asked, "It seems that you have thought about it carefully." Martin nodded slightly. In The Dark Knight, the Joker has a large number of loyal subordinates. Although the plot has been explained, it is not explained in detail. There is also why the Joker became the Joker. Regardless of the plot of the comics, the audience will still be curious about the psychological changes of this version of the Joker. Nolan pondered for a moment and asked, "Shall we jointly promote this project? This version of the Joker was born from your movie." Martin has been paying attention to public opinion and online trends. When he felt that the time was right, he first found Nolan. The two are still working together, and this project cannot be left without Nolan. Nolan said very happily, "Let's push Warner and DC to start this project together. You are familiar with Daniel, and Warner Pictures will be left to you. I will go to talk to the people at DC Films, and there shouldn't be any problems." Martin looked at his watch and said, "Chris, I won't waste your time. When I go out later, I'll just go to Daniel's office." Nolan said, "I have an appointment with Hamada and Zack Snyder of DC to discuss things tomorrow. I will emphasize it then." Martin said goodbye and left, drove an electric car to the back door of the Warner building, called Daniel, and then went straight to his office. Daniel's secretary was waiting at the door of the office. When Martin arrived, he quickly took him in. "You rarely come to me recently." Daniel came forward to shake hands and said, "Warner Pictures is your old friend." Martin said, "So, I came to ask my old friend for help." Daniel immediately asked, "Are there any film projects to cooperate on? Have you paid attention to the recent public opinion situation about the Joker?" Martin didn't need to beat around the bush at all. He didn't go to see God because of the role of the Joker. The Joker who was deified was the Joker he played, not the character in the comics. If Warner and DC wanted to make a Joker movie, they couldn't get around him and Nolan. Daniel is also an old filmmaker, and he understood what Martin meant as soon as he heard it, and asked, "Do you want to promote a movie about the Joker?" Martin said, "Director Nolan and I want to promote a personal movie about the Joker." This was exactly what Daniel expected. Ever since the media revealed that 3 people dressed up as clowns in the shooting at the premiere, the role of the Joker has been automatically elevated by countless fans, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the god of clowns. But he also had his doubts. "Martin, the Joker is indeed very popular, and this popularity can even last for 3 to 5 years. But I don't know if you have noticed one thing, the Joker is praised too much." Daniel cited a recent example. The Dark Knight Rises received a lot of bad reviews, which is not unrelated to the fact that The Dark Knight raised the expectations of many people. This is what I think. Martin was well prepared. He selectively repeated what he said to Nolan, and added a few sentences. Filming and making movies, from one peak to another, is very difficult, so we don't try to climb another peak, but turn around and go back to focus the plot on the process of why the Joker became the Joker. Daniel said, "The story before The Dark Knight, a prequel movie?" Martin responded, "Yes, it's a prequel movie to The Dark Knight, a history of the Joker's evolution. In this way, we are starting from a very low new starting point to climb the current peak called the Joker." Daniel laughed. "Good idea." After he took office, he also needed results, and hurriedly said, "Martin, this project will be jointly promoted by you, Director Nolan and Warner Pictures. How about it?" Martin did not have the copyright. Of course he would not refuse, and replied, "No problem." Daniel restrained his smile and said seriously, "I will have someone prepare relevant materials today to promote the project as soon as possible, but the Joker involves DC, and according to the procedure, DC must approve it before the project can be approved." Martin said, "I will not go to DC, you and Chris are enough." Daniel nodded. "Wait for our good news." Martin achieved his goal and left Warner Pictures soon. As for the script and director, they will have to wait until DC Films and Warner Pictures approve the project. Chapter 784 Gossip Master. In the hospital ward, the Latin nurse helped Bruce pack his luggage and looked at him reluctantly, as if she didn't want him to leave. The door opened at this time, and Martin came in from outside, stuffed a stack of documents into the bag at the door, and said, "The discharge procedures are completed." Bruce put on his coat and went to get the suitcase. The Latin nurse took the opportunity to take out a note and stuffed it into Bruce's pocket, whispering, "My contact information." Martin couldn't help but look at the nurse more. Her hips were very wide and her buttocks were particularly raised, a typical hot Latin girl style. Bruce pretended that nothing happened, pulled the suitcase to the door, and urged Martin, "Let's go. What are you staying here for?" Martin picked up the bag and followed. As soon as Bruce opened the door of the ward, he saw a woman standing opposite. This woman had blonde hair that fell to her shoulders, delicate makeup, and a tall and slender figure. She would be considered very beautiful even in Hollywood. The only flaw was that her front and back curves were slightly flat. "Hi, Martin." Jody greeted Martin first, then looked at Bruce. "You didn't even call me when you were discharged from the hospital." Bruce said, "It's just a small matter. You are busy with work." Jody took the suitcase from Bruce's hand. "Don't carry heavy objects when your injury is not fully healed yet." Martin scratched his head after hearing this. Jody pulled the suitcase. Martin carried the bag, and Bruce went downstairs empty-handed. When they arrived at the underground parking lot, Jody stopped and said, "Martin, I want old Bruce to stay with me for a few days and wait until his injury is almost healed and then work for you." Martin would not make a decision for Bruce on such matters. Bruce still said in the same tone, "My injury is healed and you don't need to take care of me." Jody's eyes suddenly turned to Martin. Martin thought Jody wanted him to persuade Bruce, so he simply pretended not to see it. But Bruce understood what Jody meant and couldn't help coughing. Jody said softly, "Can I take care of you for one night?" Martin realized at this time that there seemed to be a light bulb here. He threw his bag to Bruce and said, "I have something to do, so I'm leaving first." Bruce had no choice but to follow Jody into her car. Jody started the car only after Martin drove a brand new Escalade out of the underground parking lot. Bruce moved his arms slightly. "It's agreed that I'll stay at your place for one night." Jody showed an inexplicable smile. "Old Bruce, I will definitely take good care of you." Bruce felt that the situation was not good. "I'm a wounded person. You don't need to exert any strength or move." Jody drove out. "My recent fitness has been mainly squats." Bruce's eyes swept over from the driver's seat and said, "I don't see any effect." Jody said hatefully, "This thing is too big. How can it be beautiful?" Bruce told the truth. "The pelvis won't hurt." Jody was so angry that he didn't want to talk. How many people envied his good figure? After leaving the hospital parking lot, Martin received a call from Thomas and went directly to the WMA headquarters in Century City. Entering Thomas' office, in addition to Thomas, there was a woman with long straight black hair. "Hi, Martin, I'm Clara." The red slim dress particularly highlighted Clara's figure, and her curves were so hot that they seemed to burst at any time. "I came to Los Angeles immediately after signing with WMA." Martin nodded slightly, shook her hand, and said politely, "Welcome to Los Angeles." Thomas' former assistant Natasha interrupted, "I'm Clara's agent now." Martin looked at Clara. "Can you sing and dance?" "I'm good at singing and dancing. This is the basic skill of an artist over there." After Clara signed with WMA, she felt like she had entered heaven, because compared with the agency contract over there, this one is more than loose. For the first time, the agency can only sign for 1 year, and the agency commission is no more than 10%. This was something she had never dared to imagine before. Martin said to Natasha, "Take her to Disney Studios tomorrow morning. The La La Land crew is looking for a casting director. They also need a few minority actors who are good at singing and dancing." "Okay, we'll go there early tomorrow morning." Natasha winked at Clara. "We'll go first." Clara was not a newcomer in the entertainment industry. Although she had something else to say, she held back and followed Natasha out of the office. Natasha looked at the time and said, "There are still many things to deal with today. Where do you live? Do you need to rent a house? Also, go for a physical examination." Clara had studied in the United States before and could speak fluent English. "I have rented a house in advance. Let's go for a physical examination first." This kind of thing is very common in the entertainment industry there. In the office, Martin and Thomas chatted for a few words about the Joker project. Both of them were mentally prepared. With the management team of Warner Brothers, there might be some twists and turns. 10 minutes later, Georgia, the marketing director of Cadillac in Los Angeles, entered Thomas' office. He shook hands with Martin and Thomas, took out the documents, and said, "There are two main things to do this time. One is to handle the handover procedures for the new car. Cadillac has provided Martin with 3 bulletproof cars this time, 2 of which are Escalades and 1 is a latest flagship sedan. The vehicles have been sent to Beverly Hills. Martin has received calls from Lily and Elizabeth. There is no problem with the car, and it has also been strengthened in terms of bulletproof performance. This is also one of the reasons why he did not consider the Tesla endorsement contract. Lithium batteries are relatively easy to explode." After Thomas carefully read the contract, Martin signed it. Georgia said, "Another thing, Cadillac wants to buy back the Escalade that was shot." No problem. Martin didn't care about such trivial matters. No need to buy it back. The car is currently with the LAPD. When they finish sampling, you can take it away at any time. Georgia said, "Okay, I will communicate with the LAPD and send the car back as soon as possible." He smiled and said, "This is an important publicity and marketing tool for high-end vehicles." First there was a collision, and then there was a shooting. The bulletproof car of the Escalade has been tested in actual combat. Not only Georgia, but the entire Cadillac feels that signing Martin as the global spokesperson is really worth it. With an annual endorsement fee of $16 million, there are only a few people in the world who can bring such an effect. Cadillac has already started discussing hiring Martin as Cadillac's lifetime spokesperson like Coca-Cola. After Georgia left, Martin also left the office. On the bench outside the door, Blake Lively, who was dressed very fashionably, was sitting and browsing her phone. Martin went over, sat next to her and asked, "What are you doing?" Blake said, "I just took a few selfies and prepared to post them on Twitter." She turned her phone over and faced the screen to Martin. "My Twitter and Instagram followers are both over 5 million. Martin gave her a thumbs up. "You're amazing." Blake shrugged. "Recently I discovered something. When I was dating you, I was always very successful. It was also during that time that I really became popular. After breaking up with you, my career stagnated. After Gossip Girl, I haven't had any works to show off. I can only rely on gossip and fashion to attract attention." Martin joked, "This path is also very promising. You can set up a team to operate social media, with fashion, fitness, and gossip as the main content, and become the #1 gossip queen in the United States." The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is attentive. Blake blinked and said, "Gossip queen? It seems that this idea is not bad." She put her arm around Martin's arm and pleaded in a delicate voice, "Take a selfie with me. Let me borrow it, okay?" Martin said, "Don't go too far." Blake turned on the camera on her phone. Half of her body leaned on Martin, her head tilted towards Martin, and smiled brightly. "Cheese." Martin smiled in cooperation. Blake looked at the photo she took and said, "Not pretty enough. Try again." After taking 4 photos in a row, she finally got a satisfactory photo. She quickly uploaded the photo and posted a tweet with a message. "My ex-boyfriend gave me a nickname, the Gossip Queen. Should I accept it?" After Blake posted it, she said to Martin, "Please help me forward it." When Martin forwarded it, she posted it on Instagram. But in a short moment, Blake received a lot of replies. She didn't reply and continued to talk to Martin. "Come to my place in the evening. I live alone now." Martin shook his head. "I'll go home in a while." Blake understood. "My girlfriend is at home, not on a business trip." Martin said, "You know a lot. Elizabeth and I were both witnesses of the Burbank Middle School incident." Blake said as he recalled, "She was still a little girl at that time. She stretched. I originally thought she would enter the entertainment industry, but I didn't expect her to go to the business circle to work hard. She is a major shareholder of the clothing brand The Row and the Macu brand The Plus Mannei. Martin casually said, "Maybe she doesn't want to be in the same circle with me." Blake said, "Maybe if you can't see it, just pretend it doesn't exist." She quickly changed the subject. "Last time in Boston, you said you would help me find a suitable role." Martin thought for a while and said, wait a little longer, or make a cameo in John Wick 3. There are two heavyweight female characters in it. One of them is a dog lover like Jonathan, and the other is very cool. Maybe you will like it. You know chat, you can go to Disney Studios to find him for an audition. I'll go over and take a look tomorrow. Blake had Chad's contact information, but she was curious about what Martin was waiting for. What are you asking me to wait for? Martin pointed to her iPhone. Manage your social media accounts well and become a real gossip queen. When you have enough real fans on social media, it shouldn't be difficult to find a suitable absolutely female subject. Blake pondered for a moment and felt it made sense. She stood up and said, I'll talk to my agent and set up a professional team to operate social media as soon as possible. She had just taken 2 steps out when she hurried back and whispered in Martin's ear, how about we go to the bathroom? Martin held her face and pushed her back. Let's talk about it another day. Let's get down to business. Chapter 785, Forcing Warner. Davis Manor, in the living room of the villa. Lily sat at the workbench, sketching on a palm-sized piece of obsidian, concentrating on her work. Elizabeth curled up her legs on the couch, sliding her fingers on the iPad, flipping through work emails. Martin lay next to her, resting his head on Elizabeth's soft thighs, taking the file directory next to him, and reading it carefully. This was taken from Thomas, the script and film project that Warner Pictures specifically sent to Martin. Nolan and Daniel have communicated with DC Films about the Joker's independent film project. The reply from DC Films is that they will seriously consider it, but have not made a clear statement. Now that the Joker's popularity has skyrocketed, DC Films is actually considering making a separate film. Martin opened the catalog, and there was a project that Warner Pictures strongly recommended, a science fiction blockbuster, Jupiter Ascending. Martin looked at the information Thomas noted. Screenwriter, Wachowski siblings. Director, Wachowski siblings. Thomas also had other notes. This science fiction film is one of the key projects that Warner Pictures will create in the next few years. Martin didn't know what to say. Since the success of the Matrix trilogy, Warner Brothers has fallen into the Wachowski trap again and again, and still has mysterious confidence in these two people. Just like Hollywood is still investing in Ridley Scott's epic blockbuster. Old Ray made his money back with The Martian. After filming Prometheus this year, he is ready to dive into his favorite epic movie again. Martin received a script specially sent by Old Ray a few days ago. It is not the biography of Napoleon mentioned last time, but it is also a historical theme about the last legal duel in France. Of course, Old Ray has never thought of giving up the biography of Napoleon. Martin persuaded him twice, and then he didn't say anything. He used the excuse that he had never taken a costume drama and declined Old Ray's invitation again. The truth is that Martin has never filmed any historical drama since he entered Hollywood. The project after Jupiter Ascending is called Focus. It is a story about a swindler. Thomas also made a note that Will Smith is interested in the male lead of this project. Martin had some impression that, since he tried his best to support his son, Shi-Huan was seriously dragged down, and all the film projects of Shan Kang were pitfalls. So much so that a few years later, the once absolute C-position boss became one of the background characters in the movie poster. The last project, Warner Pictures is preparing to restart Blade Runner and shoot the sequel of this science fiction blockbuster. This is one of Ridley Scott's masterpieces. The production budget reached $30 million in the early 1980s, and it was a mess when it was released. But in the following 20 years, the reputation of the film gradually improved, and it was even regarded as a classic of science fiction films. With a long time to recover the cost, it finally achieved profitability. The most important thing is to win back the reputation. Martin has seen Blade Runner and the subsequent sequels, but he can't remember the specific plot. I remember that the male lead is Ryan Gosling, and the director seems to be Villeneuve, who directed Sicario. However, this project is just at the beginning of the planning stage. Martin thought carefully for a while, and reached up to touch it. Elizabeth looked down at him and said, "Don't touch me." Martin said, "I want my phone." Elizabeth gave him the phone. Martin called Thomas and asked him to pay attention to the sequel of Blade Runner. He wanted to read the script first, after it came out. Lily finished drawing the sketch and came over to lie down. Elizabeth saw that Martin had finished reading the document and threw it aside. She was angry at Martin and said, "Get up and go upstairs to play." Lily got up and pulled Martin up, deliberately asking, "What are you going to play?" Martin said, "I'll give you a baseball bat to play with." Lily thought of when they were in Atlanta. Martin often used a baseball bat to scare her, and she couldn't help but grin. "I will take revenge for everything you did to me before." Compared with these two childish ghosts, Elizabeth seemed mature and generous. She dragged one of them with one hand and walked upstairs. "Don't argue. Don't waste time." Lily immediately changed her target and said to Martin, "Tonight our main target is Liz. You can treat her as a baseball." Burbank, Warner Building. Hamada, co-chairman of DC Films, hurried into Kevin Tsujihira's office. Kevin Tsujihira was on the phone and asked Hamada to sit down and wait for a while. After 5 or 6 minutes, Kevin Tsujihira hung up the phone, looked at the other side, and asked, "You said there was something important. What is it?" Hamada said, "Regarding the DC superhero movie, Daniel and Christopher Nolan recently mentioned a project to me, wanting to shoot an independent movie of Joker. The company that was most affected by the shooting incident some time ago was Warner." Kevin Tsujihira paid attention to the subsequent developments. "The character of the Joker is very popular and has almost been deified on the internet. It is indeed very suitable for a separate movie adaptation." Hamada said, "Nolan proposed the Joker in The Dark Knight. This version of the Joker is very different from the Joker in previous films in DC Comics. It is a secondary creation of the Nolan brothers, based on the original work." He further said, "If this is adapted, Martin Davis must be used as the male lead." Kevin Tsujihira's face did not change. His hand, which was originally quietly placed on the boss chair, unconsciously tapped the armrest. "No other options? The risk is too great." Hamada said the truth. The Martin version of the Joker is the myth. If it is replaced by other actors, fans will not only not approve it, but may also resist it. Kevin Tsujihira couldn't help but say, "Martin Davis, a headache." Hamada said, he joined Nolan and Daniel to promote this project. On the one hand, the copyright is in the hands of DC, and on the other hand, he is not worried that we will use other actors for the role of the Joker. Kevin Tsujihira also had a headache. He is forcing us. Now Daniel is not his line of work. Nolan and Warner Brothers had conflicts because of John Berg and almost broke up. Although the relationship between the two sides has improved, whether the strong rejection of the new project proposed by Nolan will lead to the breakdown of the relationship between the two sides is also a problem that Kevin Tsujihira has to consider. If Hollywood is truly dominated by Warner Brothers, these are not problems. But Hollywood has 6 large production companies, with actors and directors with strong market appeal, so there is no problem finding partners. Just like Martin Davis, Universal Pictures and Disney Pictures couldn't wait to come to him, just because he expressed the idea of ending cooperation with Warner. Warner Brothers has had mediocre performance in its main business of film for 2 consecutive years, and Kevin Tsujihira has also been under a lot of pressure, especially because of the mess made by John Berg. The group company has a lot of opinions about him. Hamada knew that Martin was a sensitive figure in Warner Brothers, especially since this bastard also coerced Nolan and Daniel, so he didn't make a rash decision. Kevin Tsujihira thought for a moment and said, "Don't refuse or agree, just delay for a while and see their sincerity." "I understand." Hamada understood and actually agreed. Warner fell from the top performance position in Hollywood, and the management pressure was not ordinary. When Hamada left, he thought of Paramount and Tom Cruise. Before 2010, the two sides wanted to stab each other with knives, and even Summer Edson personally intervened. What was the result? Now they are cooperating again. For the sake of profit and performance, these are nothing. In the office, Kevin Tsujihira felt bored for a while. Seeing that it was almost noon, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. "Where are you?" "Meet at the usual place at noon." Half an hour later, in a restaurant in Burbank, the young, beautiful and tall Australian actress Charlotte Kirk pushed the door and walked into the private room reserved by Kevin Tsujihira. Not long after, Kevin Tsujihira rushed over. Having lunch with a beautiful girl, who was only 20 years old, he felt much better. Charlotte Kirk was very good at coaxing people. After making Kevin Sugihara happy, she said, "Aren't you going to help me find a role? I've been waiting for so long. Why haven't I found one yet?" Kevin Sugihara didn't answer, but just smiled at Charlotte Kirk. Charlotte Kirk pretended to be confused. Kevin Sugihara simply said, "After dinner, accompany me to the Burbank Hotel. The script I prepared for you was left in the hotel's long-term private room." How could a girl in the entertainment industry not understand? Charlotte Kirk is still well informed, and she has a big heart. "I heard from several associate producers that DC Films and Warner Pictures are going to promote the Justice League movie universe." Kevin Sugihara smiled. "You know a lot." Charlotte Kirk held up her chest with both hands. "Do I look like Diana, the Wonder Woman? It's still a long way to go before I can shoot Wonder Woman." When Kevin Sugihara heard about DC characters, he suddenly remembered the Joker that Hamada had discussed with him. Even if this project is temporarily suppressed, it is impossible to keep it for a long time. He had a preliminary idea that, even if Martin Davis is the absolute protagonist of the Joker, there must be a female character with a certain weight, so it is better to arrange Charlotte Kirk in it. In addition, Interstellar is about to conduct a large-scale casting, and he can squeeze people in with just a greeting. Kevin Sugihara said, "Nolan's new movie, a supporting role." Charlotte Kirk quickly responded, "Okay." Kevin Sugihara was very direct. "As long as you make me happy, the role is not a problem. You will become a big star in Hollywood." Charlotte Kirk nodded repeatedly. "I'm done eating. Shall we go to the hotel now?" Kevin Sugihara was very careful. "Let's go separately. You go out first." The two left the restaurant separately and drove to the Burbank Hotel. As for what happened later, people who are familiar with Hollywood will naturally understand. Chapter 786, Finch's Blessing or Curse. Time is the easiest way to heal wounds. More than a month after the shooting at the premiere, it gradually subsided. There were almost no related comments in the media, and it became a thing of the past in Hollywood. Because of Vin Diesel, the North American box office of The Dark Knight Rises has exceeded $450 million US. But now the most popular movie is no longer this Batman, but Argo, which has a patch advertisement in the opening. There is still a month before the North American release. Argo has begun intensive publicity. Although its publicity and distribution scale is not as large as Batman, Disney Pictures has still invested heavily. From the 5 major TV networks in North America, to the 4 major newspapers and magazines, to the 3 major social media, Martin's leading actor Tony Menz can be seen. In addition to TV stations, the trailer is also vigorously promoted on the internet through YouTube, Twitter and Ins. This is a movie of personal heroism. The main poster of the movie, that is, Martin's single poster, can be seen everywhere in the city's commercial districts and new and old media. The slogan of Argo is also quite eye-catching. Based on a real CIA case, the most bizarre rescue operation in CIA history. 6 hostages trapped in Tehran, a CIA agent planned a shocking scam and deceived the whole world to save them. On the side of the main poster of the movie, Tony Menz, played by Martin, there is also a corresponding propaganda slogan, "Rescue is imperative." Since the filming of the film began last year, the rescue incident of that year has been fully exposed in the media. This action of rescuing trapped people by planning a so-called scam by Hollywood crew has aroused the curiosity of countless people. Tony Menz naturally became a figure of media attention. This retired legendary agent enjoys the feeling of being a celebrity, and the CIA is also in urgent need of an outstanding spokesperson. Martin, David Fincher and Tony Menz also appeared on Helen show together to share the incredible rescue of that year and the adaptation of the movie. The 3 of them praised each other on the show and made each other the leaders in their respective industries. Because this is the last time to launch an impact on the Oscar for Best Director, David Fincher is no longer as silent as before, but actively cooperates with the crew's publicity. Over the years, David Fincher has also gained a group of fans who like dark movies. After the show, Helen found Martin alone and chatted with him. "I wanted to ask you to be on the show last time when there was a shooting, but you refused." Helen gossiped. "Did something happen?" Martin shook his head. "Nothing special. So many people died. I was in a bad mood, and it was not appropriate to say anything at that time. In the media's interpretation, anything I said would be wrong. It is better to keep silent." "That's right." Helen smiled slightly. Not every media is as reliable as my talk show. Among the media reporters, Martin notes, Jodie and Helen are the most reliable. They almost never report fake news. They just make some real news occasionally. The three of them came out of the studio of Warner TV, first sent Tony Menz back to the hotel, and then went to Disney Studios. In addition to Bruce, there were only Martin and David Fincher in the car. David Fincher said, "Has Disney Pictures communicated with you?" Martin said, "Yes, we have. The main goals of this film are Best Director and Best Picture." He added, "I have contacted the White House and confirmed that Guan He will watch the film. This politically charged film is very suitable for his needs." David Fincher was deeply impressed. "You are now the industry's top award-seeking expert." "No, I'm not. I'm just going for it." The Oscar-seeking experts Martin knew all ended up in the same place, not to mention Harvey Weinstein. Megan Allison's previous life went bankrupt because of her award-seeking. David Fincher knew that Guan He's film watching was very influential. Oscars are never awarded just because a movie is good enough. There are too many factors that affect the award, and politics is undoubtedly a very representative one. The vast majority of people in Hollywood support the donkey party to which Guan He belongs. That afternoon, Martin and David Fincher attended the preview of Argo. Hundreds of people, including media, critics, and theater managers, praised the film after the preview. The cinema managers gave the film an average score of a. In the past 2 years, Disney Pictures has integrated resources and produced many films that have received excellent market response, and its distribution business has made rapid progress. After the preview, the distribution department of Disney Pictures immediately took action, and soon there was good news. Argo, which will be released in October, will be released in 3,850 theaters in North America. Afterwards, Martin accepted a new way of publicity and accepted an online video interview on Twitter. Similar publicity followed one after another. From Los Angeles to New York on the East Coast, Martin and David Fincher began a three-point workload of airports, hotels and announcements. In addition, Disney Pictures, David Fincher and Martin also sent out many invitations. For Martin, Leonardo and Nicholson confirmed their attendance. Elon Musk took the initiative to call and asked for 3 invitations. Then there were many old white men, including Tom Sherrock, chairman of the Academy, who also received invitations jointly issued by Martin, David Fincher and Alan Horn, president of Disney Pictures. The environment and correctness of Hollywood have been changing in recent years, but it is not time for old white men to exit the stage of history. Those films about monsters and demons will not be popular at the Oscars for another few years. In October, Disney Studios held a grand premiere for Argo at the Chandler Hall of the Los Angeles Music Center. The premiere was basically the same routine, with red carpets, interviews, etc., but the crew made careful arrangements in order to consider the publicity effect. In addition to inviting Tony Menz himself to the scene, they also spent a lot of effort to find the hostages rescued by Tony Menz or their descendants. When these people and Tony Menz took the lead on the premiere red carpet, all the media reporters were attracted by them. Using the Hollywood crew to implement a fraudulent rescue is legendary. With the vigorous publicity of the crew and Disney Studios, this incident has become a model of transnational rescue, a real legend. And Tony Menz was jointly shaped into a hero by Disney and the CIA. The group gathered in front of Chandler Hall and took a group photo. A large number of security personnel were on full alert around them, because on both sides of the red carpet, there were hundreds of clowns painted with pale oil paint and bloody mouths. The Los Angeles Police Department also deployed additional patrols on the scene, instead of doing routine work like the premiere of The Dark Knight Rises. As the guests walked onto the red carpet one by one, the atmosphere became more and more heated. When Elon Musk, whose fame has skyrocketed in recent years, walked onto the red carpet with his girlfriend Amber Heard and his ex-wife Tanya Lilly, countless fans and media reporters were shocked. A reporter from People magazine muttered, "Rich people are really playing with horses." The TMZ reporter next to him said, "It is said that this person has a good relationship with Martin. Why are all Martin's male friends such playboys?" The reporter from Vanity Fair on the other side said, "Maybe without 5 or 6 beautiful lovers, you can't get into Martin's circle at all." Everyone around thought this made sense and agreed. These damn rich people, they spend too much money, and a lot of good resources have been taken away by them. Ordinary people can only envy and hate. A black Escalade stopped in front of the red carpet. Bruce got out first, looked vigilantly at both sides of the red carpet, and opened the back door. Martin put the phone he had just hung up into his pocket. Robert just sent a message, and the ceremony was ready. After getting out of the car, he smiled at the camera and strode forward in the flash. There were many clowns gathered on both sides of the red carpet. They shouted loudly and saw Martin, as if they had seen the god of their faith. Martin just waved to them and then entered the area where the Coke God members gathered, signed autographs as usual, and drank Coke together. Amid cheers, Martin entered the media area in front of Chandler Hall, accepted a brief interview with a host on the scene, came to the sponsor billboard, and took a photo with other crew members. After taking a group photo, David Fincher walked towards the entrance of the hall, looking at both sides of the red carpet and said, "Fortunately nothing happened." Martin said, "It's impossible to always run into crazy people and perverts." David Fincher deliberately glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Martin was helpless. "Don't associate me with those people. But they are indeed learning from you." David Fincher rarely made a joke. "I have worked with Jodie Foster, and I have heard her talk about Hinckley. Be careful that you may meet a female Hinckley one day." Martin laughed. "David, is this a blessing or a curse?" David Fincher asked. "Can this be a blessing?" Martin shrugged. "What if the female Hinckley is prettier than Nicole Kidman?" After entering the Chandler Hall, Alan Horn came over and walked towards the VIP room with Martin and David Fincher. The guests who arrived earlier gathered in the lounge at this time, waiting for the premiere to begin. After Martin went in, he first went to Tony Menz's place, shook hands with those people and their descendants one by one, and said some polite words. Martin has always been very particular about such things, especially in public places. After a round, Martin found Leonardo and Nicholson. These two bastards were chatting with Musk, the bastard from Silicon Valley. Instead, Musk's two female companions went to other places for socializing. Musk said, "They still want to work hard in Hollywood, and they all go to build relationships, not as pure as me." Martin said, "You are too damn pure, walking the carpet with two women at a time. Why, are you envious?" Musk laughed and said, "Consider my advice." Chapter 787 Super Scam. What suggestions? Although Nicholson had only dealt with Musk a limited number of times, he had seen too many assholes in his life, and he could tell at a glance that Musk was an asshole. The suggestions made by an asshole must be very interesting, he said. Good ideas should be discussed together. Leonardo also came to join in the fun. If you come up with ideas and solutions together, your suggestions will be more exciting. Musk stretched out his finger and quietly pointed at Tanya Larilli, who was talking to David Fincher in the distance. The ex-wife wants to return to Hollywood to develop and wants Martin to help take care of her. Nicholson looked Musk up and down, making sure he was not joking, that this man was mentally ill. Leonardo patted Musk and asked, "Did Martin catch you with a handle? Or do you owe him a huge favor? Why do you want to please him?" Martin said, "You two should shut up. No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak." Nicholson finally got the opportunity to deal with Martin. How could he give up? And said to Musk, "Man, you are sending Little Red Riding Hood into the mouth of the big bad wolf." Leonardo wanted to speak again. Martin patted him on the shoulder. "Do you want to return to 11 seconds for the 100 meters? Leonardo quickly shut up. Musk looked at Martin again. Martin said, "For the sake of our friendship, I will help Tanya to find a suitable role." Musk's words were better than anyone else. This is a good brother. Leonardo thought to himself, "I also want to have a brother like you." Tobey Maguire came at this time. Leonardo and Nicholson left here. Seeing that there was no one around, Musk said, "What I promised you, a $50 million investment, ready by the end of the year." "No problem." Martin promised, "I will help Tanya to find a heavyweight role. Even if this is a deal that was reached with the sponsorship of Astronaut, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, it is not easy to get the opportunity to invest in Tesla just by having money." Martin talked to Musk for a few more words about Depp. Because Depp chose to appeal, his divorce case with Amber Heard has not yet ended. The longer this lawsuit drags on, the greater the damage to Depp. Depp seemed to understand this. According to Musk, Depp planned to leave the United States, a place of trouble, and settle in France after the lawsuit was over, and the debt to the eyes was paid off. At about the same time, the people in the lounge left one after another and entered the screening hall. David Fincher and Martin took the main creative staff of the crew to the first row to sit. The premiere screening started soon. With illustrations and video materials, the film introduced the background of the story quickly and concisely in the form of narration. Then, it quickly evolved into the traditional Hollywood-style personal heroism plot. This is also the biggest highlight of the film. In order to rescue, the male protagonist created a real fake crew in Hollywood. From the script to the studio to the crew, everything is real. Even a huge amount of money was spent on buying advertisements in many newspapers. All the truth is for fraud. The early preparations are real enough, and then going to a foreign country can make people believe that these are all true. In fact, Martin also considered a similar plan when he came to Hollywood. For example, this model can be used to invest a small amount of funds in advance to create a real crew, go overseas to deceive investors, to invest huge sums of money, and then run away with the money. A more low-level method is to pretend to be Spielberg or James Cameron and call someone, saying that you are optimistic about the talent and future of certain actors, and invite them to join the crew, but they need to pay an advance fee. There are countless young actors in Los Angeles who dream of success. They stare at every opportunity with red eyes, and once the opportunity comes up, they will rush forward in a hurry. When people are controlled by greed and anxious, the success rate of this low-level scam is very high. Argo is a standard American theme movie. Even the Washington authorities, who are always criticized by Hollywood, have a positive image in the film and actively support the rescue. So, the male protagonist is like every classic Hollywood hero, going alone to the unknown world, completing impossible tasks, and even at the most critical moment, he must use his lofty personal values to challenge the existing institutional rules and become a true savior. This CIA agent can't drive fast, has no superb skills, and doesn't know how to explode. He looks like an ordinary person, but such a role can better highlight the thrill and incredibleness of the rescue. The picture finally freezes on an illustration of the fake movie Argo in the film, and Argo comes to an end. There was warm applause in the theater. Although the ending of the movie was expected, and the successful rescue was also the result they knew long ago, the ups and downs and tense atmosphere created by David Fincher through film techniques did not give people a chance to relax, and finally reached a climax in one go. Martin stood up and applauded David Fincher. Under his leadership, the main creative staff of the crew looked at David Fincher and applauded. Producer Graham King said loudly, "David, you have brought an amazing work." He looked at Martin and added, "You have created another classic character." Martin hugged Graham and David Fincher tightly. The main creative staff of the crew immediately went on stage to take a bow. There was warm applause again. Many parts of this film are actually out of touch with reality, but film adaptation is an artistic reprocessing. According to Tony Menz himself, he entered Tehran under the cover of pretending to be a crew producer to look at the scene. During the period, no one suspected him at all, and he basically encountered no obstacles. He brought people out easily. If it is filmed like this, the audience will definitely not like it. After the premiere, David Fincher and Martin waited in Chandler Hall for a while. Not long after, Alan Horn came to meet the two people in person and said, "The audience feedback statistics of Disney Pictures have been completed, and the average audience score is A." David Fincher breathed a sigh of relief. At least the box office of the film is guaranteed. Martin said, "Such a mainstream movie, the quality is guaranteed, and the professional score will not be bad." Alan Horn said, "Just now I asked someone to communicate with several film critics, and they all said that the film was shot quite well, and the quality was far above the standard." Martin looked at the time and said, "Go back early, we can all sleep well tonight." Alan Horn couldn't help laughing. "The reputation of the film will be fully lifted tonight, and you will see good news tomorrow." Several people left the Los Angeles Music Center one after another. Martin had long been accustomed to the pressure of such a movie release. He had two hungry children at home. After being squeezed dry, he went straight to sleep. The next morning, the reputation of Argo was fully lifted. Rotten Tomatoes had a freshness rating of 92%, MTC had a rating of 82 points, and IMDb had not yet formed a rating due to insufficient number of ratings. The mainstream media basically gave positive reviews. The Washington Post praised, David Fincher brought a solemn and meticulously crafted political thriller with black humor and realism. The performance of the male lead Martin Davis was perfect. He performed this shocking scam without any flaws. The crew sent a copy to the White House early as required by Martin. At the White House's regular press conference, Guan-Hei also mentioned Argo. This film tells a real historical event with the least pretense and the greatest impact. It is a great historical footnote, and the best movie I have seen this year. Guan-Hei's remarks can also become a promotional point for this film. The crew and Disney Pictures seized the last time to promote the film and attract more attention. When Martin was shooting the latest advertisement for Coca-Cola, he accepted a joint interview with media reporters and specifically mentioned this new film. On Friday, Argo was fully released in 3,850 theaters in North America. The R rating of the film restricted some young audiences from entering the theaters and also affected the attendance rate. Even so, after Friday, the film still won $14.51 million on the first day in North America. Most importantly, the audience has a good reputation. In the theater audience reputation statistics of Cinema Score, Argo has an average score of A. This means that the film can maintain a healthy box office trend. Twitter, IMDb and INS can all see the praise of ordinary audiences for the film. This is indeed an incredible rescue. Martin shows us what a brilliant political deception is. The plot is gripping, and a series of suspense is very attractive. I know the ending of the film, but my heart is always hanging during the viewing process. Good audience reputation often brings word of mouth publicity effect, driving new audiences to buy tickets to enter the theater. On Saturday, Argo had a small explosion, with an increase in attendance compared to Friday, and a single-day revenue of $17.55 million. Although the attendance of all movies on Sunday night will inevitably decline due to the working day on Monday, the box office of the film in North America was impressive enough in the first 3 days of the weekend, with a cumulative box office of $45.21 million. The double harvest of box office and word of mouth also gave the crew enough confidence to impact many awards led by the Oscars during the awards season. The competition will be particularly fierce this awards season. Martin specifically looked at the theater schedule until the new year and found many familiar films. Among them are Django Unchained directed by Quentin Tarantino, Lincoln directed by Spielberg, Les Miserables directed by Tom Hooper, and Life of Pi directed by Ang Lee. Martin remembers clearly that Ang Lee won his second Oscar for Best Director with Life of Pi. It doesn't seem easy for David Fincher to achieve a breakthrough in Oscar Zero. Of course, Fincher also has his advantages. Argo is more politically correct, and he is not a young director like Ben Affleck. He has been nominated for several Oscars in a row, which has accumulated a certain amount of experience for him. Chapter 788 The opponent is Young Pi. Century City, Fox Building. In the office with the nameplate of Pi, director Ang Lee put down the Hollywood Reporter in his hand and said, "The media are all promoting Argo." Producer Jill Netter said, "This film has a good reputation and meets mainstream needs. If it is properly operated, it should not be underestimated." He reminded, although the producers of the film are Graham King and Louise Mayer, as far as I know, the person who really leads this project is Martin Davis. Hearing this name, Ang Lee thought of Brokeback Mountain that year. It was because Martin chased Heath Ledger on the set and almost bumped into him, and Aniston that Brokeback Mountain lost a Best Actor nomination. He even felt that the loss of Brokeback Mountain to crash in the Best Picture was directly related to this incident. Jill Netter said, "Martin Davis is a master at running Oscars. Our Life of Pi is also targeting this year's Oscars. The primary awards we are aiming for are Best Director and Best Picture. Our main competitor is Argo. This time, facing Martin Davis' film again, Ang Lee couldn't avoid it. They have advantages, but they must also have weaknesses. It's impossible for them to win 100% of the awards." Jill Netter agreed. "This film is too political. It exaggerates an originally bland rescue operation into a legend. This does increase the film's appeal and commercial attributes, but it also makes the film's content far from the facts, which will be a fatal blow during the awards season." Ang Lee had won both of his previous Oscar bids and understood what Jill Netter meant when Weinstein dealt with Saving Private Ryan. The key was to find World War II veterans to prove that the content of the film was false. Indeed, Jill Netter thought for a moment and said, "Let's get ready and see what happens." Ang Lee reminded, "I saw the premiere report of Argo a few days ago. I remember that many people who experienced it that year attended the premiere." Jill Nate said, "Ask someone to find out their specific address. We can contact them at any time when needed." Ang Lee's first two Oscars were also key to public relations. The last time he won the Best Director award, he ate with the judges and the chicken tasted like plastic. He knew the importance of public relations for winning awards and fully agreed with Jill Nate's opinion. It is almost November now. The North American Film Awards season in a broad sense has kicked off since September. The Oscars are just around the corner, so they must act as soon as possible. The two found their trusted assistants and asked them to do these preliminary work. With good audience reputation and professional reputation, the box office trend of Argo is very stable. The film spent its second weekend in North America. Although the weekend box office champion was taken away by Taken 2, the box office of Argo in the second weekend only dropped by less than 40%, closing at $27.89 million. Counting the gains of the previous 4 working days, the North American box office has accumulated $92.13 million. It will only take 2 or 3 days to break 100 million. The film has undoubtedly achieved great commercial success. Disney Studios, in the crew studio, Martin, David Fincher, Louise Mayer and Graham King gathered together. The outstanding commercial performance can be put aside for the time being. The award season has begun, and they have to focus on discussing the awards. Louise posted the possible competitors on the whiteboard. Graham King said, "Although many films have not yet been released, most of them have held previews. Based on the relevant information we have collected, we can basically confirm that these will be our main competitors during the awards season." Louise picked up the metal rod, pointed to the poster of Lincoln, and said, "Daniel Day-Lewis has moved from the UK to Los Angeles to live since April. In the past 6 months or so, he has been among the jury. He is the kind of actor the Academy likes most. He almost never takes on commercial films, and he started his public relations earlier than anyone else. His advantage is very obvious." Graham added, "I watched the preview of Lincoln, and there is no problem with the role." Martin had already figured it out, and said, "The primary goal of Argo is Best Director and Best Picture. For Best Actor, I only want a nomination." David Fincher's eyes were still on Lincoln, and he said, "We have to pay attention to Spielberg and his film." Louise and Graham had similar ideas. It was no news that Spielberg wanted to win Best Director again. From Munich to Warhorse, he had tried several times in a row. But strangely, not many resources were invested. This Lincoln has a special theme, a standard Oscar-winning film. Martin took the metal rod from Louise, pointed it at the poster of Life of Pi, and said, "I think we should pay attention to this movie." Graham asked, "Ang Lee?" David Fincher pondered. Louise stood next to Martin. "Tell me about it." "Spielberg has already won 2 Best Director awards. It will be very difficult for him to win another one." Martin specifically mentioned one thing. In recent years, Spielberg's movies have attracted a lot of criticism. The excessive sensationalism and template-based production model have led to mediocre reviews of his works in the industry. He thought for a while. "I have talked to him several times. Spielberg has 2 Best Director awards in his hands. He is not as anxious as the outside world sees. It would be best if he can win another one, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't. It's hard to say how much resources DreamWorks will invest in the award." Graham said directly, "I'll talk to Spielberg when I have time." David Fincher asked, "I remember Ang Lee won the Best Director award once. Brokeback Mountain." Louise remembered one thing. Some people think that Brokeback Mountain lost to Crash in the Best Picture award because Martin kept chasing Heath Ledger. Martin shrugged. "What does this have to do with me? That guy took too many knocks and almost knocked me off the set. Can't I ask for justice?" Several people laughed. They still remembered what happened back then. Martin said seriously, "Don't underestimate Ang Lee. Brokeback Mountain has made him so popular among certain special groups in the industry, and it is easy for him to get votes. You all know the situation in the industry. There are quite a few special groups. Louise continued, many people in the industry regard Brokeback Mountain winning the Oscar for Best Director as a turning point for the rainbow flag to fly in Hollywood. These people have a special recognition for Ang Lee. Martin added, Ang Lee has won the Best Foreign Language Film and Best Director awards for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon and Brokeback Mountain respectively. What does this show? He is not only no novice in Oscar competition, but also very familiar with it, and knows the rules. He should not be underestimated. Graham thought carefully and said, Ang Lee won both of his first 2 Oscar competitions. This is not something that ordinary people can do. David Fincher also took it seriously and asked, has Life of Pi been released yet? Not yet. Louise said, there was a preview some time ago. The distributor should be Universal Pictures. Martin asked Graham, did you go to the preview? Graham shook his head and picked up his phone to make a call. He talked for a while before hanging up and said, a friend in the critics circle attended the preview of that film. He said it was a visual spectacle mixed with Ang Lee's philosophy of combining the East and the West. He finally emphasized, my friend asked several critics and columnists who went with him, and they all thought the film was quite good, even better than Brokeback Mountain. Martin said again, pay more attention to the news about this film and Ang Lee. Louise nodded, I will. Graham said again, if the film is previewed again, I will try to get a few invitations and go over to take a look. David Fincher watched the competition for the Oscars last year. Although he didn't know much about the situation inside, he knew that winning the award was not only about oneself, but also about the opponent. He said, remember to notify me. Martin pointed the metal rod in his hand at Ang Lee's poster again. Hurry up and collect relevant information. When we know more details, we can make targeted arrangements. The 4-person meeting basically reached a consensus that the main competitors for this year's Oscars are Spielberg's Lincoln and Ang Lee's Life of Pi. After the meeting, Martin went to Pacific Pictures with Louise. The two were going to discuss the promotion of several subsequent films. Pacific Pictures has been cooperating with Warner Brothers, and Louise also invested in The Dark Knight Rises. Martin wants to promote the Joker's independent film, and Louise fully supports it. She will also put pressure on DC Films through her channels. In addition, Louise is still promoting the script of Split. After Jonathan met with Billy Milligan for several detailed discussions, he went to Billy's hometown and the mental illness center, where he was admitted and treated in the past to collect field materials and collect a lot of outsiders' views and information about Billy. Back in Los Angeles, Jonathan stayed indoors and began to adapt the script. This talented screenwriter who is good at creating mentally unstable characters and plots has planned 10 months of creative time for himself. In the next 2 days, Kelly Gray came to Los Angeles from Atlanta. Elizabeth accompanied Lily to the art exhibition in Miami, and Martin stayed at Louise's house in Sherman Oaks for 2 nights. The 3 of them seemed to have returned to 5 or 6 years ago, with no other thoughts in their heads, just enjoying the most primitive joy. Even though Martin was amazing, he was still tormented by the 2 sluts. In November, Martin temporarily put down his work and concentrated on the filming of La La Land. This was his first attempt at a musical film, which was a very novel test. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 789 Heroin and Green Tea. In the studio, decorated as a residential house, Martin sat in front of the piano. His 10 fingers fell on the black and white keys, like dancing, and the cheerful music rang out. Saoirse Ronan, wearing a dress, stepped on the rhythm and danced. The crew was testing the film. Saoirse turned to the piano and just said a line when director Damien Chazelle called a stop. It's not that feeling, Saoirse, you're too sweet. The director had another interpretation of the script, which was not exactly the same as the screenwriter Maya. Remember the point we emphasized during the script reading meeting. The heroine is not intoxicated in the love with the hero, but a modern woman with dreams and independent ideas. Saoirse supported the piano with both hands and said, I understand. Damien looked at Martin again. Although Martin was the boss of the project and served as the producer, the shooting scene belonged to the director. He said directly, the tune and rhythm played are more retro, and people should feel like the golden age when listening to it. Martin nodded and tried to play a passage. Damien was still not satisfied and waved to Sebastian, you come and demonstrate it again. Martin made way. Sebastian sat in front of the piano, brewed his emotions for a while, and pressed the black and white keys. The song was still the jazz song from the 1960s, but it sounded completely different. Martin was replaced again, and Martin played it again, based on his feelings. Damien shook his head slightly, came to the piano, and whispered to Martin, the live performance is not very good, how about changing the shooting method? Music requires more talent than performance. Martin knew very well that, after practicing for more than half a year, he could achieve proficiency in fingering, but the song he played was just so-so. Okay. Martin said directly, shoot the scene of me playing, and change the song to Seba playing. He specifically asked, have the crew and Seba agreed? Of course, Sebastian would have to pay more for such a filming. It would be easier if the crew was willing to pay. The assistant director exchanged a few words with Sebastian. Because the two sides had already agreed, the shooting mode was changed. Martin paid more attention to the use of fingering and personal behavior in the performance, and did not need to think too much about how the music played. Seois was still dancing to the accompaniment, but she called a stop for 4 or 5 consecutive takes. Damien could only call Seois aside and said alone, I don't know what your relationship with Martin is, and I don't care about it. In the performance just now, your eyes and facial expressions when looking at Martin were all wrong. He emphasized, you are like a pure admirer, not a woman with independent thoughts. Seois understood that she brought the reality into the role and said, I will adjust, as soon as possible. Damien returned to sit behind the director's monitor, suddenly raised his hand and slapped his face hard, muttering, you can do it. You can do it. You can definitely do it. This is only the second feature film he directed. There was no such pressure in the first one. The shooting started again, and this shot was taken 3 more times. Damien was finally satisfied with Seois Ronan's performance, and called it through. Martin stood up from the piano, and moved his wrist. Seois came over, feeling somewhat depressed, and whispered, teacher. Martin encouraged, you've adjusted your state well, keep it up. Seois cheered up, and clenched her fists, I will. This is a girl with a very good acting talent, much better than Blake Lively. After some adjustments, she gradually found the feeling of the heroine. After shooting the piano scene in the morning, the crew then moved to another restaurant interior. The scene shot was still the hero and heroine. This is a scene of the hero and heroine in a jazz bar. Before the shooting began, Damien specifically found Seois Ronan to talk to her about the play, emphasizing the key core part of the role. This is one of the 3 key scenes, where the heroine meets the hero. In these scenes, the heroine is proactive. Even though she already has a boyfriend, she still can't help teasing the hero. Seois understood, my character released enough signals, and the hero would have a crush on me. Damien pointed at her and said, you understand correctly. Seois returned to the set, and sat next to Martin. Martin said, don't feel pressured. Act according to the director's requirements and your understanding. Yeah. Seois nodded vigorously and asked, my understanding is that the heroine is a green tea like Emma Watson. Hearing about Emma Watson, Martin couldn't help but ask curiously, how is your mortal enemy doing recently? Seois smiled happily, she avoids me now, but I heard from people in the British entertainment industry that Rowling seems to have some opinions about her. Martin calculated the time, and estimated that Rowling's version and Emma Watson's version were similar. In a few years, Rowling's version would be seriously outdated, and would be ruthlessly crushed. The crew began to clear the scene, and the two stopped talking, and brewed the emotions of the characters. As the script supervisor played the board in front of the camera, the shooting began. Maya's script was partly based on her own experience, and partly from what she saw and heard on the set. Some of the plots were very Hollywood. For example, in the creation of the heroine, even though she was a girl pursuing her dreams from beginning to end, in the writing of multiple scenes, the heroine always had the bitchy air of a Hollywood actress. This is actually easy to understand. The screenwriter is a Hollywood actress, and she is used to seeing people and things around her. Therefore, the seemingly fresh love, if you think about it carefully, you will feel that it is not quite right. Martin's male protagonist is a down-and-out literary youth who dreams of saving the dying classical jazz. Two people in a down-and-out situation can easily collide with passionate sparks. Just like a certain movie city in Martin's previous life, once the extras waiting for opportunities fall in love, they will temporarily team up. As for the future, actually, both sides are similar. The whole afternoon was filming the jazz bar scene. Several black people played at a very high level. During the break, Mean came to ask about some music. Mean will play the lead singer of a band. After work in the afternoon, Martin returned to the rest area to pack up his things. Sayowis followed him. Seeing that there were people around, he said openly, "The dance scene will be filmed soon. Can we rehearse for a while?" Martin understood what he meant and said, "Okay, you go remove your macup first. I'll wait for you. Wait for me at the cold drink shop." Sayowis ran out of the studio happily. Martin returned to the macup trailer to remove his macup and change his clothes. He talked with Mean, who came over for a few words, got off the car, and went to the cold drink shop. Before he reached the door, he saw Maya and Sebastian arguing under the parasol outside the cold drink shop. The two looked at each other coldly. They were a little far away, so Martin couldn't hear what they were saying. But Sebastian looked a little ugly and refuted Maya a few words. As a result, Maya pointed at his chest and raised her voice to argue a few words, then threw her bag and turned around and left. She walked forward a few steps, looked up and saw Martin, and forced a smile. "Hello, Martin." Martin waved his hand. "Go and do your thing." He glanced at Sebastian over there again, and Sebastian spread his hands helplessly at Martin. Martin didn't care about these, and didn't ask any questions, as long as the two didn't affect the normal work of the crew. Sebastian left soon. Martin sat under the parasol and waited for less than 5 minutes, and Sayowis Ronan hurried over. She went to order 2 cold drinks, brought them over, and placed them on the small round table, eating and chatting with Martin. It was still early, and they had just finished filming for a day, so it was a good time for them to take a break. Sayowis took a bite of ice cream and asked, "The heroine I play is very similar to Emma Watson, a hidden bitch." She thought for a moment and asked, "You are familiar with Maya? Why did she write the heroine like this?" Martin put down the cold drink cup and said, "Maya may have brought these unconsciously, or she thinks these are normal. In the face of the dream of stardom that she has been pursuing, these can be given up. I can understand the ending." Sayowis was thinking about the middle part of the scene, before the heroine and the hero have confirmed their relationship. "It's too bitchy." Martin motioned for her to continue. Sayowis continued, "The heroine has a tall, rich and handsome boyfriend. The boyfriend takes her to a high-end restaurant to dine with his brother. According to the description in the script, this man is a bit rigid and conservative, so the heroine finds him boring and abandons her boyfriend on the spot to find the hero." She coughed lightly. "What kind of person is the hero?" "An artistic young man who is into art." Martin knew what Sayowis wanted to say. He understands romance, knows how to play art, and is very romantic. Does the heroine look like a lot of bitches? She takes it for granted that her boyfriend treats her well. Sayowis played the heroine, so she did some in-depth research, but she just thinks her boyfriend is boring, doesn't understand romance, has no sense of ritual, and has nothing in common with them. Then an artistic young man who knows how to play and likes to play appears, and she immediately becomes attracted to him. She feels that if she doesn't get together with the young man, she will be sorry for her beautiful youth. Martin couldn't help laughing. "Your views are almost the same as director Damien's," he revealed. "Didn't you notice? Damien is consciously shaping the heroine in this way." Sayowis didn't understand. "Why? Youth, dreams, love, none of these are right. I don't know what the screenwriter is really thinking. I only know what the director thinks." Martin said simply, "The female characters in movies nowadays emphasize that I'm the master of my own life. Everything the heroine does is a reflection of this." Sayowis thought for a moment and nodded. "It seems so. The heroine took the initiative, to hook up with the hero, abandoned her current boyfriend, and got together with the hero, used the phone call with her mother to push the hero to make money so that she can concentrate on writing the script, and then asked the hero to give up his high-paying job and be as destitute as her, and took the initiative to choose to go to Paris to realize his dream. In fact, Martin knew very well that Damien seemed to have given the heroine control over her own life, but he was secretly planting a few bottles of green tea for her. Chapter 790. Women always have a strong sense of career. On the set, Martin and Saoirse Ronan danced in front of the camera with music playing. Thanks to a series of high-intensity and negative distance exercises, including last night, the two cooperated extremely well, and the long shot of nearly 1 minute was completed in one take. Director Damien entered the set and told Martin and Saoirse the key points of the next scene. After talking for a while, he called choreographer Mandy Moore and the four of them discussed it together. The shooting started again. Compared with a real dance performance, the dance scene is relatively simple. A shot of about half a minute is considered a very long shot. Most of the dance scenes stop after more than 10 seconds. Martin and Saoirse prepared for this scene for half a year. Although they are far from being as good as professional dancers, it is not a problem to cope with the shooting. Even so, this dance scene took more than a day to shoot. During the intermittent period, Mandy Moore also made fine adjustments to some of the dance scenes according to Damien's requirements. Director Damien obviously has a lot of ideas about song and dance. Martin observed carefully and consulted Louise's opinion. Both of them thought Damien was good. Damien also discussed with Martin and Louise. After the actors got familiar with the crew and adjusted themselves a little, they should shoot the more exhausting singing and dancing parts first, while they were not exhausted by the long shooting. Martin and Louise also agreed with his opinion. The actors who performed the other singing and dancing scenes also joined the crew one after another. Just after lunch, Catherine Daddario, who rushed to the crew, came to find Martin first, and the two sat in front of the cold drink shop diagonally opposite the studio to talk. Catherine saw that Martin was not wearing makeup and asked, "Don't you have any scenes this afternoon?" Martin said, "No, this afternoon and tomorrow morning." Catherine pondered, quietly took out the business card she brought from the hotel, and handed it to Martin. "I live here." Martin looked at her for a while, and suddenly found that Catherine, who was not with Alexandra, was also very beautiful, but her attraction to him dropped sharply. He was not free tonight, and he was talking nonsense in a serious tone. "The musical is very intense. You have to keep your spirit and physical strength. I have invested tens of millions of dollars in this play." Hearing Martin's serious words, Catherine, considering her future acting career, quickly assured, "Don't worry, I was introduced to the crew by you. I will definitely do my best and will not embarrass you. This is your first role that can really be said to have a role. It is very important." Martin was not joking. When you audition for other crews in the future, this will be a resume that you can show off. Catherine listened to it. Compared with most of the producers, directors, and top stars she saw in the circle, Martin was much better. "Go and get ready." Martin waved his hand at her. Catherine nodded, stood up and walked towards the makeup trailer assigned to several major female supporting actors. Martin looked at Catherine's back and suddenly figured out why she didn't feel as attractive as she did in Boston. Without the foil of Alexandra Daddario and the gimmick of sisters, Catherine Daddario was just a beautiful girl. Thinking of this, Martin couldn't help but frown. He glanced at Bruce, who was sitting at another table, and muttered to himself, "It's all because of this perverted old Bruce. The influence of the years has gradually perverted my thoughts." The figure of Alexandra Daddario floated through his mind, and Martin found that Catherine, who was walking away, had become more charming. He shook his head quickly and decided to wait for Alexandra to come over. It would be more fun to be together. Martin saw Damien enter the studio door diagonally opposite and knew that he was going to prepare for the shooting, so he also planned to go over. A 4-seater electric car drove over and stopped on the side of the road. Natasha, Thomas' former assistant and current WMA female agent, waved to Martin, and the black woman with long straight hair on the passenger seat got out first. Clara was wearing a slim-fitting suit, highlighting her almost perfect body curves. She took a few quick steps and came to Martin's side. She smiled and shook her hand, then leaned over and bowed. "Martin, thank you for your care." She wore a V-neck shirt under her slim-fitting suit jacket, which immediately exposed her strong sense of professionalism. Many female stars always like to cover their chests when wearing low-necked clothes, fearing that they will be seen by those who shouldn't see them. If so, why don't they wear high-necked clothes? Because they are afraid that those who should see them won't see them. For example, people like Martin. Clara bowed and thanked for a few seconds before she stood up. Martin was helpless to always use these things to test people and asked casually, "Are you adapting here?" "Very well." Clara looked back at Natasha and said specifically, "The agent takes good care of me and helps me a lot." These words naturally fell into Natasha's ears behind her. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, these words made people feel comfortable. Clara showed some self-consciousness after passing the audition of the crew. "I have been participating in the crew rehearsals. After completing the crew work, I went home to study the script. I haven't really visited Los Angeles." Although her words were not direct, she always made her meaning clear. "It was just when Natasha took me for a physical examination that I took a general look at Beverly Hills." Martin was a little surprised and could only say that she was worthy of being a person from the Korean entertainment industry. Natasha stepped forward and said, "Clara works very hard. She has signed up for acting classes and accent lessons." Martin said directly, "I'll take you to Los Angeles when I have time." Clara bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Martin." Martin waved his hand. "Go ahead." Clara nodded and followed Natasha out of here. On the way to the Macute trailer, Natasha whispered, "You are a smart person. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the crew just because you have Martin's support. You can confront some people, such as the supporting actresses, and you'd better be tolerant of some people, such as the heroine Saoirse Ronan." Clara learned about it carefully. Saoirse Ronan is Martin's student. "Or lover," Natasha said, "the kind that can enter Martin's house." Clara replied, "I understand." On the other side, Martin entered the studio and found Damien. There was no scene for the male lead in the afternoon, so Martin simply acted as Damien's temporary assistant. Damien was a little uncomfortable and reminded him, "Martin, you promised that I would make the decision on the filming." Martin smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. I won't interfere with your work. I just want to see how to dispatch the crew." Damien understood and said, "If you want to ask anything, you can ask me during the filming." "I will." Martin said so but still spoke very little. He was more observing with his eyes. Not long after, all 4 actresses who appeared in the filming this afternoon entered the set. In the next day and a half, the crew will focus on filming the song and dance scenes between the heroine and her 3 female roommates. The original plan was to choose 4 actresses of different skin colors to play these 4 roles. But after Min joined, the crew already had a black actor to take charge of the facade. The 3 supporting actresses were a white person, a Latina and an Asian. This combination is very Los Angeles, except that they are not harmonious when they live together. White people, Asians and Latinos can be seen everywhere. Saoirse Ronan was the first to enter the set. Seeing Martin was on the director's side, she waved when he turned around. After getting Martin's response, she smiled brightly. Then, 3 other actresses with Macute came over. The Latina and the one with long dark brown hair were okay, but the one with long straight black hair was too good to be true. Saoirse thought of Martin's ex-girlfriend Blake Lively. They probably had a good figure. The shooting started soon. Saoirse focused all her energy on the performance. She knew exactly who the teacher was when she was 12 or 13 years old. After a few scenes were shot, she didn't have to do anything extra. The part about actors and performances on the set revolved around her. Saoirse was an actress who was very good at fighting. She once fought Emma Watson so hard that she was so depressed that she didn't dare to show up in public. But she would not lower her style and take the initiative to fight with these people, as long as they didn't mess with her. In the next scene, the scene moved from indoors to outdoors, but it was actually still shot in the studio. Damien called 4 actors and emphasized, "Pay attention to your positions." He glanced at the 3 supporting roles and said, "You 3 should revolve around Saoirse. Saoirse is the center of this dance." Even if the other 3 actresses had their own ideas, they had to keep them to themselves and cooperate. The dance scene had been rehearsed for a long time, and the 4 actresses were also cooperative, so the filming went smoothly. Martin followed Damien and carefully observed him dispatching each department of the crew. The director was the general commander of the on-site shooting. He stated his requirements, and other departments had to do it. The lighting was adjusted to the brightness that matched the expected picture. The costumes provided clothes that matched the scene. The props and scenery were arranged on the set. The actors were responsible for expressing the scenes planned by the director, and the crew filmed and recorded all of this. Unlike David Fincher and Christopher Nolan, Damien was not the kind of director who liked to shoot in person. He had enough understanding of the work of each department, but his hands-on ability was not strong. He was more like a pure general commander on the set. Moreover, he had imagination and a talent for dispatching and directing, but lacked some experience. Therefore, Louise assigned Damien an experienced assistant director. This assistant director is like the string of a kite, always pulling the young director, who is prone to letting his thoughts fly. Back to reality. It's hard to say what Damien will be like in the future, but he is very humble now, and can listen to his assistant's opinions. After an afternoon of filming of the song and dance scene, the 4 actresses were too tired to sit in the rest area, and didn't want to get up. Martin went over to ask a few questions, and Sayowis pulled him out of the studio. Martin had just sent her back to the Macupe trailer, removed his Macupe, and changed his clothes, when Harold, the assistant of the crew's office, hurried over from the studio. Seeing Martin, he hurried over and said, "The screenwriter Maya and the arranger Sebastian are making a scene in the studio, and no one can persuade them." Martin called Old Brook, and went to the studio not far away. Chapter 791 Red Umbrella, White Rod. The studio was not far from the photo studio, and Martin walked quickly. As soon as he entered the front door of the studio, he heard Maya and Sebastian arguing. Sebastian demanded, "Who was that man last night? This is not the first time I've seen you with him. Maya, please don't treat me as a minor. The way you were holding his arm, you were not just an ordinary friend. Gross is a producer. I say it again, he is a producer." Maya exploded, her voice sharp. "I went to see him yesterday to discuss future cooperation. I'm now a screenwriter for a $60 million film project. Isn't it normal for other producers to come to me?" Hearing these words, Sebastian calmed down a little and said in a low voice, "On the 30th of last month, you and he went to the Four Seasons Hotel. On the 6th, 14th, and 19th of this month, and yesterday, you accompanied him to the Four Seasons Hotel again, staying in there for more than 3 hours each time." Maya's face changed. "You don't believe me. You actually followed me." Sebastian said, "I'm just obsessed with music, not an idiot." He sighed, trying to save the situation. "Maya, come back. After we finish this project, we'll go somewhere else." "Are you crazy? Go somewhere else? Do you know how much effort I put in to get to where I'm today?" Maya thought of her life as a part-time waitress at Warner Studios, and then looked at her current status as the crew's top screenwriter, and said, "You like the down-and-out me in the past, right? Now you're not satisfied with seeing me moving towards success step by step." Sebastian is a musician full of romantic feelings, and said, "I would rather be like before than see you become what you are now." Maya said flatly, "You can't imprison my dreams in the name of love." Martin just happened to hear the last few sentences when he entered the studio. Many people in the crew were watching, and there would be no shortage of spectators everywhere. If the quarrel continued, it would inevitably affect the subsequent work. Martin did not comment on the 2 people. He went over and said, "Maya, Seba, have you had enough of quarreling?" Maya had known Martin since 2005. When she saw Martin coming, she bowed her head slightly and said, "I'm sorry." Sebastian had also known Martin for several years and said, "It's all my fault. I didn't control my emotions." Martin looked at the 2 people one after another and said very seriously, "We have known each other for many years and are now colleagues working in the same crew. When you go back, discuss your personal feelings and affairs, and try to solve them peacefully as much as possible so as not to affect your normal work, okay?" Maya said, "I'm sorry, Martin." Sebastian nodded, "I promise, there won't be a next time." Martin said, "Okay, go back and talk calmly. Don't let others laugh at you." Maya glanced at Sebastian. put on her Hermes bag, and left the studio first. Sebastian put his hands in his pockets and followed. From behind, Sayowis came over quietly and gossiped in a low voice. "I'm right, right?" Martin glanced at her and said, "Stop talking nonsense, let's go." The two came out of the studio and got on the electric car driven by Bruce. Sayowis said, "I've made an appointment with Greta Gerwig to have dinner tonight. This is a girls' party, so I can't invite you to come along." Martin asked, "The female screenwriter you met last time? The one hired by Disney to adapt Beauty and the Beast?" "Yes, she has already started writing the script." Sayowis moved closer and said, "I've read all the scripts written by Greta." Martin said, "It seems that you get along well with her." Sayowis wrinkled her nose. "Don't you think about whose student I am?" She waved her fist. "I'm a master at messing with people. I'm also good at building relationships." Martin has known Sayowis for a long time and has a different opinion of her. He asked more, "Have you had an in-depth chat with her?" Sayowis put down her fist and said, "We've talked a few times about Greta taking on the Beauty and the Beast project. She wants to use it to make a name for herself and accumulate more qualifications. She is conceiving a story about a girl in Sacramento. Oh, Greta grew up there. She should want to use herself as a prototype, write a script, and then direct it herself and make it into a movie." Martin thought about it. He was not familiar with Greta Gerwig, but he had a deep impression of Sayowis Ronan. He could not help but think of the movie Lady Bird. He said, "If you think Greta's story is good, you can recommend her to my studio." Sayowis said very seriously, "I will. Teacher, I promise you that, only if you don't like Greta's story, she will look for other companies." Martin nodded with satisfaction. This student did not teach in vain. He knew how to repay the teacher. Arriving at the parking lot, Sayowis drove away alone. Martin and Bruce got into the Escalade and prepared to return to Beverly Hills. As soon as the car left Burbank, Martin received a call from Clara. "Are you free tonight?" Clara took the initiative to invite. "I would like to invite you to dinner to thank you for taking care of me during this period of time." Martin glanced outside and said, "Let me treat you. The Ritz-Carlton, Beverly Hills." Clara immediately responded, "I'll be there on time at 7:30. Martin said, "I have a long-term room on the top floor of the hotel. When you arrive, say hello to the front desk and someone will take you up." "Okay," Clara said with a smile. "Martin, see you in 2 hours." Martin put away his phone and said to Bruce, "Let's go to the Ritz-Carlton." Bruce turned at the next intersection, glanced at the time on the car clock, and said, "I'll take you to the hotel and go to Venice Beach." Martin asked, "Are the Kardashian sisters here?" Bruce said, "The 4 sisters are all in Venice Beach." Martin was deeply impressed and gave Bruce a thumbs up. "Old Bruce, you are really a talent. Don't get me wrong." Bruce defended, "I'm just with Kim and Chloe." Martin interrupted him, "You don't need to explain. I understand. I understand everything. You Bruce are a good person, specializing in taking care of other people's sisters." Bruce gave Martin a middle finger. "Don't talk about me. You are much better than me." Martin did not make any quibbles, but said, "You can give whatever is in the trunk." Bruce said, "I won't be polite to you." The Escalade soon arrived at the door of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Martin got out of the car and entered the hotel and took the elevator to the top floor. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel has been renovated and the presidential suite on the top floor has been adjusted. Martin's private room has a garden-style terrace with many green plants on it, and a small swimming pool has been added. A small glass restaurant has been built near the outer terrace. Enjoying dinner in the restaurant, you can overlook the night view of Beverly's most prosperous commercial district. When Martin ordered the meal, Bruce routinely checked the suite to make sure that there was no problem with the room, and then left the hotel to go to the date with the Kardashian sisters. On the other side, Clara returned to her rented house, took a shower, put on her makeup, put on a red dress, and drove off half an hour in advance. The house she rented was just outside Beverly Hills, not far from the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Clara went downstairs and found that the wind was blowing. Beverly Hills is not far from the beach, and the wind is a little strong at night. Clara held the hem of her skirt with one hand and covered her chest with the other, got in the car, and rushed to the hotel. When she arrived at the hotel and entered the underground parking lot, she called Martin and took the special elevator to the top floor. The housekeeper waiting at the door asked a question, and while opening the door, he told Clara to go directly to the terrace restaurant. At this moment, it was dark, and the lights in the suite and on the terrace were all on. Clara looked through the living room and through the glass curtain wall to see Martin sitting in the terrace restaurant. She quickly came to the door leading to the terrace in the living room. The moment she opened the door, she felt a night wind blowing towards her. The roof of the high-rise building, built on Beverly Hills, is windier than below. On the other side of the door, Martin was sitting in the glass restaurant. Clara took 2 steps forward, and the night wind suddenly became stronger. Perhaps because of the location on the terrace, the wind blew from under her feet, blowing up the hem of her red dress, as if she were holding up an open red umbrella. Under the red umbrella, there were naturally white poles. Her smooth long legs suddenly appeared under the night light, so white that they seemed to be able to reflect light. Clara's first reaction was to press down and hold down the hem of her dress in front of her, just like the classic photo of Marilyn Monroe. Then, she found that Martin, who was opposite her, was looking at this side with interest. Clara acted immediately, let go of the hem of her dress, hummed a dance song, danced with her arms lightly, stepped on the high heels on her feet to the beat, and danced with the wind. She had a great figure, danced well, and her special shape was also a visual enjoyment. Martin leaned back in the dining chair and admired Clara's dance. There was always a special scenery in the flying red dress. Maybe there was too much playing, singing and dancing during the recent filming. When Martin saw Clara's feet tapping to the beat, he suddenly remembered a very classic online song from his previous life. He couldn't help but humming in a low voice, "Red umbrellas, white poles, let's lie on the board together after dinner." The evening breeze suddenly became weaker, and Clara's red skirt fell down. She slightly adjusted her dress and hair, and walked into the restaurant with a charming smile. Martin clapped his hands lightly. "A very good dance. It can be seen that you have worked hard on dance rehearsals." Clara's mind turned quickly, put down her handbag, and said, "I have prepared another dance." Martin made a gesture of invitation. Clara opened her handbag, took out her mobile phone, and turned on the music player. When the dance music sounded, she held her waist with her hands, twisted her waist and hips, as if she had installed an engine, just like Martin's zombie machine gun dance back then. Dinner was naturally postponed. On this terrace, in the night breeze of Los Angeles, Martin enjoyed the red umbrellas and white poles. Chapter 792. Mean shocks the audience. In the following days of filming, Clara was inexplicably more confident. She probably felt that she had planted roots in Los Angeles and didn't have to worry about signing a slave treaty if she didn't do well. After the filming of the 4-person song and dance scene of the heroine's girlfriends group was completed, Mean appeared with his black band. The male protagonist played by Martin accepted the invitation of Mean, the lead singer, to join his band as a keyboardist after the heroine and her mother called. In the studio, the band recorded songs together. Mean, the lead singer, took the C position. Martin, as the male protagonist, naturally stood next to him, and the other members were all blurred backgrounds. During the filming, compared with the other professionals who played, Martin could barely keep up with the rhythm. There was no problem with the playing picture alone. As for the music, it was replaced in post-production. After shooting 3 scenes, Mean drank water to moisten his throat, and came back to clear his throat slightly. Martin flexed his wrist and asked, "Are you ready?" "Of course I'm ready." Mean blinked at Martin and whispered, "In order to play this role well, and shoot several singing scenes, I went to Las Vegas to find Celine Dion, who gave me a month of intensive learning and training." Martin gave him a thumbs up. "Great." Mean looked at the rest area, where Chad, Marcus, Chenhu and others who came to visit the set were pointing and talking. He knew that this group of bad friends were waiting to see the joke, so he said, "Boss, you will soon find that I have professional level." As the script supervisor hit the board, the shooting began. The band played normally, and Martin continued to play the music keyboard to the beat. Mean sang a modern jazz song. As soon as he opened his mouth, he had a professional level, with abundant breath, expressive singing, and a firm grasp of the rhythm and beat. Although it was far from amazing, it was more than one level better than when Martin and Seois Ronan were filming singing. Stop. Damien called for a stop to filming and gestured to Mean. Good job. Keep it up. He then shouted to the rest of the crew, get ready, we'll shoot the next scene in 2 minutes. After more than an hour of continuous filming, the crew completed this part of the scene and temporarily entered the break time. Martin and Mean returned to the rest area. Chad acted as his temporary assistant, handed him a bottle of water, and said, man, you're in the wrong industry, you should be a singer. Chen, who didn't know much about black music, and said his intuitive feeling, I think you sing much better than many black rappers. Marcus agreed, that's right. Martin asked Mean in confusion, I remember the last time I heard you sing, you weren't at this level. Celine Dion has been training for more than a month, and you're so good. Chad and the other two suddenly realized it. Thinking that there was a North American pop queen above Mean's mouth and tongue, they didn't find it strange. I've been in Las Vegas with Celine for a month, and I've made great progress in all aspects. Mean cleared his throat and said, as for singing, you've heard that Celine thinks I can make an album, and she's going to sponsor me to make a music album. Everyone, including Martin, looked at Master Mean with undisguised admiration. A man who can achieve what Master Mean has achieved is really a super winner. You said there has been progress in all aspects? Bruce asked curiously, what about the others? What other aspects? Mean, this guy, actually showed a subtle smile. This is not in line with his usual style. Chad punched Mean, tell the truth quickly, or else I'll drag you to the shooting range of the Angel Club. Marcus' fat face was covered with a sinister smile. Shoot in 10 minutes. Faced with the threats of this group of envious and jealous guys, Mean could only reach into his pocket and said with a bit of show off, it is precisely because my best ability has made great progress again that Celine is willing to help me release a music album. If it was just to release an album for self-admiration, not to mention Mean, who was gradually becoming a golden supporting role, even Marcus and Chen, who had such financial resources. But it was not easy to get a music company to push it into the sales channel. Celine Dion had the channels and resources in this regard, which no one present had. Martin was also very curious. Don't be long-winded, tell the truth quickly. This is not easy to describe. Mean scratched his head with one hand and took out a ball of red thread from his pocket with the other hand. The red thread was as thick as the wool of a handmade sweater and stretched out 3 feet long. Mean coughed twice and moved his cheeks. Let me show you something. Martin made a gesture to invite him. Chad and Bruce were waiting for Mean's performance. The movement here attracted many people from the crew to come over. Even director Damien stood at the edge of the set to see what tricks Mean could come up with. Mean picked up the red string and bit the middle part. His cheeks shook rapidly, as if his tongue was dangling in his mouth. He pulled his hand out, and there was a knot on the red string. Including Martin and Bruce, the onlookers were amazed. This is not over yet. Mean grabbed the string on one side and pulled it out. The red string on the other side was pulled into his mouth. His cheeks moved quickly, as if he had turned on an electric motor. The red string he pulled out had knots connected one by one, as neat and orderly as the buckles of a chain. This speed is much faster than ordinary people tying knots by hand. It seems that this is not a mouth, but the entrance and exit of an electric knotting machine. Martin muttered, this is too exaggerated. It's worthy of Mean. Not to mention Celine Dion. Even if Madonna comes, she will raise her hands in surrender. Bruce's eyes widened, thinking that if he had this ability, not to mention Kim and Chloe, even if Kendall and Kylie were added, he could easily handle it. Chat, Chen, Hu and Marcus didn't know what to say. Only Marcus muttered, this guy's really a genius. A super genius. On the side of the set close to the director's team, Damien rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was not dazzled by work fatigue and that all he saw was the truth, and he couldn't help but grin. Some things that he didn't understand before suddenly became clear to him. No wonder many people in the crew said that Mean was the real winner in life. With such an outstanding skill, it's hard not to be a winner in life. At this moment, the studio was quiet. Uncle Mean shocked the audience. What is technology? This is technology. I'm convinced. Chad took the knotted red thread of Mean and looked at it carefully and exclaimed, man, you really make a living by your real skills. Chen, Hu and Marcus nodded repeatedly beside him. Bruce simply went over and patted me on the shoulder. "We have known each other for 8 years, right? You actually hid your tricks and refused to tell me. Old buddy must teach me. I don't ask to be as good as you, but I can be 1/3 of you." Mean smiled proudly. Okay. Bruce couldn't help but think about it. At the same time, below, left and right hands, plus Mean's special skills. Martin also heard what Bruce said and suddenly thought of something. How many Kardashian sisters are there in total? Not only Bruce, Chad, Chenhu and Marcus were also humbly asking Mean for advice. After a while, several young people from the crew also came over. They look good, and they are assistant directors, photography assistants or art assistants. It is easy for them to come into contact with star level actors. If you really get one, your life may take off. Moreover, these seemingly assistant positions are also positions that are easier to get in touch with female stars in Hollywood. Julia Roberts, Jessica Alba, Kelly Knightley, etc. often have similar boyfriends. After this day, Mean's reputation in the crew rose sharply. Many studious people would hang around him after filming. Not only men, but also many women. The upward channel in Hollywood is much wider for men than for women. But if women can master a skill to the extreme, they will undoubtedly get many more opportunities. However, this skill requires talent. Catherine D'Addario couldn't learn it no matter what, but Clara watched Mean perform twice and asked about the skills. After a night of hard practice, she gradually mastered it. Clara soon gave Martin a separate report performance. Martin was very satisfied and believed that with Clara's ability, she would definitely have a future in the circle. So, after Clara finished the role in La La Land, Martin recommended her to the crew of John Wick 3 to audition for a female role. There are 2 main female roles in this sequel. Blake Lively passed the audition and got the role of a dog lover. Clara auditioned for the role of the judge representing the high table. Chad quickly contacted Martin, approved Clara's audition, and made a suggestion to slightly adjust the role according to the actress's good figure. The judge's daily dress was adjusted to a black tight leather suit. Martin had no objection to this. The crew of La La Land left the Disney studio and began to shoot the exterior scenes in Los Angeles. Among them, there are 48 exterior locations including Griffith Observatory and Angel Cableway. The most troublesome is the opening song and dance scene on the elevated road. This scene not only has to be closed to shoot, but also involves hundreds of song and dance actors. Since May this year, Mandy Moore and Mean rented the open-air area of Disney Studios and conducted a lot of rehearsals. The shooting of the Griffith Observatory scene was also very troublesome. The rental of the exterior area alone was $10,000 a day, and it could not affect the normal tour of tourists, and no one was allowed to enter the interior for shooting. The crew could only shoot scenes inside the observatory and the studio. When the filming ended December and the main shooting was about the heroine, Martin temporarily left the crew to deal with matters related to Argo. After 7 weeks of screening, the film has accumulated a total of $178 million at the North American box office, and it is only a matter of time before it exceeds $200 million. At the same time, the film's reputation has been very good, which is also the basis for the crew's series of operations during the awards season. Chapter 793 Falls. Century City, Fox Building. Ang Lee had just arrived at work when producer Jill Netter came over. Both were in a good mood. Life of Pi was released on Thanksgiving weekend. Although the box office champion was taken by the latest Twilight film, the film still took in $30.57 million in North America, including the Thanksgiving holiday. As of yesterday, the North American box office has exceeded $60 million. More importantly, the film has a very good reputation among the audience and professionally, and its ratings in all aspects are not inferior to its main competitor Argo during the awards season. If the awards season goes well, Jill Netter and Ang Lee are confident that Life of Pi will recover all its investment, based on box office alone. Therefore, the Oscars are very critical. Ang Lee said, Disney Pictures and David Fincher held 3 screenings in a row after Thanksgiving, and many old judges who settled in Los Angeles attended. Jill Netter told him to be patient and said, our screening will start soon. Now that several Outpost awards have been handed out, the situation is gradually becoming clear. Ang Lee pointed to the newspaper on the table and said, Lincoln is not a big threat. Their main target is the best actor. The winners of the Outpost Awards for Best Director and Best Picture are concentrated on David Fincher and Argo. He was basically certain, our biggest competitor is definitely Argo. Jill Netter said, don't worry, I have sent people to find those people back then. One of them retired as a 4th class soldier and is not living a happy life. This was originally a plan agreed upon by the two of them. Ang Lee fully agreed, but he also had concerns and said, Martin Davis is a very difficult person to deal with. We only target the film, not the individual. Jill Netter responded, we won't target individuals. Our target is Argo and its plot content, not someone involved in the filming and production. Leon said, there are still 20 days before the ballots are issued. We need to hurry. Seattle, Washington. Security guard Ron Stern left the company after get off work and drove quickly to an ordinary community. The car entered the parking lot near the community, but he did not get out immediately. Instead, he opened the window, lit a cigarette and started smoking. The economic situation has been bad in recent years. His wife lost her job a year ago and has been taking care of 2 children at home. His son, who is nearly 30 years old, is addicted to drugs and can only rely on his parents at home. His daughter, who is less than 20 years old, is born with low intelligence. She could take care of herself when she was in her teens, but now she can't even take care of herself. Ron bears all the family expenses alone, which is very stressful. He flipped down the sun visor and looked at the old photo clipped in it, a group photo of 6 people. This is a group photo they took after escaping Terran. After returning, Ron also had a brief period of glory, but after retiring and returning to his hometown, he was a 4th class Marine Corps and did not receive much care. He only found a job as a bank security guard. Time flies, and more than 20 years have passed. He gets up in the morning and rushes to work. He often works overtime at the company. When he gets home, he has to help take care of the children. He is very busy. It is only during this time in the car, before going home, after get off work, that Ron can smoke a cigarette alone, empty his mind, and be in a daze. He does not have to think about the mortgage and living expenses, and can really relax. The weather in Seattle in December is cold. A man in a leather jacket got out of a nearby car. He walked towards Ron and said, Mr. Stern, I'm Fords from Los Angeles. I called you yesterday. Ron remembered that this man did call him yesterday and asked, what's the matter? Fords rubbed his hands. He came from Los Angeles and was not used to the severe cold in Seattle. Can we get in the car to talk? Ron pointed to the co-pilot. Foster got in the car, took out an envelope, and put it directly on the armrest. A little gift. Ron saw the green banknotes from the open envelope. What do you mean? I want Mr. Stern to do me a favor. Foster had learned about Ron's family situation in detail and knew that he was in need of money. He didn't beat around the bush and said, you were one of the parties involved in the Terran incident that year, right? He smiled. If I remember correctly, in October you accepted the joint invitation of Martin Davis, David Fincher and Tony Menz to attend the premiere of Argo. Ron said, yes, I went for 3 days and then came back. In addition to paying for their travel expenses, the film company also warmly entertained them, staying in a high-end hotel, attending banquets continuously, and gave them valuable gifts before they came back. I saw you in the premiere report. Foster asked, is the content of that movie the same as what you experienced? Ron didn't say anything. What happened in Terran that year was at most 20% to 30% similar to the content of the movie. Foster tapped the envelope on the armrest with his fingers and said, the things you experienced together were made into a movie. The movie's box office in North America alone is now close to $200 million US. Tony Menz made a lot of money, and the company that invested in the movie also made a lot of money, and you. Tony saved my life. Ron's eyes suddenly became sharp. If you want to say something, you can leave. I will pretend I haven't seen you. Foster immediately changed his words. I don't mean to target Tony, I just want you to tell the truth about the movie. He pushed the envelope of money towards Ron. You don't need to lie or make up stories. You just need to tell the media truthfully what happened that year and point out the fiction and exaggeration in the movie. Ron glanced at the envelope. What do you want to do? Foster said, "Let the audience know the true situation of the incident." Ron stopped talking. "We know you are a good person, and therefore you are excluded in the company because you don't like to tell lies." Foster said nice words and took out a particularly thick large envelope and placed it on the armrest box, with the opening of the envelope still facing Ron. He put his hand on the envelope. "I know a rehabilitation center that is particularly professional in drug rehabilitation. It is difficult for ordinary people to get in, but I have a vacancy here." Ron asked, "Just tell the truth. Don't do anything else?" Foster laughed. "Mr. Stern, you are the master of your mouth. Okay, I did it." Ron still kept it in mind, "But I will only be interviewed in Seattle and will not go to any other city." Foster raised his hand that was pressing on the envelope and said, "Keep the communication open. You will soon receive a call from a professional rehabilitation institution, and I will call you again after your son is settled." Ron picked up the envelope, took out the money inside, checked it carefully, and said, "I will." Foster opened the door and got out of the car and soon got into another car. Ron watched the Volvo drive out of the parking lot, then got out of the car and went home. Before he reached his doorstep, he received a call from a nursing home, and the two sides agreed to meet the next day for a detailed discussion. After the discussion the next day, Ron was truly relieved. A few days later, when his son's affairs were settled, he received a call from Foster, who arranged a time for a media interview. Just after the Christmas holiday, The Hollywood Reporter, the most influential newspaper in the Hollywood industry, published a column report in a prominent position. The exaggeration and fiction of Argo. Since its release in October, the film has been highly praised, and the box office has been rising. With the publicity of the adaptation of real history, it has achieved great success in both business and word of mouth. But how much truth is there in the content of the film? We interviewed Ron Stern, an eyewitness and former Marine Corps member at the time. The subsequent content published this interview in a question and answer format. Ron Stern did not exaggerate at all. Based on the events he experienced, he pointed out many places in Argo that were inconsistent with the facts. For example, no one was chasing them back then, because in the eyes of the other side, there was no difference between 71 hostages and 65 hostages. The film seriously downplayed the role of the Canadian diplomatic department. They were not besieged in Tehran, and boarding at the airport was very smooth, etc. As for the details of the movie that are completely inconsistent with the real experience, there are countless. At the end of the interview, the reporter specifically asked, "Mr. Scott, how much do you think the content of the film is more in line with the truth?" Ron replied, "At most 30%. The incident itself is true, and it was Tony who led us out of Tehran. I have been very grateful to Tony over the years, but the content of the film adaptation has too many false elements added without authorization, which makes me, an eyewitness, feel that this is something that has nothing to do with me." This report caused a strong response. In addition to newspapers, Ron Stern's interview video was also broadcast on TV stations and posted on YouTube, topping the hot search list. Subsequent reports quickly followed up. Some newspapers reported that the mainstream view in the historical community was that Iran had reached a secret agreement with Ronald Reagan's campaign team at the time to release the relevant hostages at the cost of unfreezing $8 billion in Iranian assets. This statement was recognized by many people, saying that the so-called rescue itself was a cover, and the United States and Iran performed it for the world to see. There were also newspapers saying that Iran had reached a deal with the Washington authorities at the time, and the authorities provided accessories to the batch of F-14 Tomcat fighters purchased by Iran from the United States, and then the two sides acted together. In short, these statements have only one purpose. Even the incident itself is questionable. How can the movie stand up? If Argo is just a simple commercial movie, it will not have much impact if it wants to get box office and commercial benefits. After all, behind every commercial film that sells well, there are always various criticisms. For example, The Matrix, Inception, Avatar, etc. There have been constant voices about copyright and plagiarism in recent years. However, the film claims to be adapted from real events. If there are doubts about its authenticity, it will be very difficult to win an Oscar. Chapter 794, Broken Bones for Brothers. After spending Christmas in Atlanta, Martin received a call from David Fincher. As soon as he arrived in Los Angeles, he returned to Beverly Hills to drop off his luggage and rushed to the studio of Disney Studios. Louise, Graham, and David Fincher were already waiting for him. On the table in the small conference room, there were several latest newspapers. The entertainment pages were all about the latest reports on Argo. Among them, the photos of Ron Stern and other rescued people were particularly eye-catching. Martin had read these newspapers on the plane. Sitting at the conference table, he shook his head and sighed, saying, "These bastards are lowering the level of Oscar public relations every year." Louise smiled at him. Martin thought to himself, "I have always won awards in an upright manner. The first time I won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, I fought hard for it. I won the Oscar for Best Actor last year because my opponents were too weak, and he won without fighting." David Fincher was somewhat anxious and said, "The eyewitnesses who witnessed the incident came forward to accuse us, which led to a lot of criticism in the media and put us in a passive position." Martin glanced at the photo in the newspaper. "Ron Stern. I remember him. I saw him at the premiere." Graham said, "When he was rescued, Ron Stern was a Marine stationed at the embassy. He later retired and went to Seattle, where he worked as a security guard at a bank." Martin asked, "Have you contacted him?" "Yes. For some work." Louise was already sitting in the front, but his response to us was just to tell the truth in media interviews. Martin frowned slightly. "Is that so?" Louise said, "Obviously someone has contacted him, and we are still doing his work." David Fincher continued, "For all movies adapted from real events, except for the main storyline, how can they be completely restored one-to-one according to the events that happened? In that case, is the movie still a movie? It is better to just make a documentary." Louise added, "I just had someone do a detailed investigation. Ron Stern has an average income, his wife is unemployed, his children lack the ability to take care of themselves, and the financial burden is heavy. However, his son, who is addicted to drugs, has recently been admitted to a drug rehabilitation center with high fees. This is normal." Martin was not surprised and asked, "What has the crew done to deal with it?" Graham said, "I contacted Tony Menz. Tony will be interviewed in the next few days to refute Ron Stern's statement. This matter is directly related to Tony Menz's interests. The old man not only called Ron Stern personally, but also actively cooperated with the crew. The Terran rescue is also the most noteworthy thing in Tony Menz's life. He will not let anyone deny his key role." Graham added, "We contacted Tony and asked Mark Hansen and Michael Cohen, who are still working in the diplomatic department. They were also the people rescued by Tony that year and are willing to come forward for interviews to support us." Louise replied, "I contacted the CIA. The CIA has been providing assistance to the film. To deny Argo is to deny the CIA's credit. The CIA will soon issue a relevant statement." Martin put down the newspaper he was reading and said, "These are all normal responses that can dilute this series of negative impacts." He pointed to the reports about the government's secret deals and asked, "Is there really a behind-the-scenes deal?" "There must have been a behind-the-scenes deal for the rescue of the 65 hostages." Graham said simply, "The unfreezing of the other party's assets and the accessories of the F-14 Tomcat are also true, but whether it is related to Tony's rescue incident, only the CIA executives or the decision makers at the time know." Martin didn't actually care about the true situation of the incident, because his standard for judging the truth of events related to the film Argo was particularly simple. Everything that is beneficial to the film is true. Everything that will have a negative impact on the film is false. Louise then said, "This series of measures is just passive defense." She personally experienced the Oscar for Best Actor last year. To gain an advantage, you must not only defend, but also attack. David Fincher asked, "Who is the opponent who came up with this? Have you found out?" "No." Graham asked someone to investigate, but there was no clear result. "The target range is not large. The crew that intends to compete for the Oscar this year and has conflicts with us in several major awards. The primary goal of Argo is the Best Director and Best Picture, which is clearly shown in a series of preliminary awards that have been awarded. Anyone who knows a little about the Hollywood award season process can easily judge this." Martin asked directly, "In a few days, the Academy will mail Oscar ballots to all members. The situation during the awards season is relatively clear. Who is our main competitor? Graham replied, I have contacted Spielberg and have carefully studied the current situation. The primary goal of Lincoln is the best actor. Other films such as Les Miserables and Beasts of the Southern Wild are unlikely to threaten us. The only competitor is Life of Pi, directed by Ang Lee. Martin stroked his chin and said, we don't have to care who is behind the incident. We just need to know who our main competitor is and hit them hard. Louise agreed, our goal is not to find out who is doing this behind the scenes, because this is becoming more and more common in the publicity and public relations of the awards season. In recent years, there have been awards every year, and it is estimated that it will intensify in the future. At this point, she glanced at Martin. Harvey Weinstein single-handedly trampled the public relations and publicity of the Oscars on the ground. In recent years, Martin's selling of Misery and Being Upright have been worse than the others, and he has simply thrown the Oscars public relations into a pit. The bottom line is getting lower and lower. The high-end Oscars are almost becoming a clown election contest in Washington. Martin said, the next offensive plan is to catch the competitor Life of Pi and hit it hard. Louise asked, continue to compare the worst? Although David Fincher didn't understand what this meant, he guessed from the literal meaning and reminded, Graham and I went to see Life of Pi together. The film was very good and had nothing to do with bad. Graham agreed. In terms of the quality of the film alone, this is a strong competitor, and they have also done a lot of public relations. Martin nodded. In addition to normal publicity and lobbying, some ways to win awards can only be used once, and they will not work the second time. David Fincher asked, discredit competitors? Martin said, discrediting competitors in media reports and public opinion can be classified as normal publicity and public relations in the Harvey Weinstein era more than a decade ago. Louise knew very well that Martin was going to use unconventional means. Martin thought for a moment and said, contact Tony and the other two parties involved. Clarify and support our go in the media. You are responsible for it, and I will find a way to attack. David Fincher wanted to go all out for the Oscar for Best Director for the last time, and said, just tell me what you need me to do. Graham also said, GK Films can also invest a lot of resources. Louise naturally didn't need to say much. Martin said, I was thinking about this on the plane from Atlanta to Los Angeles. I have a general idea. You can also give me some suggestions. To be more precise, his idea came from his previous life and was also related to Megan Ellison. In his previous life, Megan Ellison was able to become the biggest Oscar winner after Harvey Weinstein, not only because the films she invested in shooting and producing were of guaranteed quality, but also because of a series of public relations methods. The Oscar game can be said to be an alternative American election. Think about the moths in the election, and you can know how many messes there will be in the Oscars, from publicity to public relations to awards. Martin's proposal was recognized by Louise, Graham, and David Fincher. Election? No. Winning an award? It's not bad to use some means. Besides, winning an award will bring countless small amounts of money. After the meeting, Martin was the first to leave the Disney studio. After getting into the Escalade with Bruce, he said, you go find Jodie. Bruce was in the corner of the meeting room at the time. He knew Martin's plan and said, Jodie is on a business trip. I'll go there as soon as she comes back. Martin pointed to the backseat and said, don't forget to bring a gift. Bruce nodded silently. For Martin, his good brother, he really bumped his pelvis again and it hurt. Maybe one day he would break a bone. There was no way. Who made them brothers in life and death? After sending Martin to the La La Land crew that was still on location, Bruce called Jodie and arranged to meet tomorrow afternoon. On the other side, Louise and Graham also contacted the media. Tony Menz, Mark Hansen and Michael Cohen accepted media interviews that day. Louise called the CIA's liaison office again. The next morning, at a press conference, the CIA spokesperson specifically mentioned Argo, praising the film for truly reflecting the CIA's rescue plan at the time, saying that the CIA rarely had a positive image in a Hollywood movie, and that the film directed by David Fincher was a masterpiece. Subsequently, Entertainment Weekly published an interview with Tony Menz, who of course praised the adapted film, believing that the film was at least 80% true, and that the fictional part was also to highlight the urgency of the incident and the urgency of the rescue, which was harmless. Like Ron Stern, Mark Hansen and Michael Cohen, who also experienced the entire incident, said completely different things in an interview with People, believing that the film was very real and almost a true reproduction of the experience of the year. But it is not easy to completely eliminate the negative impact. It takes only one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it. Besides, this is not a rumor. This world is magical after all. The rumor spreader is telling the truth, and the rumor refutator is full of lies. And public opinion mostly believes the latter. Chapter 795, Violation of the Ban and Email Gate. In Santa Monica, in the house that Martin gave to Bruce, Jody prepared dinner and called Bruce to come over for dinner. Bruce wore a pair of tight swimming trunks, which looked funny, and there were more than a dozen heating pads on it, which looked quite weird. Jody couldn't understand. What's wrong with you? My pelvis hurts. Bruce has been to Chinatown many times to buy things like feng gouging. Someone told me that when my bones hurt, I should keep warm. Hearing this again, Jody subconsciously touched her buttocks and was so angry that she said bitterly, "You took the initiative this time." Bruce, this scumbag, was full of crooked logic. "I'm worried that you will harm Martin." Jody finally understood why she fell in love with Bruce and felt that he was the right one because he was as shameless as her. Bruce sat down to eat and said as he ate, "You were only enjoying yourself when I was doing things and you didn't reply to me." Jody rearranged her golden brown hair and tied it into a high ponytail. She sat opposite Bruce and said, "I have been in this industry for more than 10 years. I may not remember some small things, but I always remember the big things very clearly. I have never made up important news." Bruce believed these words because he knew Jody. "I didn't ask you to report fake news, but to use the way you are best at." Jody stared at Bruce with fiery eyes. "Red, do you know what I'm best at?" Bruce didn't answer and continued to eat. "If you want to get, you have to pay." Jody suddenly laughed. "Old Bruce, don't you want to see news that is good for Martin appear on TMZ?" Bruce stood up and walked around the table to Jody. For Martin, he made sacrifices for the nth time. When it was over, Bruce and Jody discussed business. As a reporter and business editor with professional ethics and journalistic principles, Jody absolutely disagreed with TMZ reporting fake news. This was contrary to her principles. Reports that are fabricated about things that didn't happen are called fake news. Reports about things that happened, of course, become real news. So, before reporting, you have to create news first. Both Bruce and Jody have done this many times, without any psychological barriers, and are extremely skilled at it. In the early morning of the day, when the Academy mailed Oscar ballots, someone used hacking technology and unregulated public equipment to send a heavyweight email to many members of the Academy. The content was not to criticize other Oscar competitors, but to praise Ang Lee and Life of Pi. Ralph, who lives in North Hollywood, joined the Art Directors Guild as early as 1999. A few years later, he received an invitation letter from the Film Academy and became a member of the Academy, and also had the qualification to vote for the Oscars. At the beginning, Ralph would carefully watch the nominated films before each Oscar, discuss them seriously with the public relations or related filmmakers, and finally cast his crucial vote solemnly. After several consecutive Oscars, he found that none of the films he was optimistic about won any heavyweight awards, and Ralph's heart gradually faded. He became a poster boy for fair voting, often publicly demonstrating responsible voting methods such as voting with eyes closed, and throwing stones, and voting from the second floor. He also published articles in the media and blogs from time to time, criticizing the Academy for letting publicity and public relations run wild, which led to a chaotic Oscar. Although he is not young anymore, Ralph can be regarded as an angry young man in the Film Academy. Neither the Film Academy nor the Art Directors Guild welcomes him. After breakfast, Ralph came to the study, turned on the computer, and prepared to post a blog post. This year's Oscars has reached a critical moment. The media reports are a mess, and it is another extremely bad Oscar. While opening the blog, he logged into his work email, which prompted 3 new unread emails. The first two were work contact emails, and Ralph deleted them directly after reading them. However, the third email aroused his interest because it was related to Oscar public relations. The email was sent anonymously. "Dear Mr. Ralph Jackson, we apologize for the intrusion and hope you will forgive us. We wrote to you to say that we hope you will like the film Life of Pi. If you like it and hope we win, please vote for us and forward it to your Oscar judge friends, actors, directors, crews, art directors, special effects personnel. If everyone can forward it to one or two of their friends, we can win the Oscar." This is an obvious canvassing email. Ralph's face became extremely ugly because according to the Academy's regulations, any crew participating in the Oscar competition is strictly prohibited from sending emails to any judges to canvass votes. Just like public relations such as film screenings and breakfast meetings, you can send various materials, carry out various side lobbying, and even give some small gifts to the judges, but it is strictly forbidden to canvass votes directly from the Academy members. You can say how good the movie is, but you can't say you voted for me. Of course, the Academy's regulations are one thing, and the actual operation is another. For example, in private, it doesn't matter what friends like the asshole trio say. For example, the Academy also stipulated that the gifts given by the crew should not exceed $35, so the crews rented the gifts to the judges one after another. According to the Academy's regulations, information or comments about the film, as well as various praising soft articles, can be sent to Academy members through mail or email. As long as there is no voting related content in them, there will be no problem. Even if there is, it will generally not be a problem under normal circumstances. If you don't say it, I won't say it. But Ralph, who was specifically picked out by Nicholson, is different. He is a cynical old angry young man who has been dissatisfied with the chaotic Oscar public relations for many years. In the past, Ralph turned a blind eye to it, unless it offended him. Now someone actually sent the canvassing email directly to the work email, and Ralph couldn't stand it. These bastards are getting more and more excessive. He thought about it for a while, came up with an idea, and immediately took a screenshot of the email content, logged into the blog, and quickly wrote a blog post. Some crews and films have blatantly violated the Oscar public relations. Is there anyone in the Academy who cares? Ralph posted a screenshot of the email content and posted a blog post. That was not all. Ralph also added the official blog of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences and the blog of Tom Sherrock, the president of the Academy, and forwarded his blog post with pictures to them, and posted again. I, Ralph Jackson, report someone for violating the Oscars public relations rules. After posting the blog post, Ralph's depressed mood improved a lot, but when he looked at the blog without any movement, he frowned again. Did the bigwigs of the Academy really not know about these things that happened in private? The current president of the Academy, Tom Sherrock, is a producer. The vice president, Tom Hanks, is a superstar, and the female vice president, Kathleen Kennedy, has been an assistant to Spielberg for many years. These people have all experienced the Oscar rush and must know what happened. Suddenly, the message alert on the blog sounded. Ralph thought the Academy had replied, so he quickly clicked on the message and found that it was not. A media sent him a message. Hello, Mr. Jackson, I'm a reporter from TMZ. I just saw your blog post and pictures. Can I spare you a few minutes? Did you receive these personally? Ralph's heart moved, and he replied, yes, this is the email I just received this morning. The other party clearly violated the Academy's ban and directly solicited votes from me via email. The reporter on the other end waited for a while before replying. I checked the Academy's regulations and called the Academy to ask about it. It is indeed a violation of the ban. Mr. Jackson, can TMZ interview you about this matter? We won't delay you for too long. Ralph did not answer immediately, but clicked on the blog to take a look. Tom Sherrock and the official blog of the Film Academy were still silent. Although he knew that it was impossible to give him a clear answer so quickly because it involved the Academy officials, Ralph still replied to the reporter after careful consideration. Okay, come to the Moon Bay Cafe on Laurel Valley Boulevard in North Hollywood at 10 o'clock. The other end immediately replied, okay, I'll leave now. Ralph waited for more than 10 minutes, but still did not receive a reply. He turned off the computer, put on his coat, and drove to the agreed place. Of course, this would cause some controversy, but he didn't care. Ralph was about to retire, and with his pension and dividends from previous works, he could live well. As for the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, what could they do to him? Ralph had no official position in the Academy. He was just a pure member of the Academy, and members of the Academy were lifelong members, and their membership would not be revoked easily. To be more precise, in the nearly 100 years since the establishment of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences in Hollywood, there was only one person who was expelled from the Academy. That person was Harvey Weinstein. Ralph arrived at the agreed location on time and was interviewed by a TMZ reporter. After the latter obtained the consent of the former, he interviewed Ralph on video about the matter. At noon that day, TMZ played Ralph's interview video and distributed screenshots of Ralph's emails and blogs in the news. At the same time, it also noted the Academy's rigid regulations on this aspect to avoid confusion among the onlookers. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences had just mailed out the ballots, and it was a time when the whole United States was most concerned about the Oscar voting. This matter was immediately detonated, and Twitter, Ins and YouTube forwarded it one after another, and it climbed to the hot search list that day. Afterwards, an Academy member from Hong Kong and another from South Korea also posted pictures on Twitter, revealing that they had also received similar emails. Although the emails were all sent anonymously, and TMZ's report did not mention the crew or the film's title, the beneficiaries were clearly visible. When such things are hidden below the surface, they are naturally calm. But one after another, people came forward, and the surface immediately boiled. With the first bird to come forward, dozens of Academy members also revealed the same email in various ways. The media, looking forward to hot news, followed up, and the Oscar email gate broke out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 796, Insisting on the Authenticity of News. Beverly Hills, Davis Manor. After finishing the extremely intense exercise and taking a shower, Martin, Lily and Elizabeth went to the large balcony of the bedroom to have a drink. Elizabeth was swiping her phone and looking at the news about Life of Pi. She felt a sense of familiarity and asked, "I remember that Life of Pi is the competitor of Argo. What about these?" Martin did not need to deny it and said, "I also want to be calm, but other crews don't want to, and they have to compete. I can only face them openly." Lily came to Elizabeth's side, looked at the news on her phone, and said, "Kill them." Elizabeth pondered and said, "When I was studying, I also thought about becoming an actor. At that time, I thought the Oscars were so grand, but in the past few years, I have found that in every Oscar competition, there are always some messed up things." Lily continued, "The general election is more grand than the Oscars, and there are no shortage of dog blood in each one." She looked at Martin and asked, "I found that starting from Harvey Weinstein, they all like to use the means of belittling their competitors." Elizabeth nodded. While praising themselves, they also have to suppress their opponents. In fact, there is no essential difference between this time and last year. The core is still a comparison of the worse. Martin said simply, "A film work, such as last year's The Martian and this year's Argo, are of good quality, but they can never crush other competitors. It is too difficult for a film to improve itself after reaching this level." Lily agreed, "Just like my sculpture, from 1 to 90 is not difficult, but every step above 90 requires not only talent and a lot of time to practice, but also huge financial investment. It is extremely difficult." Elizabeth deliberately rolled her eyes at Lily. "Are you bragging?" Martin continued the previous topic. "If you want to improve yourself, the effort and reward are not proportional. You may put in 10 and get less than 1. But it is too easy to belittle your competitors, especially in the Oscar competition, where the investment is low and the effect is quick." Elizabeth grasped the key point. "As long as the opponent is worse than us, we can defeat them with our rich experience." Martin snapped his fingers. "So, while we are refuting rumors, we make our opponents worse than us." It is also very interesting to use lies to refute the facts dug up by the opponent. The Film Academy is a very old, conservative and slow-moving non-governmental organization. The average age of its main members is over 60 years old. They do things step by step, their efficiency is very average, and they pay attention to keeping the same in the face of change. Just like the Academy's face, the Oscars, the ratings and influence are declining every year. The Academy claims to reform and innovate before each session, but when the Oscar ceremony is held, everyone will find that it is still the same old thing. The email scandal broke out on the internet and the media, becoming a hot search on the entire internet, and the Academy slowly responded. Academy President Tom Sherrick accepted an interview with the media and said that the Academy would thoroughly investigate the matter. Subsequently, people from the Academy's executive committee contacted Ralph and other people who received the email, as well as the Life of Pi crew. If the incident had not been exposed, even if the Academy heard about it, they would turn a blind eye. But now it has become a hot event that has attracted national attention, and it also involves dozens of Academy members. The Academy must consider its own face. At the same time, countless people turned their attention to the Life of Pi crew. The film suddenly became the target of public criticism. The media finally waited for fresh and interesting news, so how could they let it go easily? North America has a mature media market, and without prior consultation, the media automatically split into two groups. One group defended the crew of Life of Pi. The anonymous forwarding of the email may not be done by the crew of Life of Pi. The other group of media automatically refuted. The Oscar ballots have just been mailed out, and many judges suddenly received canvassing emails. It is definitely not accidental or coincidental. In recent years, the Oscar public relations efforts have become increasingly stronger, almost equated with winning the award. In the face of huge honors and interests, is it strange to send such emails? The supporters cult, the crew of Life of Pi stated that they are innocent. The opposition shouted loudly, for the fairness and justice of the Oscars, the Academy must severely punish Life of Pi. In public opinion, the opposition has an absolute upper hand, especially on Twitter, Ins and YouTube, which are becoming more and more influential. The online spectators don't care whether the email is anonymous or not. They only know that, if this email is not disclosed, the crew of Life of Pi will be the biggest beneficiary. Life of Pi must be kicked out of this year's Oscars. Disqualify Ang Lee and this crew from judging the awards. The judges should not vote for this film anymore. They have crossed the line. If Life of Pi becomes the winner of this year's Oscars, I will boycott the Oscars forever and will hate them for the rest of my life. Yes, boycott. Boycott +1. In the heyday of the Oscars, the old men of the Academy could simply ignore all this. No matter how loudly the media and the audience clamored, when the award ceremony was held, people still had to watch it obediently. Even if the winning films caused huge controversy, the subsequent sales of videotapes and DVDs, as well as television broadcasts, were still extremely popular. But today's Oscars are no longer a program that ranks among the top 3 in North American ratings. The Academy cannot ignore public opinion. The same is true for the Life of Pi crew. Fox Tower in Century City. In the producer's office, Ang Lee looked at the reports in the newspaper with a worried look on his face. Jill Nate put down his phone and said, public opinion on the internet is much more intense than that in traditional media. Ang Lee looked up and asked, can you find out who is behind this? There's no way to find out who it is exactly. Jill Nate had someone investigate. It's nothing more than our competitors during the awards season. This is obvious, and Ang Lee asked again, was the email exposed after being sent by our people, or was it done by someone else? Jill Nate couldn't be sure of this. Since the film was released in North America, I asked the crew's publicity department and public relations team to send information to many judges' emails, sent various invitations, and sent a lot of hot reviews. Like most Hollywood crews, they basically sent them anonymously. He had a headache. Now something has happened. I carefully asked the people below, and they all said that they didn't send any direct votes. But you should know that the bottom line of Oscar public relations in recent years is getting lower and lower. I can't guarantee whether the publicity department and public relations team have done such things privately. Ang Lee was a little angry. Many crews have done this in the past. Gillnet said, the problem is that they have not been exposed. Regardless of whether this email was sent by our people or not, we are the beneficiary and the one who is most affected. I originally thought that if our competitors were to target us, they would start with the movie itself. Ang Lee did not expect that someone would use such despicable means. None of the preventive measures we have prepared can be used. Gillnet said, the crew of Argo is the most likely to be involved. Keep targeting them. Also, hurry up with the crisis public relations. Ang Lee said, I have contacted the top management of Fox. The media under Fox will speak for us, but the most important thing is TMZ. TMZ is constantly breaking news. Gillnet said, you communicate with Fox, and I will talk to TMZ. If TMZ calms down, we will have less pressure. Ang Lee nodded, hurry up and act. This is not the first time for these two to challenge the Oscars. They both know very well that, if public opinion continues, many judges will give up voting for Life of Pi. Gillnet contacted TMZ's business editor Jodie through a friend, and asked her to meet with him to discuss the Emailgate incident caused by TMZ. Due to their friendship, Jodie and Gillnet met in a coffee shop next to TMZ. The two of them ordered coffee at the booth, and exchanged a few pleasantries. Then Gillnet's face straightened, and he got to the point. Editor-in-Chief Jodie, Life of Pi has been under great criticism in the media recently, and it all originated from TMZ's false reports. False reports? Jodie is no longer the paparazzi she used to be. She interrupted her directly. I'm sorry that I can't agree with Mr. Nate's point of view. TMZ is a media with principles and rules. Since its establishment, it has always insisted on the authenticity of news reports. Any news will be reviewed and verified by us before it is published. Gillnet understood that the entertainment media is like stray dogs. If you are a little weak, they dare to ride on you and pee on you. He immediately made clear his tough attitude regarding the series of news about the Life of Pi email incident. Has TMZ conducted a thorough investigation? I'm the producer of the Life of Pi project, and I can tell you responsibly that the crew, the producer and the distributor have never sent those emails, but you reported and spread them so widely. He couldn't help but sneer. Is this what you call the pursuit of authenticity of news? The crew reserves the right to pursue legal responsibility against you. Jodie interrupted him again. In any of TMZ's reports involving this email scandal, there is no accusation, suggestion or any indicative content that says that this incident was caused by you. She is a principled person, and true reporting is her consistent principle. All the emails we have published and all the people we have interviewed are first-hand and true information, without any falsehood. If you have any questions, you can sue. This reminded Gillnet. He carefully recalled the TMZ reports he had read, and it seemed that TMZ's news did not have any indicative content. For all the content related to the email scandal, TMZ was like a news carrier, just putting the email content and interview videos of people who received the email and were willing to be interviewed on the website. As for the others, there was no need at all. The real email content and screenshots published in the news clearly had Life of Pi written on them. The incident was real, the emails were real, and even the interviews were real. The two sides parted unhappily, and Gillnet made a harsh statement before leaving. You can wait to receive the lawyer's letter. Chapter 797, No Hope for Young Pi. Beverly Hills, Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. In the small meeting room of the executive committee, the current president of the academy, Tom Sherrock, vice presidents Tom Hanks and Kathleen Kennedy, and executive director Claire Burt are holding a closed-door meeting on the Emailgate. Tom Sherrock asked Claire Burt, has the email canvassing for Life of Pi been investigated? Claire Burt said, the source of anonymous emails is difficult to trace. There is no evidence that it was the Life of Pi crew, but it cannot be ruled out either. In the closed-door meeting, he spoke with less scruples. In the past few years of Oscar public relations, anonymous canvassing by award-winning crews is not uncommon. The only difference with the Life of Pi crew is that it was exposed by Ralph, the steely straight man, and the media also focused on it and reported it crazily. Tom Hanks and Kathleen Kennedy looked at each other. Similar things had been done by the Oscar-winning crew they were in before. As we all know, some things can be done but not said. Tom Sherrock asked, does that mean we can't give a clear answer to the outside world now? We can't eliminate the outside world's doubts about Life of Pi. Yes. Klebert was cautious. If we say that the crew of Life of Pi is innocent, and TMZ later reveals shocking news, the Academy will be very passive. Kathleen Kennedy said at this time, "It is better not to give a clear answer to the outside world for the time being. It will not be too late until the situation becomes clearer." Tom Hanks agreed, "We have expressed our attitude to the public and will seriously investigate the matter. Once verified, we will deal with it seriously." Klebert shared the same opinion. As long as the Academy does not act rashly, it can always take the initiative. Tom Sherrick said to Klebert, "You continue to send people to investigate." He frowned slightly. "This kind of email canvassing is not the first time, nor will it be the last. If it is exposed again in the future, we will still have trouble dealing with it." Tom Hanks said, "With the current public relations standards of the Oscars, it is very likely that similar situations will occur again." Kathleen Kennedy nodded. "There may even be other people who deliberately send such emails and then expose them." In fact, the email scandal of Life of Pi did not worry Tom Sherrick much. Even if it was done by their crew, they would find a temporary person such as a production manager or public relations person to take the blame and then withdraw from this Oscar. But as the president of the Academy, he cannot ignore the negative impact caused by this. Tom Sherrick felt very clearly that the atmosphere of the Oscars was getting worse every year, not only in terms of public relations, but also in terms of award criteria. "We have to think of a way to block this road." Tom Sherrick did not want email canvassing to become a default reality. "Do you have any good ideas?" Kathleen Kennedy was still thinking. Tom Hanks said, "I have an immature idea that can turn the Academy from passive to active. This honest-looking superstar is actually one of the smartest people in the circle. Now the Academy has the email addresses of all members. Starting next year, it can inform all crews that intend to participate in the Oscar competition. All electronic materials sent to Academy members will be sent by the Academy in batches. Those who send them privately will automatically lose the qualification to compete for the Oscar." The others started to think about it. Tom Hanks said again, "The Academy can also charge a fee for this as activity funds." "Good idea." Tom Sherrick thought it was feasible. "In this way, we will first formulate a policy and then solicit opinions after this Oscar session is over." The topic of the meeting was off topic, and Life of Pi was no longer in their discussion. After the new year of 2013, the annual Oscar award season has reached the critical voting stage. Nearly 6,000 Academy members from all over the world will fill out their Oscar ballots before the end of January and mail them back to the Academy's designated address. Mid-January is the peak period for returning ballots. There is still no clear result of the email scandal of Life of Pi. During this period, the executive director of the Academy, Klebert, accepted an interview with the media and said that the Academy is still investigating and communicating with all parties. If there is clear information, it will be announced as soon as possible. These are quite unfavorable to Life of Pi and have affected the voting choices of many judges. At the same time, many media have appeared with new reports about Life of Pi, and the reports tend to be positive. The visual effects of Life of Pi are realistic, and the CG production is used to the point of pure passion. The application of computer special effects in this film is rare in recent years. The main plot of the film, the section where the boy and the animals are in the ocean, were all completed in front of the green screen in the studio, generated by CGI technology. Ang Lee has created a visual spectacle like Avatar. This new film shot by Ang Lee is full of fantasy. No matter how vivid our comments are, they are not as shocking as the light and shadow effects created by the director. This is a movie with very beautiful pictures. The sound effects and picture effects have reached the extreme, which brings people great enjoyment in terms of vision and hearing. Good reviews are overwhelming, and they are about to overwhelm the email scandal. But these praises are focused on the special effects, especially the use of CGI. They almost compare Ang Lee's new film with the animated blockbuster Avatar. Ang Lee and Jill Net were confused for a while. The former asked the latter, "Our publicity budget is almost gone, and you have raised funds again." Jill Net was confused. "Isn't this the promotional soft article you bought with your own money?" Ang Lee hurriedly shook his head. "No. Gillnet was slightly surprised to hear that it was not Ang Lee's work, but soon figured out the key and said, "The situation is not good. Someone is calculating us and deliberately leaning Life of Pi towards the CGI special effects spectacle type of film." Ang Lee immediately figured out the key. CGI special effects weird films are naturally severely discriminated against in the Oscar selection. Most Oscar judges will not watch the candidate films at all. Once they determine that this is a special effects spectacle film, awards such as Best Director and Best Picture will definitely not be the first choice. Gillnet quickly stood up and said, "Hurry up and issue a few more announcements. We must let people know that Life of Pi is a film with artistic connotations and philosophical thinking." The two of them hurried to put out the fire again. PricewaterhouseCoopers, Los Angeles branch. In the past 20 years or so, PricewaterhouseCoopers has been responsible for counting the Oscar ballots of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. The Academy mails ballots to its members. After filling out the ballots, the members return them not to the Academy, but to PricewaterhouseCoopers in Los Angeles. For an accounting firm of PricewaterhouseCoopers size, the Oscar business does not make much money, but it can bring huge publicity and chain effects. Every year when the Hollywood Awards season comes, PricewaterhouseCoopers will set up a special Oscar affairs office. In addition to mobilizing elite talents, no unrelated business personnel are allowed to enter the office. Although it has been less than half a month since the new year, many Oscar nomination ballots have been mailed. Several young accountants at PricewaterhouseCoopers have been working every day to make relevant statistics. They are young, live in Los Angeles, and do work related to the entertainment industry, so it is inevitable for them to gossip. The work at hand is not too busy. Southgate said while typing on the keyboard, "Have you noticed that after the emailgate broke out, the number of votes for Life of Pi in the mailed ballots has obviously decreased?" No. Greenwood was responsible for counting some small category awards. For Best Visual Effects, Best Art Director, and Best Adapted Screenplay, there were quite a few votes for this film. Fodden, who was sitting on the other side of him, said there were basically no votes for the acting awards. Southgate said there were also very few votes for Best Picture and Best Director. Greenwood immediately understood what was going on. The email scandal affected the judges, making the judges not want to choose Life of Pi for important awards. Southgate, who has been counting votes for more than 1 year, agreed, "Yes, the email scandal has held back. I don't know if Life of Pi can get nominated for Best Director and Best Picture." Fodden continued, "There is definitely no hope for the acting awards." The office door opened, and a colleague brought in the latest ballots that had been mailed, and several people in the room began the assembly line operation again. After Southgate counted the ballots he had just received, he handed them to another person for review, and said, "I remember that Life of Pi had a very good reputation both professionally and among the audience. The quality of the film is excellent, and Ang Lee is also a veteran in Oscar competition. He must win something at this year's Oscars, but the statistics don't look good." Fodden asked casually, "Are you finished with the emailgate?" "Not really." Greenwood took over the conversation. "Based on the data I've counted, it's not difficult to get nominated for a few small categories." Southgate pressed the save button. "It's the same as the acting award on my side. This movie has no hope." Greenwood was puzzled. Harvey Weinstein, who made the Oscars so chaotic, is now in jail. Why is the Oscars public relations even more intense than when he was there, and the memes are even more, well, unsightly? Fodden shrugged. "Who knows what happened? Maybe someone has learned the essence of Harvey and taken it a step further." Disney Studios, the studio where the crew of La La Land is located. The male lead Martin and the female lead Saoirse Ronan walked hand in hand through the set. They turned back at the same time and smiled at the camera. The romantic love scene was like a fairy tale. Director Damien Chazelle stood up and shouted, "Stop. It's over. I declare that the shooting stage of La La Land is completed." Everyone on the set breathed a sigh of relief. The shooting lasted for more than 2 months, and it was a torture for everyone in the later stage. Because it involved 48 outdoor scenes in Los Angeles, and a large number of outdoor singing and dancing scenes, the shooting was much slower than planned, and even the shooting cost increased by $5 million. Saoirse opened her arms and hugged Martin, saying, "Teacher, I hope to work with you again in the future." Martin smiled. There should be a chance. That night, the crew held a grand party, which was not only a reward for all the staff, but also a way of publicity. Chapter 798. Confidence is destroyed. Beverly Hills, Ritz-Carlton Hotel. The 85th Academy Awards nominees luncheon is being held. Academy President Tom Sherrick and host Natalie Portman walked onto the podium, facing the large screen in the background, ready to announce this year's nominees. Martin sat at a table in the middle of the front, smiling naturally and without any pressure. David Fincher next to him had a tense face and sweaty palms. Of course, he wanted a perfect result for this last Oscar trip, and the nomination is the ticket to win. In contrast, Graham and Louise, as producers, did not have such great pressure. The two were representatives of the investors, and they did not have such pressure, because the box office performance of the film was good enough. Argo is still being screened in North American theaters, and will continue until the end of the Oscars. As early as last month, the North American box office had exceeded the $200 million mark. Now the North American box office has accumulated $223 million. Compared with the production cost of $60 million, the commercial income is good enough. However, the film's response overseas is much worse. After all, this is a very politically correct American mainstream movie. Argo has been released in some overseas markets such as Europe, Latin America and Southeast Asia. To date, the overseas box office has not yet exceeded $100 million. Including Martin, the crew hopes to win at the Oscars. The Oscars still have a great influence overseas. Winning the heavyweight Oscar award can greatly increase the commercial income of overseas markets. Next to Martin's table is the crew of Lincoln headed by Spielberg. Martin glanced at Daniel Day-Lewis, who was sitting next to Spielberg. This darling of the Academy has won many awards for best performance at the Sentinel Awards. The Oscar winner is a foregone conclusion. This person has extremely high artistic achievements in acting, but in daily life, it is better not to mention it. As a representative of the method school, it is said that when filming Lincoln, Daniel Day-Lewis regarded himself as Lincoln throughout the whole process and signed a Black Liberation Proclamation on the crew. Behind the crew of Lincoln, where the crew of Life of Pi was, Ang Lee and Jill Netter were a little nervous. Although they have done a lot of crisis public relations and continue to attack their main competitor Argo, except for the initial report that accused the opponent of false content, they have been responding passively and have been beaten to the point of not being able to raise their heads. The two people's confidence is almost gone. Ang Lee looked at Martin and David Fincher in front of him and shook his head secretly. Even though there is no evidence that the bad things that happened in Life of Pi are related to Martin Davis, he is sure that he is the one who did it. Ang Lee has a feeling that this person is more difficult to deal with than Harvey Weinstein. On the podium, Tom Sherrick and Natalie Portman began to announce the list of nominations. The nominees for Best Sound Editing are Skyfall, Life of Pi, Anna Karenina, Django Unchained. The nominees for Best Visual Effects are Life of Pi, The Avengers, Snow White and the Huntsman, The Hobbit. The nominees for Best Art Direction are Life of Pi, The Hobbit, Lincoln. After winning multiple technical award nominations, Life of Pi was subsequently nominated for Best Editing and Best Adapted Screenplay. Ang Lee and Jill Nate, who were originally anxious, unconsciously raised their heads and chests, thinking that their film was going to be okay again. The two looked at each other and saw the same thing in each other's eyes. The email scandal and the subsequent reports of visual effects wonders. The impact seems not as great as expected. Jill Nate has been putting out fires everywhere during this period, and there is also a fire in his heart, but no one is helping him put it out. He couldn't help but whisper to Ang Lee, "If we can get the Best Director and Best Film nominations as planned, after the luncheon, you will accompany me to talk to Martin Davis and David Fincher." This is not in line with Ang Lee's usual style of hiding behind the scenes. He frowned slightly. "Isn't this a bad idea?" Jill Nate shook his head gently. "Ang Lee, this guy, has always liked to hide. He hides his actions and purpose very deeply." Tom Sherrick then announced the nominations for Best Actor. Martin Davis was once again nominated for the Best Actor Oscar for Argo, but Ang Lee and Jill Netter knew very well that this bastard had just won the award last year, and Tony Menn's role was not groundbreaking, so it was unlikely that he would win again. Then, it was time for the most critical nominations for Best Director and Best Film. The first nominations for Best Director were announced. Ang Lee looked up at the big screen and pricked up his ears. The nominees for Best Director are David Fincher, Steven Spielberg, David Russell, Michael Haneke, and Bech Zietlin. Ang Lee did not hear his own name. He looked through the names of directors and the titles of the corresponding works displayed on the big screen one by one. There was no name for him, nor the title of Life of Pi. Ang Lee lowered his head slightly and sighed softly. His second attempt at Best Director failed just like that. The Best Film nominations that were announced next also did not include Life of Pi. Jill Netter's hand under the table tightly grasped the armrest of the chair. Although it was nominated for a series of technical awards, it was not selected for the most important Best Director and Best Film. Life of Pi's plan to win the award this year was a complete failure. Even if all the nominations for technical awards were won, they would not be as good as the Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor awards. Not to mention the Best Director and Best Film awards. Ang Lee was upset. In his opinion, this was the second time he lost to Martin Davis. Last time, Brokeback Mountain lost the Best Film. After the nomination list was announced, Ang Lee said, "Let's go." Jill Netter nodded. "There's no need to stay here any longer," he said to the people at the same table. "The nominees will take a group photo later." Ang Lee stood up first and glanced at the Argo crew in front of him. He did not go out the front door, but went to the back. There was another door in the banquet hall. Jill Netter followed behind and walked out in silence. Only after leaving the banquet hall did he say, "Nearly $10 million in public relations and publicity expenses." Ang Lee's face was not looking good. The two of them must give an explanation to the producer and distributor for this matter. The film company put out resources to impact the Oscars, but the two direct persons in charge messed it up. The two came out of the hotel, ignored the reporters who gathered around them, got in the car, and asked the driver to go back to Century City. Jill Netter said, "Argo is going to be the biggest winner. It can't be stopped." Ang Lee knew this very well. Of course, they can continue to find ways to discredit the film, but if they want to create a certain momentum in the surging public opinion, they must invest a lot of money. The film company will definitely not invest money. Pay for it out of their own pocket? Ang Lee is not stupid. Jill Netter sighed. "I have done so much, but I get such a result. I'm not willing to accept it." Ang Lee smiled bitterly. "I'm not willing to accept it either, but what else can I do? I can only wait and see. If there is a suitable opportunity, I can deal with people like Martin Davis or David Fincher." Jill Netter nodded. "That's the only way." Ang Lee held back for several years before he came up with this Life of Pi, but he is an extremely patient person. He knows that if there is no suitable opportunity, he can't afford to offend people of Martin Davis' level. He can only hold back his anger for the time being. In the hotel banquet hall, the crew of Argo was jubilant. Martin hugged David Fincher, Graham and Louise one by one to celebrate, and high-fived Tony Menz who came to watch. These were just to boost morale for the next stage of the awards, and there was no such thing as opening champagne at halftime. Argo did not receive many nominations, only 5 nominations for Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Editing, Best Actor, Best Director and Best Picture. Each of them is very important. Even Best Adapted Screenplay and Best Editing are heavyweights among small awards. David Fincher was very excited and said to Martin, "If I can win the Oscar this time, if you have any projects in the future, just come to me. It won't be a problem." Martin smiled and said, "For now, there is only Split." At this point, he suddenly thought of the Joker. This type of film seems to be more in line with David Fincher's style. There is no rush now. It will not be too late to talk about it after the project's script is released. Under the joint promotion of Martin, the Nolan couple and Warner Pictures, DC Films decided to shoot and produce a separate Joker movie just in early 2013. The project has been pushed into the Warner Brothers review committee. Once it gets the green light, it will be officially launched and announced to the public. At the end of the luncheon, all the nominees, including Martin and David Fincher, came to the hotel lobby together to take a group photo of the nominees. This is a routine project of the Oscar nominees luncheon every year. Corresponding to this is the envy and disappointment of those who have not been nominated. Martin heard from Warren Beatty and his wife that the Film Academy is going to reform the nominees' luncheon. In the future, the nomination list will be announced in advance, and then the nominees' luncheon will only be attended by those who have been nominated. In this way, the Academy can save expenses on the banquet and avoid some embarrassing scenes. After the group photo was taken, Martin, Spielberg, and Daniel Day-Lewis, who were standing in the C position, chatted for a few words. Martin did not ask the latter for advice on acting. The two have completely different styles. Daniel Day-Lewis's crazy and unreal acting style is not suitable for him. Instead, it was Spielberg who specifically said to Martin, "If there is a suitable opportunity in the future, we can work together." In such an occasion, Martin would of course say nice words. "Steven, you are my dream director. You made Jaws, Indiana Jones, the Extraterrestrial and Jurassic Park. I grew up watching your movies." The two chatted for a short while. Chapter 799, Cunning Old Man. As the list of nominees was announced, the noisy Oscar public relations gradually subsided on the surface because the email gate broke out, and the Film Academy once again emphasized various prohibitions. According to the Academy's regulations, after the nomination list is announced, publicity can continue, but lobbying the judges is not allowed. In the past, most people didn't take it seriously, but this year is different. The various award-winning crews suddenly became much more disciplined. The Academy has been investigating the email gate. If you do some small tricks at this time, it is easy to run into the muzzle of the gun. In the office of Davis' studio, Bruce put down the entertainment newspaper in his hand. Martin, who was reading David Fincher's director's notes, looked up and saw that old Bruce didn't speak, and asked, "Is there no new Oscar news?" Bruce shook his head. "The news involving the Oscars lacks interest. It has been mediocre since the nomination list was announced." Martin couldn't help laughing. "Old Bruce, we have made outstanding contributions to the Oscars." Bruce wondered what shocking words this shameless bastard wanted to say. Martin said seriously, "You see, the Film Academy now has strict management of Oscar public relations, and all award-winning crews also consciously abide by the various rules set by the Academy." "Why?" Bruce's mouth began to twitch. "Because of what we have done?" "Yes, because of the good things we have done." Martin gave an example. Over the past nearly 20 years, Harvey Weinstein has continuously lowered the bottom line of Oscar public relations, causing the Oscars to fall from the clouds to the dust, but it took us only 3 years to make the Oscars fly again, and all crews must pay attention to the rules of the Academy. Bruce deliberately said something sarcastic. "The Academy should really reward us well, and give us a special contribution award or a lifetime achievement award." Martin said, "I think it is necessary." Bruce muttered in his heart, according to this shameless statement, what this bastard Martin has done is to arouse the Academy's attention to the rules. Why don't I believe it? Bruce first pretended to be puzzled, then suddenly realized, because I'm one of the actual participants and I know what you did. Martin raised his finger and shook it. "Old Bruce, your elm is still too low. All low-level behaviors must be included in a layer of noble coat." Bruce sincerely suggested, "You can run for the chairman of the Screen Actors Guild. The chairman of the Producers Guild is also okay." Martin was surprised. "Why?" Bruce said, "You are shameless enough. Hollywood can't tolerate you." At this time, the office door was knocked from outside, and Thomas pushed the door in, interrupting the two people. Martin pointed to the reception area. "Sit anywhere." Thomas did not go over, but went directly to the opposite side of the desk, put a thick file bag under his arm on the desk, and said, "The script that DreamWorks just sent over, Spielberg's project. I took it here as soon as I received it." At the Oscar nominees luncheon, Martin talked a few words with Spielberg about cooperation, but it was more polite and polite. He didn't expect Spielberg to move so quickly. He took the file bag and opened it to find the script and related reports. Obviously, it was a movie based on real events. Martin first read the related reports, old newspapers from the 1960s, about what happened during the Cold War. The Cold War naturally involved two giants. In 1960, Gary Powers, a US spy pilot carrying a large amount of secret intelligence, was appointed to carry out a secret mission. However, the new US reconnaissance plane U-2 Black Widow he was flying was eventually shot down over the Soviet Union, and Gary Powers was captured. At the same time, the US military also captured a Soviet spy Abel, and both sides were willing to exchange prisoners. A lawyer named James Donovan was chosen to mediate between the US and the Soviet Union on behalf of the US. Martin read the script again. The name of the screenwriter was marked under Bridge of Spies on the cover. The screenwriters were famous, Ethan Coen and Joel Coen, the famous Coen brothers. Thomas said at this time, Spielberg's father was an engineer who was sent to work in Russia during the Cold War, so he was very interested in this kind of subject matter. Martin nodded, opened the script and started reading. After flipping through more than a dozen pages, he asked, "It's not right. The first male lead, James Donovan, is a very old lawyer and is not suitable for me." Thomas said, "Your role is Gary Powers, the pilot." For the first male lead, Spielberg chose his old partner Tom Hanks, and DreamWorks agreed to a basic salary of $20 million and invited you to join the group with funds. A supporting actor, they agreed to a basic salary of $20 million for me. Martin felt a little strange. They also agreed to let me join the group with funds. The male lead is a person whose salary is not lower than mine. He looked at Thomas. "Do you think it's normal?" Thomas said, "This is a project directed by Spielberg. His projects are very attractive and have always been reliable." Before he finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong. "It's not reliable at all." Martin thought of the model of commercial operation Saving Private Ryan. Spielberg made a lot of money, Tom Hanks made a lot of money, and the producers also made a lot of money. Then the producers lost money, and the investors didn't get a penny. For this spy project, how much budget is needed, including him, Hanks and Spielberg? I'm afraid most of the salary will be shared in the later stage. In this case, how much box office does the film need to get a share? If the basic salary of $20 million plus the later share, he brought in funds to join the group, which is equivalent to using the money he raised to pay himself. No, he also has to pay Hanks and Spielberg. Spielberg and Tom Hanks are famous honest people in Hollywood. On the surface, it is true. But whoever believes it will be like the investor of The Soldier back then. Martin didn't trust Spielberg and Tom Hanks, two cunning guys, so he closed the script and said to Thomas, "Call Spielberg tomorrow and turn down this invitation for me. Find a suitable reason." This was not the first time Thomas did this, and said, "Okay, I will go to DreamWorks tomorrow and return the script." The Jewish forces in Hollywood are very powerful. Martin will not conflict with them casually, and of course he will not think that the project may have a pitfall and step on it. It is normal for Jewish forces to dig pits and bury people and peel off their skin and bones. We have to be on guard. Thomas collected the script and materials, put them in a file bag, and quickly said goodbye and left. Martin continued to read David Fincher's director's notebook, which contained David Fincher's handwritten notes as a director over the years, and also some of his experience summed up in the position of director. If he hadn't been working with David Fincher all the time, and had a good personal relationship with him, he would not have been able to borrow this notebook. In addition to David Fincher's, Martin also has some learning materials, provided by Chad Stahelski, but Chad's is more action-oriented. Just like the outside world's evaluation, Chad's literary acting skills are average, and what really stands out is the action scenes. Not long after watching, Martin received a call from David Fincher, asking him if he was in the company. Half an hour later, David Fincher and Netflix's content director Greg Peters entered the reception room together. Peters shook hands with Martin and said, "Thank you for the movie Seventh Son." Martin smiled and said, "You're welcome. We are partners. It's just a phone call." After the bank obtained the copyright of Seventh Son from the bankrupt Annapurna Pictures, it must have sold the copyright to recover funds. Martin asked Harris to negotiate at that time, but the bank was unwilling to sell it for $30 million and was ready to spend some money on large-scale advertising. Seeing that there was no profit, Martin simply did not act as a middleman to make a profit from the price difference and called Netflix directly. Greg Peters finally bought the copyright of Seventh Son for $38 million. Although the industry notes that this is one of a series of failed works by Annapurna Pictures and Megan Ellison, the majority of movie fans don't know much about it. Therefore, after Netflix's promotion and packaging on its own on-demand website, this became a $150 million magical epic masterpiece exclusively broadcast by Netflix. The same work will have different effects when played on different websites. Just like the big data film shot by Martin's previous life Netflix, the reputation is worse than the other, but they have repeatedly set Netflix's on-demand records. To put it bluntly, those films are not made by Netflix for the public, but for paying users and potential paying users. It's a pity that you can't star in House of Cards. Peters has always wanted to invite Martin to join. You and David will definitely be a hit when they join forces. Martin said, "My schedule has been too tight in recent years. We will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future." Peters added, "David is striving for the Oscar for Best Director. Netflix has invested $3.5 million and bought a lot of media pages. The specific details are with David. You are more familiar with the Oscar than I am. You can go and operate it." Martin promised, "We will definitely make good use of these resources." David Fincher added, "Martin is very good at striving for the Oscar." Martin smiled, "Now we just need the most conventional methods to maintain good publicity and exposure." Peter said, "Netflix is waiting for your good news." Martin and David Fincher were not polite. Netflix is a commercial company. Of course, there are reasons why it can mobilize media resources for an unrelated movie. After this Oscar ceremony, David Fincher will fully cooperate with Netflix regardless of the result. The first work is the political drama House of Cards, which Netflix has invested heavily in. For Netflix, the publicity and attention that can be attracted by David Fincher, a first-line Hollywood director, and David Fincher, an Oscar-winning director, are completely different. Netflix certainly wants to cooperate with David Fincher, an Oscar-winning director. The three chatted for a long time in the reception room, during which they also talked about the new Justice League universe plan launched by Warner Bros. In the near future, DC and Warner will jointly hold a press conference. Chapter 800, Warner Group shows off their power again. Burbank, Warner Studios. On the first day of February, Studio One was temporarily transformed into a press center, with huge posters of famous characters such as Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman and the Joker hanging at the door. Most of them use the actors' make-up photos. For example, Superman is Henry Cavill in Martin's previous life, Batman is still Christian Bale's look in The Dark Knight, and the Joker is naturally Martin himself. Then there is Wonder Woman. The Wonder Woman on the poster gave up the traditional star-spangled outfit and replaced it with an ancient Greek-style armor. The actor is the Jewish actress Gal Gadot, who had just finished taking the make-up photos. Except for Christian Bale, who was absent due to something, including Martin and Nolan, all the actors and directors involved in the DC film plan appeared at this joint press conference hosted by DC and Warner Pictures. Martin, dressed in a formal suit, entered the lounge from the side door of the studio. 3 people from the Man of Steel crew, which had already been approved for preparation, came, namely director Zack Snyder, male lead Henry Cavill and female lead Amy Adams. Martin had met Zack Snyder at a party at Nolan's house. He came over to say hello and shook hands with him. He exchanged a few words and met the 2 leading actors under the introduction of Zack Snyder. The restroom door opened and Gal Gadot, wearing a long windbreaker, came in. After greeting Zack Snyder and the other 2, she found Martin. She is very tall and much stronger than in Fast and Furious. She has gained a lot of muscle to play Wonder Woman. We met at Vin Diesel's funeral. Gal Gadot reminded Martin, "I was standing 2 people away from you that time, but it's not easy to say hello to you in that situation." Martin recalled a little, "I remember that there were Emma and director Nolan between us." Hearing Christopher Nolan's name, Gal Gadot automatically changed the subject and asked, "I wonder if Wonder Woman will appear in the Joker's independent movie." Martin said, "The 2 are not in the same world." Gal Gadot said, "These parallel universes are too easy to confuse people." Martin nodded casually, "I haven't studied comics much. In fact, apart from Superman, Batman and the Joker, I'm not very familiar with other characters." The Nolans and several other actors also entered the lounge at this time. Martin suddenly found that Gal Gadot greeted everyone except the Nolans. Soon, he sat down with Nolan and asked, "Were you pulled here anyway?" Nolan nodded. I will be the producer of Man of Steel and control the first film in the series, and I will let go completely afterwards. Martin turned his gaze to Gal Gadot and asked, the actor for Wonder Woman has been selected. Is DC ready to move forward steadily, one film after another? Nolan glanced at Gal Gadot's Jewish face and whispered, I didn't choose that woman. Zack recommended her to me, but I rejected her. But DC used her, and considering that the Joker project needed DC's green light, I didn't say anything. He added, that woman is not only a Jew, but also an Israeli, and is said to have served in the military. Martin immediately remembered the bad things that happened during the filming in Morocco and said, there's no way. There are too many of them in this circle. This is not the place to talk about. He took the initiative to change the subject. What is DC's plan now? I agree with Zack. We should follow the path that Marvel has taken and shoot independent films of several big names in the Justice League first. Nolan put aside his grievances with the Jews, but DC co-chairman Hamada and the top management of Warner Brothers disagree. They think it's too slow, and they can't catch up with their old competitors. At this point, Nolan felt tired. They think if they don't speed up, the superhero movie market that DC originally dominated will be completely occupied by Marvel. They must speed up. Martin thought of the movies in his previous life, and then looked at Zack Snyder. Indeed, Zack Snyder's ability is limited, and he can't tell a complete story without a super long length, but the existence of the Warner team is simply invincible. Nolan continued, the top management of Warner Brothers has reached an agreement with DC. It's useless for Daniel and I to object. After Man of Steel, Superman, and Batman will appear in the same movie, and then we will go directly to Justice League, taking a completely different path from the Avengers. The 6 giants of Justice League will first fight as a group, and then make independent movies. Martin didn't have to hide his feelings when discussing with Nolan privately. The management of Warner Brothers is too anxious. Haven't they learned any lessons from the mistakes made in Green Lantern? Nolan said, Hamada and Kevin Tsujihara believe that compared to the second and third tier comic book characters in the Avengers, the 6 giants of justice, led by Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman, have huge popularity in the United States. Even without personal movies, they will still have countless fans to pay for them. Martin still said the same thing. Comic fans alone cannot support such a large commercial production. Nolan agreed, but the top management of Warner thinks it's okay. He shook his head. After Man of Steel, I will completely leave the DC series. Martin said, don't forget about Joker. You are still going to be a producer. If possible, it would be best if you can direct. Nolan said, producer is fine, but directing depends on the situation. DC staff went into the lounge and invited everyone to the press room and sit on the podium. Martin sat with the Nolans and their husbands and remained silent most of the time. Because DC and Warner Brothers focused on the Justice League universe plan, Joker was put aside and was not particularly valued. Hamada, who hosted the press conference, always talked about the 6 giants of the Justice League. On one side of the press room, there was a second floor originally used for overhead shooting. Kevin Tsujihara and Charles Roden were standing in front of a shooting window in a room, watching the press conference. Charles Roden is the most experienced producer at Warner Brothers. He makes his living by his own ability and does not belong to any faction of the Warner Brothers management. He asked softly, are we a little marginalized by the Joker? Martin's version of the Joker is almost a god among movie fans and is very popular. Kevin Tsujihara shook his head. Nolan's Batman trilogy has come to an end, and there will be no fourth one. No matter how popular the Joker is, he is still a villain. Without Batman as his nemesis, his attention will decrease. How can a movie about a villain be compared with the Justice League universe plan we are about to promote? He said slowly, once the Justice League is successful, there will be 10 or even more movies in the series. How much box office can these earn? And how much peripheral profits can they generate? A single Joker really cannot compare with the Justice 6. Charles Roven also thought that Kevin Tsujihara made sense. As long as the Justice League is successful, Nolan's Batman trilogy combined cannot compare. Kevin Tsujihara also said, if it weren't for the relationship with Nolan, the Joker would have a certain profit prospect, and Warner Brothers would not promote another parallel universe Joker independent film. Charles Roven understood this to mean something else. Warner's top management wanted the Justice League universe, but they didn't want to give up the Joker's easy profits. Martin's version of the Joker was very popular, and as long as the independent film was not too bad, the box office would definitely not be low. At the end of the news conference, the topic finally came to the independent Joker. Hamida announced, "Martin's Joker has caused a strong response. Countless fans have petitioned on the internet to shoot an independent Joker movie. After careful consideration, Warner and DC have decided to launch an independent movie Joker project. The Joker will still be played by Martin, and Nolan will be the director and Martin will serve as the project producer." He stretched out his hand to signal Martin and Nolan, "You can ask questions, if you have any." A reporter from Entertainment Weekly asked, "Is this Joker independent movie a continuation of The Dark Knight? Or is it in the same universe as the Justice League?" Nolan glanced at Martin, who was the initiator of the project, and said, "This Joker is independent of the Justice League universe, and is based on the worldview of The Dark Knight." A reporter from The Hollywood Reporter then asked, "Is it a story after The Dark Knight?" Martin tried to say it simply, "The Joker did not appear out of thin air. He is also a person. This independent movie will tell why a person becomes a Joker and becomes an agent of chaos." Later, more reporters asked questions one after another, and Martin tried his best to answer them. Some questions, of course, could not be answered. After all, the project was only confirmed, and there was a basic idea, but there was no script. In Nolan's words, if the filming of Joker can start within a year and a half, it would be considered fast. After the press conference, DC and Warner held a reception dinner at the Burbank Hotel. Martin and Nolan also showed up and had a brief exchange with Charles Roven. As for Kevin Sugihara, he just nodded to Martin. For the sake of Warner's performance, he could tolerate the establishment of the Joker project with good prospects, but he didn't want to have more intersections with Martin. Kevin Sugihara's sister, the wife of John Berg, the former president of Warner Pictures, complained and blamed Martin. The personal relationship between the two sides had long been broken. That afternoon, the news of the establishment of the Joker project spread on the internet, attracting the attention of many clowns. God bless, the Joker independent movie is finally coming. Martin has had a complicated relationship with Warner Brothers in recent years. I thought it would become a series that will be produced during his lifetime, but it has been successfully approved. Joker will definitely become a benchmark for anti-hero movies. Not only fans are paying attention to this film, but countless passers-by are also paying attention to this film. The Dark Knight and last year's Joker's deification have had a huge impact. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.